All right. I believe I'm live right now. Let me adjust the camera. Okay, cool. So we're live, and I'm going to be working on inking a graphic novel page tonight. So I have about 2 panels left that I'd like to ink. I'm going to try to see how far I can get. Maybe considering today's like a work day for me. I'm aiming to get at least 1 panel done on stream. So we'll see how far or successfully I do that. But so who am I? I'm Joshua Kemble. I've been a professional artist, illustrator, and graphic designer for well over 15 years. I have been a professional art director for going on 8 years, and yeah, this is the stream where I basically work on comics. When I'm not art directing or illustrating or graphic designing or being a dad or a husband, I'm basically working late nights on these graphic novels. Graphic novels like, let me get these plugs out of the way real quick. My graphic novel, Two Stories, which is my comic book about faith and mental illness, that's hand lettered, hand inked, and it basically talks about my experience growing up as a geek in and like the weirdness of Christian schools, and then it goes on to talk about as an adult dealing with things like depression, suicidal ideation, and panic disorder, and caregiving for somebody with panic disorder. So it's kind of a heavy comic book. It does a lot of creative things with the paneling, like using things like a YouTube search menu as like a paneling device, and I'm really proud of it. This is like 100 and something pages, and it's available from Marcosia, and you can get this on Amazon.com today. So search for Two Stories. I encourage you guys to order it. Everyone I know who's read it really enjoyed it. If you're into books like blankets or fun home, like this would be right up your alley. I'm working on book number 2 right now. So that's basically plug number 1. Boom. Okay. Now let's get into the one last plug before I get into the fun stuff and start working on artwork. And that is my graphic novel about it's a slice of life comic called Jacob's Apartment about these roommates, Jacob and Sarah, who are polar opposites. Jacob is kind of a teetotaler, and Sarah is a drinker. Jacob's a Christian. Sarah is an atheist. They have a lot of opposite values and sort of lifestyles. And they've been roommates and friends for years, mainly based on their common love of literature. And as they start experiencing the tumult of life, like Jacob starts experiencing doubt in his faith due to struggling with like his father's sickness, and Sarah starts basically questioning some of her kind of purpose in life and things like that because of sort of seeking solace for a broken relationship with an ex-boyfriend who moved away by doing a lot of one-night stands. And amid this tumult, they end up finding connection, and end up having like intertwining dreams and reality, kind of weaving in and out, including dreams of where Jacob sees himself as like a childhood stuffed animal. It's very much a coming of age story, young love, doomed romance kind of story. And I think it would be right up the alley for somebody who's really into like Eternal Sunshine for the Spotless Mind, or or like The Graduate, like these kind of like very slice of life, Ghost World, those kind of stories. And this comes out from Graphic Mundi. It's actually in the previews catalog right now, but it comes out in June. So you can ask your local comic shop to order this business. Yeah. And then Corey said, "Hey, you have a product bar." Okay, you're gonna have to explain that, Corey. You should come on stream and tell me, like what you mean by products bar. Maybe that has to do with like the newer thing. I don't know, Corey. Explain. But anyhow, Corey's in the chats. How is NorCal treating you, buddy? Are you homesick yet? Okay. So anyhow, that being said, before I get into drawing, I also wanted to show off something. Paul Pate friend of Jim Luhan's and friend of the show, friend of Artcasters, was on the last episode, and he was talking about his art and stuff. And I was familiar with Paul's animation, but I promised him that I would pick up his graphic novels, and those arrived in the mail today. And I kid you not, I'm like 18 pages into the first one, and I had to stop. This is the downside of doing art and doing comics and stuff like that, is like you end up knowing people who do comics, and you end up buying friends' comics. And the problem is, when do you have time to read comics? Because we're too busy making comics. But I will tell you, I'm 18 pages in, and it's excellent. It's like super entertaining. The cartooning is just really fluid and informed. He's a really solid artist. So I want to recommend these. Also, they're super cheap. Like if you order them on Amazon, it's like free shipping. And I think they're somewhere like, I think I paid like $5 a piece. So it was like $10 for both graphic novels, which is a steal. So I encourage you guys to pick these up. These were by Paul. And I just want to say, if you want like a detective fiction graphic novel, these were just such a pleasure to read through. So like I said, I'm like 15 pages in, and it seems like a vampire detective kind of story. They're just super cool. So Paul, I'm excited to get into these, but I promised Paul I would pick them up, and I'm really excited about reading those. So I wanted to give him a shout out today, and then hopefully I don't read like 10 pages in and it's, or 10 pages further, and it has something that like would get me canceled in it. I doubt it. But anyhow, Paul, I'm excited to read these, and I know Paul watches the show. We're usually on off schedules, so he doesn't get to come on often, but I wanted to give him a heads up that, hey, I'm going to be reading these books. And hey, also, I got to say, like, just as a cartoonist, when I see this, let me show you guys this. When I flip through and I'm like 18 pages in and there's no loss in quality of the cartooning, and then I see this, look at that number, 239 pages. Each volume is like 200 and something pages. It's pretty impressive. So anyhow, I don't know why I hadn't picked these up yet, but I'm excited about reading them. Okay, we have Adam just said, Philip's in the chats. He said, howdy, y'all. Hi, Philip. Adam just said, Ghost World and Eternal Sunshine, two of my all-time favorite films. Yeah, mine too. And then Corey said, I'm still working in the bedroom, so I can't stream tonight. Understandable, dude. Corey's been on vacation. Well, it's not vacation. It's now I'm forgetting what it's called. Sabbatical, which is like where in college institutions and stuff, you're able to like basically work on, like take time off to work on a big project, and he's working on this massively cool animation that I'm really excited about seeing. And then Adam said, looking forward to Jacob's apartment. Yeah, me too. So, okay. Now let's get into drawing. And I'm just going to talk about stuff that's on my mind and stuff like that. Oh, let's see where we end up. All right. I think I might actually, okay. I was worried I was going to have to grab a clean sheet of paper, but luckily I have one clean side. So when you guys see me ink, you'll notice that I have these folded pieces of paper, and what I do is I'll literally use one as like a shield and a little bit of a test sheet so that I don't smudge all over my page. But as you'll notice, like as it gets smudged, I just kind of fold it to a different side and stuff like that until I finally get to a side that's clean like that. Clean side goes on the bottom. Tends to keep my pages really clean. And then I'll use clean, like older sheets of those on the side as like a little test line sheet for my inks. Weird little neurotic inking things. Okay, so I'm about to get into it, and I will say, Adam, if you wanted to hop on, that's cool. If you're, busy doing something and you're hanging in the chats, that's fine too. Couple other things. I just ordered new pens. I noticed that I was like testing the heck out of my my microns, and like like basically just pushing them like way beyond what they should be. It's like an old habit from when I was really poor. When I was a poor college student, like you just have to get as much mileage out of your art supplies as you possibly could. And it was cracking me up today because I finally got these in the mail that I ordered, and I order them in bulk. So I'll get like a big old bag. Um, you can get these for like $10, right? Just like a big old bag of microns, all in one percentage size. So anyhow, I had 2 left of those 5s, and a 5 is like one of my most used numbers. It's like an 8, a 5, and a 1. That's basically my 3 micron sizes that I like to use. And I was noticing that like I was literally having to rework lines because it was so dry. And yet I was still alternating between these 3 dead 5s, just kind of hoping to like get more mileage out of it. And oh, cool. Adam said he can hop on. So let me, I'll send him a link. Okay. So I went ahead and sent Adam a link. But anyhow, the funny thing is, like I said, old habits die hard, where I'm like, it's not that I'm like loaded with money. I think it's still good to be conservative with money and stuff like that. But it's funny that it took me like weeks of just dealing with this dead pen to like work with a new ink. And I'm actually really excited about it because hopefully even on stream, you'll be able to notice the difference. Like when it, as if you guys are noticing when I'm switching to a 5, but when I lay out this line, it should go a lot smoother because it's like a brand new spanking ink. See what I mean? It didn't fight with me. It just laid down, which is the best for ink. So anyhow, nerdy stuff, but that was cool. Another cool thing, and this just goes as a credit to you guys, like in the streams and people who followed and subscribed to me on YouTube. And maybe you guys are telling friends about it or something, because I've noticed it's growing fairly exponentially in like subscriber count. I don't know what caused the uptick, and I think it's these streams. And I just wanted to say, like, I really appreciate you guys spreading the word and like kind of building the community for these live streams, because it's actually had some really cool consequences. Number one, a couple months ago, I think it was like 3 or 4 months ago, I finally got monetized, which is cool. So I actually make a very small amount of money on these streams, and we're talking like cents, right? Like not tons of money, but it's like a little bit each time it's viewed, which is really cool. But then I've also gotten some super chat donations, which are really cool as well. So it was like 2 days ago, and this is a roadmap for me because I've been doing YouTube videos for quite a while. I haven't been monetized for a good percentage of those, but once I had cracked the kind of the requirements for monetization or whatever, it was only like a matter of months before I got like my first like $100 from YouTube. And it's not like a ton. It's not money that's gonna like pay my pay my mortgage or something, but it's super helpful, and it's also cool, and it's meaningful to me. It was like a really cool thing, because it's just like, I don't know, it's like one of those little goals where I was like, wouldn't it be cool to be paid to do these videos? And I'm not getting paid a ton, but the fact that I'm even generating some revenue making these videos, and it allows me to make a little income, like not tons, but just a little bit extra while I'm working on these big projects that rarely pay off, because graphic novels are, at least for me, it's funny. I showed Paul's work too, and it's like Paul is incredibly quick as an artist too. So, but and so he'll knock out like a graphic novel in like a year and a half or something, which is pretty incredible for like a 200-page graphic novel. For me, they don't go that quick. So it's nice to know that like there's some kind of payment, like for the time that I put into like making these. And also, I don't know, it just encourages me to make more videos. So thank you guys. I don't want to sound entitled when it comes to that kind of thing, because it's like it really is a cool thing, and it meant the world to me to get that. I know it's nerdy, but like that little YouTube payment meant more to me than a lot of like professional work I've done, because it was literally it meant it. It meant a lot, because I know that the community that follows this YouTube are like my people. Like this is like a community that sincerely like likes my work and follows me and stuff, and like seems to be interested in like hanging out with me and doing art. And it's a bunch of creatives, so it's just cool to get that support. So that's a long-winded way of just saying thanks, guys, for helping me receive my first payment for YouTube. It's been a long road getting there, and it was really meaningful when it actually happened. And it's funny, it's like, I don't know. I was talking to my friend Rick about this too, but he had me like kind of talk to one of his classes about illustration and just kind of giving people early tips on like getting started in illustration and graphic design. And I was mentioning that, like, I don't think students should, when you're talking to students in particular, you're always going to have the conversation of like, make sure you're charging enough, make sure you're charging fairly, make sure you're not just doing speculative work that just kind of drags you to the grave. Like you wouldn't be able to, provide for yourself under those conditions. But I also did make the caveat of like, but sometimes you're going to want to take like those fun gigs that don't pay a ton, like a t-shirt, like not a t-shirt. T-shirts tend to pay better. Skateboard, like skateboard companies are incredibly fun to work for. They generally have like the smallest budgets in the world. And it's quite often because unless you're dealing with like a giant skateboard company, they sincerely are like, a lot of these skateboard companies are like run out of somebody's garage. Like they're legitimately pretty broke people. But you can do like fun bartering situations with like a skateboard company, where you're like, hey, like I remember back when I did Numb, which was my comic I got the Zarek for. Back when I did that, I had a deal with a friend of a friend who ran this skateboard company called Worship Skateboards. And what he would do is like, he did a custom skate deck that was screen printed, and it was like 15 like screen printed colors on a deck, which looked amazing. And it was of like the promotional artwork for Numb. And then he shrink wrapped it and sold it with copies of Numb. And so I just gave him copies of my comic, and then he gave me a bunch of skateboard decks to sell at shows. And I would sell them for like $80 a piece. So like if I did like a show, like, like, and I sold like 4 skateboards, it's like, I had a really good way to pay for my table at the time. Anyhow, I'm not saying people should always do it, but if you find people you like or things you're passionate about, like, sometimes it's worth, like sometimes a lower, my point was sometimes like a lower monetary, I got to get to drawing, but, oh, Adam's here too. So, Adam, give me the thumbs up, I guess. Okay, cool. If you're ready. Okay. I'll throw you on. But anyhow, just finishing that thought, sometimes I feel like there are things that monetarily don't reward as well in like art that like feel better than the big monetary rewards. Like for me, that first moment of having a skateboard with my art on it, like was worth working with that company for like next to nothing. And I know some people might say don't do that, but I would say like, there's exceptions to every rule. I'm going to throw in the YouTube thing there where it's like, I'm not going to quit my day job, but it was cool. Like that was more meaningful than a lot of things that have happened recently. Just getting like some kind of payout from like these weird videos I do. Anyhow, Adam, how's it going?
Hey, how's it going? Hey, congratulations on your first YouTube check. And also, you just got past, didn't you get past 100 episodes too?
That is true. I should have done like a special 100 or something.
But yeah, that's awesome. I
Thanks, Adam.
I made a little bit of money on YouTube finally, and then like just like weeks later, they changed their entire monetization policy. So I haven't been monetized for years, but
Yeah, so
it's
I
an awesome
was.
feeling because it's like you really earned that $100,
Yeah,
or
yeah.
whatever you got. I don't know if that's what you got.
Honestly, some of it is way layover from like before, because I early on, like when I started on YouTube and I realized it was a thing, I was already monetized, and it's back when it was like your video had to reach a certain amount of views.
Uh,
And I had uploaded like 3 videos, and one of them I had posted on Threadless. It was like a process thing, but at the time I didn't view YouTube as like its own community.
right,
I
right, right.
just thought of it as like, where could I have this video I want to share with Threadless? Where do I upload it? You're right.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, and I wish I had known that, because by the time I got back into YouTube, I was monetized for like a week. Um, and then around what that time you were talking about, I got kicked from monetization, which kind of felt crappy, honestly.
Yeah.
Where you're like, you had it and then you don't, but that does suck.
I think I
I
was the
wish they
opposite
hadn't
of you.
changed it.
Like in the early days of YouTube, I was really, really into it. Like I was just
Yeah,
doing YouTube. I was trying to make money. I was trying to be successful. Like I was really, really just focusing on that as my primary thing. And I don't know. It was really frustrating that it seemed like multiple times it was like I would gain success with one thing, and then like Google took over and changed everything, and then I would gain success with something else, and they changed this other thing. I would gain success finally with this other thing, and then they like change
yeah. It's like a
like
shifting
like
goalpost.
remember like you have to now you have to set it. Is this for children? Is this for adults? Like it was just frustrating.
Yeah, it is. It can be really frustrating. It's definitely built for like the larger people, you know.
Yeah.
Um, Although I still enjoy YouTube, you know. I don't know. I don't know of a better platform. I should probably be more invested in like Twitch, but I just don't. I don't know. It took me a long time to just figure out this platform. It feels like I do stream to Twitch, but it's like I'm not really putting a lot of focus on Twitch. But I'm wondering if that's a wrong call.
Well, I think what you're doing is perfect. Like you got a really good model, and just the format that you do and the people that come in on a regular basis, it's perfect.
Yeah, I do love the community. I gotta say. So I watched a tiny bit of your debate.
Oh yeah.
I watched like actually a good chunk of it, like probably like 60%.
Nice.
And then I couldn't hang too long with it. Not you.
Understandable.
Yeah. I just have. It's funny. I don't know. My tolerance level for creationist museum types
Yeah, yeah.
bums me out, because of the fact that I do believe in creation, but it's just like I don't know. I have a short fuse with some of it's kind of like if you're a big fan of like They Might Be Giants, right?
Yeah,
I'm
which I
trying to
am.
give a
That's
yeah.
my number one.
That's why I
Yeah.
brought it up. So
Okay.
you're a
Yeah.
big fan, right? You followed, you know, all the history stuff like that. Like you're really
Yeah.
invested in the band, and then you have some guy who's just like a terrible representative of that band, being like, "I love They Might Be Giants," and you're like, you don't know that band. Like it's like
It's
that,
just
but tenfold.
doing terrible cover versions or something.
Yeah. But it was fun to see, and I thought you handled it pretty civilly. And
Do you mean to
cool.
suggest that Kent Hovind might be some kind of fraud or charlatan?
I I think that's what I have some issues with. I think frauds and charlatans.
Yeah.
In especially because that's my belief system. So I'm like, don't like manipulate people.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
and I mean like well-meaning people who like really sincerely believe, you know. But whatever.
Yeah, that was a real headache. Like I keep I'm still dealing with the aftermath of all that and trying to just wrap things up on it, but
Oh yeah.
just so much has turned into all this drama and crap.
Oh, did it blow into drama?
Yeah.
I had heard something. So the only reason I knew about it was I don't know if you noticed, but I like disappeared from streaming for like a week. Partially just because I got sick, and then I got addicted to not being on stream for a second.
Yeah, yeah.
Because for me, like streaming is like exercising, where it's like once you do it, you're really enjoying it and stuff like that. But if I take like 2 days off from streaming, I'm like, do I really want to stream? Like I could just listen to something, or you know.
Yeah, yeah. I think that I was taking a bit of a break too recently. I think some of that stuff kind of ended up lining up.
Yeah. But anyhow, so I had missed because I usually like check out your streams and channel and stuff, especially when I'm at work. And I had missed that debate and that whole thing. And then when I think Frank brought it up, and I was like, oh, I got to check this out.
Oh yeah.
So then I watched it, but then Frank, like the next time he was on, he was like, well, initially he was like, yeah, I think they've like patched it up and everything's working out. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. I'm surprised there was like no follow-up video. The next time Frank was on, he was like, it didn't really, like, it looks like the patch up didn't work out. And I'm like, let me just guess. Like, I don't even want you to confirm it. Cause I was like, next time I talk to Adam, I'll just ask him. I was like, was there a follow-up video that just totally misrepresented the entire thing?
There you go.
Okay. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's interesting though to me. I think it's kind of cool that you've sort of managed to, like, it sounds like you had a kind of, you know, a lot of people in that circle, you know. It's interesting.
Oh, I really don't. Like, I kind of have been meeting people recently, but
Huh.
I don't really know too many of the people involved.
Well, I don't know. It's an interesting thing to me because I'm pretty separated from it.
Yeah, yeah. It was an interesting thing for me too, because it was sort of like in the early days of YouTube, that was a type of thing that I would have done a lot more often.
Yeah.
It's not something I've been doing with my channel really at all for quite a while.
Yeah. So you're not quite a like I. Yeah, Adam, I don't really see you as like much of like a debate bro at this point, but
Really? Well, I mean, I could. The thing is, like, I get so sucked into that. I could so easily just, like, part of it, it's almost like an addiction where it's like I have to stay away from it because I could just get that could easily become my life, like just these
yeah.
feuds and drama and like the debate, and I got to prepare my notes for the next debate, and I got to make this guy look like a fool. Like I could really that could easily like consume me.
Yeah, so here's the thing. I totally understand because that's my personality too. I mean, as you've probably noticed on these things, like sometimes I'll end up unwittingly being in like a crazy debate.
Right, right.
My problem is like I'm just not in an equipped scenario. Like I'm at a disadvantage in a debate because of the way I stream, where it's like I have no access to the internet the way I have my setup. So it's like I can't Google things real quick. I have no time in my life to be doing like immense amounts of research for a debate topic. And so, if somebody came and they're equipped and they got their research done and stuff, I'm pretty much screwed in a debate.
Right. Well, that's why it would be especially impressive if these people came on and tried to debate us, and we're just sitting here drawing our comics and casually just like
Yeah, I gotta say,
annihilating.
I'd be pretty open to it. Honestly, it's kind of fun. It's interesting though. Like I noticed the format of debate too, because Adam, I like how you debate. That's more the form of debate I'm familiar with, where people are more off the cuff. Like they have their notes and stuff, but they're like sort of speaking.
Right. Like talking to someone like they're actually a human being.
Yeah, but like what's interesting, even formally, like in like college settings, that's the debate that I would watch was like debates where people would have notes, but they'd engage. Like they wouldn't just kind of be like, well, if you look at like slide 5, like, you know what I mean? So
yeah.
I don't know. That's an interesting, that was fascinating to me as a tactic.
Well, really, this wasn't supposed to be a debate. It was sort of sold as a debate because, like, basically, there was another debate that was supposed to take place, and I was, like, filling in because the other guy didn't show up.
Oh, that's nice of you.
And then I wanted to just have more of a discussion conversation. Like, I don't know how much of the coverage you saw, but I wanted to use it as an opportunity to talk about dinosaurs. That was my key motivation.
I noticed that, and I also thought that the way you navigated it, like you I think there were like 2 or 3 times where I noticed like you almost seemed like at first like, oh, I'm going to engage, and then you're like, no, we're going cool. We're going like we're not going to get into like a tit for tat. And I thought that was a cool. I mean, you didn't say that, but it's like I'd see you or hear you like verbally kind of de-escalate it when there was like a clear opportunity to just go in for like a gut punch. And I'm like, okay, that's a pretty smart way to go, I think.
That was my plan. And then just if things got kind of nasty, it's like, okay, I can, if they want to have a hostile debate, I could do a hostile debate, but I would prefer to just go in and just, I don't want a bunch of people like criticizing me and making videos attacking me and all this stuff. Like, that wasn't something I wanted to get into.
It's funny, Adam. I wonder what it is that causes that drama.
There's something about debates, especially where it's like, oh, it's like advertised and it's like it's coming up and it's an event. It really taps into some deep like psychological thing.
I can understand it though, because I do consume a lot of debates. Like I enjoy watching and listening to them, and I kind of enjoy some of the drama around debates too. So I can understand it, and probably would easily get sucked into it. So that makes sense. My only problem is, again, like I don't know. It would be funny to have like debate and art streams or something. Oh, crap. Frank's here. Frank, do you want to hop on? You're welcome, buddy, if you want. I'll send him a link anyway, just in case.
I'm with Frank. Frank says I wanted more dinosaur talk. That was that was what I was hoping for. I really was trying to steer the thing into pretty much the topic is dinosaurs, but
yeah, I noticed that you kept mentioning like, well, you do run like a dinosaur museum. Like, I think it felt like you were angling for an invitation to the museum, which honestly would be pretty fascinating to like go to that place. Where is it located? You know?
He says it over and over again. I can't remember now off the top of my head. Alabama, somewhere in Alabama.
You know what's funny, though? I feel like I would have so much more contention with that guy as a Christian. Like, being a Christian, I feel like I'd have more aggression towards that guy than you would.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, I do there's a lot of negative stuff. Like, he has a lot of controversial things.
But I do appreciate that. Like, one thing I like about you, Adam, is, like, you'll treat people with even baggage with, like, giving them a fresh start, which I think is really cool, you know?
Sure, yeah. I mean, that's, for me, especially in a setting like that, if it's a discussion or a debate, you're kind of supposed to put personal stuff aside.
Yeah.
Like an ad hominem attack is kind of like considered a losing tactic, in a formal debate, so.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean it doesn't affect how I feel about the guy. I just try to think of it as two separate things. It doesn't. Yeah, no,
it's good not to. It's good not to bust ad homs, and you just have them in your back pocket if they want to go there.
Right.
But yeah, I don't particularly dig ad homs. One of my least favorite ones that most online debate communities are kind of cool with using is like straw men. And then also with misusing, where they'll misuse straw man, and call everything a straw man. But
sure, yeah.
But that
sometimes somebody just genuinely misunderstands what's being said. It's not necessarily a straw man.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, but the ones that bother me is like if you, Adam, were like, "Hey, I'm saying dinosaurs lived underwater or something," and then I took that and said like, so you're saying like every living being lived underwater? That's absurd. And you're like, I mean, don't get me wrong. I would make the argument that might be absurd in general, right? But my point is like, you want to at least meet the argument where it's at. Like, I'd want to meet you with the dinosaurs underwater, not make it into an argument that's easier to defeat, right?
Right.
And so anyhow, I think that's one of my biggest pet peeves, and I definitely experienced that with Brett, where I was like, I was shocked at like how quickly, when I conversed with him, I was kind of surprised at how quickly he wanted to change what I was saying.
Yeah,
where he was like, "You're saying you don't want facts," and I'm like, I literally have never said that. And he's like, "Well, if I can't bring facts to this," and I'm like, dude. There's never been a point where that's ever exited my mouth, but I could see that being a very winning thing to argue against, Anyhow, so I can understand it. I don't know. I guess I'd invite it if it happened, but I don't know if I'd want all the debate lord drama stuff, Although it is kind of fun.
No, it definitely it's fun, like pro wrestling or something.
Yeah, it's fun to get in a mental fist fight.
It is kind of fun, but it's like it's also really, really stressful. Yeah. When a huge group of people are like publicly criticizing you and all teaming up against you and kind of misrepresenting something about you, or just
is that what's happening now? Like based on the
I mean, discussion? Just in debates that tends to happen,
Yeah.
So to some extent, that's kind of happening because he tried to poison the well and just misrepresent Brett. Not Kent. Nothing. Kent didn't do anything hostile towards me.
Yeah, to be honest, he seemed fairly good faith. I mean, I had trouble watching him just because I don't like my favorite style of debate is more of like the Oxford debate style. I don't tend to like the slide 1, slide 2. Like I just feel like that's very gimmicky and rehearsed. And don't get me wrong, it doesn't disqualify it because you could be presenting really valid information, and that's an efficient way to like not forget stuff and remember things. But that was the only hard part for me to watch with that. But he did seem to engage in good faith, you know. Sorry, I cut you off. You were talking about Brett.
No, I think you're totally right.
Yeah.
I don't remember what I was saying.
Oh, you were. I was just asking like whether there was like severe backlash from the community. And
well, the thing is, like, there was. I don't know how much you want to get into this, but so after
we don't have to, we can get into as much as you want.
Oh yeah. Like I will let you know as much information as you want, but
okay, cool. Well, then let's get into it.
after the actual discussion itself, the main event, Brett Keane and I had a private discussion that kind of turned into a whole thing that led to all kinds of drama and stuff afterwards. Hey, Frank.
Hey, nerds. Let's debate.
Let's debate. What's something stupid we could debate?
Apples and oranges.
Apples and oranges. I'm gonna say as a young man, I really liked oranges more, but I've changed my opinion, and I tend to be more about the apples.
Which is objectively better, apples or oranges?
I think objectively.
I think only stupid people eat apples. That's what I heard.
Well, I think it's just objectively true that apples are better because they're more efficient. Like you can just pretty much bite right into an apple. There's no real work involved, like in the eating process. So it's a much more like luxurious, easy to access, and it has more flavor varieties. You know, and I think higher health benefits. I'm gonna have to research because I think oranges are pretty healthy.
I'm gonna need a citation on that.
Yeah, that's true. Well, let me. If you go to my website,
bring the destruction of man.
Oh, that's true. That is true. But see, that's more to the power of the apple. Although technically, I don't think that was an apple. I think it was more like a pomegranate or something.
I think it was an apple.
Although I drew it as an apple in my comic, there is a reference to it later on that I like roughed out, and I ended up using an apple. And I think Frank, we were on stream when I was doing that rough.
Yeah, that's right. I remember you drew a worm in there.
Yeah.
And you said this was an exclusive only for those who watched the video.
Oh, that's right. That's right. And then I erased it, so no one except people who watched that video saw that exclusive. But yeah. Anyhow, I feel like I don't know, Adam. What's your take? Apples, oranges.
Oh, I don't know. I was just putting it out there.
Interesting on why the apple is thought to be the fruit. Like, where did that come from?
Probably a culture that had a lot of apples.
Maybe, yeah. I think in certain languages, the word for apple and fruit is the same word too.
Got it. So they might have been like, yeah, it had to be this. I do think though. I think the apple part probably was like more. Do you think that was a Roman influence thing, or do you think that was more like later and like when Constantine kind of started, like after Constantine had kind of made political Christianity, you know?
I have absolutely no idea.
I don't either. But all I'm saying is,
sorry, Adam, I interrupted. You were talking about.
No. You got to defend your stance here, Frank, on oranges. I'm sold on this.
Actually, I just had some orange juice. I'm hopped up on orange juice.
Hopped up on orange juice. I just thought it'd be an interesting. Like, I don't know if I've ever seen a debate like that where, like, if people just took sort of almost like a cliche topic like that and really discussed, like, is the sky blue or something, just like sort of a absurd thing. And once you start talking about it, like, you guys got into some pretty specific like things that make something that starts out sounding mundane actually become kind of interesting.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it like the apple, for instance, like the power of the apple is that it could hang on within that. Like, even though it's not even contextually the fruit that was in the Bible, it's just such a powerful fruit that, like,
Yeah.
people at the time probably also didn't have access to oranges because those are, like, way more common, I think, in the Americas. But still, point being, like, there's that too. Like, apples are just much easier to grow. Like, you can kind of grow apples in a much more diverse area. Oranges are really reliant on Orange County, and Orange County, losing argument right there, stupidest county in the universe. So I'm just kidding, by the way. You could go forever on that. Adam, I'm sorry, we did derail where you were going though. You were going to give us hot goss and all the drama.
Well, Frank has been around. Frank, I appreciate your support. Like, Frank was actually in the event itself for part of it, and some of the comments and stuff, and just it just degraded into this thing where it's like, I don't even know how to begin to explain it, because it's like, it's hard to talk about without I'm trying to think how to put this. Like, there's just allegations and things and revelations about certain people's personal stuff where it's hard to even discuss without addressing things about their personal life and stuff that was, like, brought up publicly, and it just became this whole sort of controversial, very personal sex scandal thing.
Brett brought most of that up in his videos because you weren't really bringing up those allegations. You just kind of referenced them a little bit, but Brett was.
Well, the thing is, we had a private conversation. That's what ended up happening. Is we had a private conversation. We actually both got mad at each other at the end of that conversation. So he brought up the private conversation and brought up this, like, sort of sexual allegations having to do with just these rumors and stuff that were going around with the other guy involved in the discussion and stuff. And it very quickly devolved into drama and scandal. And
so what's bizarre though, like, here's what I want to clarify. So you didn't bring those rumors up on air.
No.
So Brett brought that up as a criticism about you bringing it up, but he's the one who put it on air.
Right. In other words, he's the one that, like, by bringing up that we had discussed it, because he was telling me about it. So we were discussing this sort of scandal that is this rumored scandal. But by doing that, he's addressing it publicly that there's this sex scandal thing. So it was like he's trying to make me look bad. But
That's weird, because watching the debate itself, I didn't see anything. Like, you treated Kent with a lot of respect. He seemed to, like, be really cordial to you. I didn't get any, like, hot drama from it, you know. Maybe I missed, because I didn't, in full transparency, I didn't watch, like, the last, like, 20 minutes or whatever.
No, there was no drama in the main event. The
debate was, well, I wouldn't even call it a debate.
We're calling it a discussion or whatever.
But that was fine.
Yeah.
I saw some of it. I couldn't really see it all live, but I went back on the playback and saw it all. And then I'm finding out, like, there was, like, some video Brett did, which I didn't see, but I know I talked to Adam and I was like, "What the heck happened?" Like, everything seemed fine, and then
because he took that video down too. That was the thing, Frank. When I had talked to you, I didn't realize he had taken that video down when I talked to you. So I thought you knew what he said in that video.
No, I didn't.
So then I had made a video responding to it, but he had taken it down, and then someone else brought it up, and I took mine down. But the other, it's just stuff like that. Like, it's just dumb.
I hate to say it, though. It is funny in the art community to have drama that's non-art related.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
You know what I mean? Because I feel like that kind of poisons the well a bit when the drama in the art community is, like, about other artists and all that stuff, or, like, the medium itself, or, like, the industry. It can be really toxic. But it's like, to have drama based on, like, atheism versus Christianity debates, and be a cartoonist on like I thought it was funny to me seeing you on like an atheist versus Christian. It's set up like that, and then there was no real argument. And you were really cordial, which I give you credit for. And then the funny thing was, at the beginning of that, I think that might have been the first one of those debates where I've ever seen a cartoonist just be like, yeah, I make cartoons. Here's my comic book. And I was like, this is kind of rad. So that I kind of am on board with, like, cartoonists.
Yeah, I really like that angle. Like, if I were to do more stuff like this, I kind of like playing that side of it, because it would be, like, it would be fun to use that as the context of winning a Big Bang debate or something, as I'm sitting here drawing like midget comics or something.
Yeah.
It would just be funny. But one of the things that Brett said was this was the part where he just completely lied in his first video after that main video. He's like, Adam Lohr told me in this secret discussion that really he was lying the whole time, and his motivation was just to trick me for views so he could promote his comic book. That was the reason that he came to do the discussion.
Because I saw the comment he did, and he mentioned the comic, and I'm like, okay, this doesn't make sense. So I guess that was in the video, but like I didn't see the video because it wasn't even up by the time I saw it. But
I did notice too the.
And then
I was curious
he took away
Brett's
that
doing...
pinned comment. He changed it to just like watch my shows.
Yeah, he changed a bunch of stuff. He changed the thumbnail. I don't know if at what point you guys saw it, but at one point it was my normal profile picture. Then he changed it to a picture of Satan.
So I saw that.
Yeah, I did notice that you're like the devil on it.
And now it's something different. Like, he just keeps changing it.
So this is what I was going to ask about, because I did a little more research on Brett, right? After like my first interaction and first time being probably first and last time kind of being burned by that guy, where it was just like, what a weird thing, where it's like I was pretty clear in that discussion where I was like, hey, I'm a Christian, I'm literally doing a comic about, it's like my testimony, right? Like it's
right.
And then like,
you're a real Christian.
Well, I'm sincere about it, right? And then like his first video recapping our discussion was like, then this secret atheist comes in, and I'm like, secret atheist?
I forgot that he said that.
What planet? Like, to me that was really weird and super dishonest. And then like the mischaracterization of like the entire conversation from there, but just that first point of being like, oh, this is like super bad faith, and then ever since then, I read up on him and was like, oh, there's a lot of stuff. I even realized that one of the things I said in the debate might have triggered him because it was hitting home on something I wasn't even aware of before I talked to him. Because I think I said something about...
Did you stop beating your wife or something?
No, I said something in Romans about hucksters, like being called out. And
you said something about manatees, and I was wondering that was so weird that Josh said that. And then I'm finding out.
Hey, I will never talk crap on manatees. They're great creatures. I just would say there's a couple manatees that are a little strange. Well, there's a particular manatee that has some strange behaviors. But so then I found the lore and the manatee and like all the fun craziness.
Right.
And then from there, it's like, but anyhow, the one thing I'm still not super familiar. So is that kind of his MO? Is like he'll just sort of do these attack videos and then delete them?
I don't know, because it just kind of depends on what angle he's trying to play.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's pretty common.
That's a strange one. And what is the purpose of that? To like unsettle people, or is it just that he has like no filter? Because I don't know. Like the thing that's weird to me is he intentionally that way, or is he just like, I don't know. Yeah.
He can't control himself.
Yeah, that's a bummer.
Is it like he gets like a spring of consciousness and like, I should delete this?
Because I feel like, you've been pretty charitable to him from what I've witnessed,
Well, I have, because he and I had really, really hostile interactions in the early years of YouTube, like really bad. And my tactic was to try to just be cool with him so that on both sides we would be like we wouldn't be attacking each other. And for a majority of the time, it kind of works, sort of. I don't know. It's at this point, it's not really working.
Yeah.
But
it's too bad because it is interesting when you guys did have your discussions on your stream.
yeah,
It was fairly interesting, and actually, I think painted him. I think those were some of the best light you'll ever be able to view him in. Like, were those conversations on your stream where he
right. That's
actually
the good side of Brett Keane. That's what I try to tell people.
Yeah.
It's like everyone sees the dark side, and they see the criminal record, and they see the attack videos, and Brett responding to attacks. And I know a lot of that firsthand, like
Yeah.
very well. Like I knew him very well, and he was one of my worst enemies. Like back in the day, like he attacked me hard and relentlessly for years. But I also know this other side of him that's like when you're not attacking him and when you are on good terms with him and you're just kind of hanging out and having a conversation, he has this other side to his personality that most people don't really get to see, you know?
Yeah. Well, it's a shame. I think it's a shame he burns those bridges.
You almost sound like a battered ex-wife, Adam.
I know it
He has
is.
a
It
good
really
side.
is.
Yeah, he has a good side. I promise. You just got.
It does kind of seem like pretty typical abuser behavior, where it's like, yeah, you're really friendly and you put on the charm, and then like half of it is like, because I saw his attack video where he took a lot of the conversations you had in like good faith, like really sincere conversations where you were pretty vulnerable, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
And then it's like everything brought up was used as an attack, and I was like, ooh, that's kind
Yeah.
of brutal. And then that kind of quells. It's sad. I don't know. It's sad to me when I see people in general do that kind of thing. Not just him, but you know, it quells like the possibility to have like a good faith discussion with someone. You know, because like once you've, what is it about trust? I forget. There's like an old saying about it, but it's basically like once you've kind of burnt trust with someone, it's really hard to gain back, if not
Yeah.
impossible.
Yeah.
So
That's the
it's
thing is
kind of-
we don't trust each other, so it's like even if we have these truces and stuff, it oftentimes just degrades into that because it's like if I am having a conversation with him, I kind of know ahead of time that he's sort of saving things up to attack me with later or secretly recording something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I know 5 steps ahead what his patterns are,
Yeah.
and it's just like I don't know. We both kind of go through these. Well, we have in the past gone through these cycles of just repeating a lot of the similar patterns. And it is very similar to like abuse where it's like, well, I'm kind of letting him off the hook so that he stops attacking me, basically.
Well, and I will say, I mean, you know, this is just me being frank, but it does make for really interesting content. Like
It does too, yeah.
Um,
We both get so bored, and we both. The other thing about Brett that I like, that one of the things I do like about Brett, you guys know this about me. I like to have very, very long conversations. I like to go for 16 fucking hours, and Brett will go as long as you want to go, and he'll get up the next day and keep going. Like Brett will talk to me for as long as I will talk. So
Yeah.
we'll both just talk. We won't stop talking.
Yeah, and it does make interesting content. So there's that. I mean, you know.
Yeah.
So weirdly enough, even if you told Brett like, "Hey, why I'm doing this is like for content," like that's not actually a bad thing. Like that's, I mean, it's not always great, but it's like, hey, if that's a way to kind of generate that stuff, because I think he's doing it for content. So
Well, that's
like,
the problem too. Is we interact on these live streams and on YouTube channels. So it's like, yeah, we kind of have this motivation too to like gather content, and it really feeds the rivalry if you do get into one. And it's just like, I don't know. Right now, it's really hard for me to just be like, I don't want to respond to anything he says.
Yeah.
I just want to go my separate ways. If he says something, I'm just not going to say anything. It's really hard right now to try to do that, but that's at this point what I'm going to try to do.
I hope I'm not taking you out of that. Like,
Oh no, that's all right.
being a bad
I mean,
influence on you, Adam.
No, you're good.
I just I have a side of me that enjoys gossip, which I probably shouldn't, but you know, I'm human.
Oh, and there's nothing wrong with you like promoting the comic. He makes it sound like there's this big nefarious spot.
Again, I think
Ken
it's hilarious.
We all do it. Like we all promote.
It's such a weird
Ken
thing.
Hovind kept saying like, oh, yeah, and Dinosaur Adventureland in Alabama. So you
Yeah,
kept
buy the
promoting
DVD set and all this
the park.
stuff. Like,
Yeah,
Yeah. I
so it's natural. Like it wasn't like, oh, how dare they, those hucksters?
I
Yeah,
think
but
I think it's hilarious and awesome, and I think that might be a good tactic, Adam, to promote your work. Is do like
go on
really
atheist
contentious debates,
debates.
but just at the beginning be like, I'm a cartoonist and I draw things. Yeah, buy them here, and then get into the debate. Because
yeah,
also, if you do well in it, it sort of delegitimizes your, like you were saying, if we're sitting here drawing and we're getting into the debate and we're happening to smoke somebody in a debate, that what does that say about the person debating? you know
right, right.
it's
It's
like
kind of like beating someone with one hand tied behind your back type of thing.
yeah, I was gonna say it's almost literally that, right? Because we have one hand like drawing, and
Let me
yeah,
draw it out for you real quick. Yeah.
I like
I've
that.
been thinking about that, but then it's like, oh my gosh, this is so stressful, all this stupid drama. It's like, do I want to ever do anything like this ever again? Because this
Yeah,
one guy was like, I did bring up in the discussion that I don't believe in the Big Bang Theory and there's some issues with it. And this guy was like kind of challenging me on this. So I may end up getting into a discussion with someone who is, I don't hardly know the guy, but he seems like a reasonable person. He's not like one of these
yeah.
uh, dramatic, like crazy. I don't know, whatever. But
You know what's funny though? Like,
I'm thinking about that.
I don't know if Kent Hovind realizes, but like the Big Bang is not a bad support for creationism. So like
Right.
running away from that or moving away from that is actually like, I think a detriment to your own argument. Like
I think Kent
as a
Hovind
believer.
believes that
But
believes
he
in
live- he-
expansion. He believes
Yeah,
in
yeah.
expansion.
Yeah.
I think he believes in aspects of the Big Bang Theory.
Well, he definitely also thinks in like that there was like an underground well of water
Mm-hmm.
that covered. Yeah, it was interesting. It's I found it funny because it's like I would probably end up arguing a lot on it, but what I'd be more interested in, like if I had a conversation with somebody like that, I probably want to stick to more theological discussions
Sure. Yeah.
because I think I'd be interested in hearing like why like he's so rigid on it, and I'm guessing it might have something to do with like my one theological problem with my own kind of conclusions so far,
Well, I didn't take from what you're saying that you necessarily want to talk to the guy, but they are hosting discussions and debates like multiple times a week.
I don't know
Like
if
they-
I trust. Here's the problem: I would want to do that in a forum where I could trust that what I said wouldn't be edited or taken
Right,
off,
right, right.
off the channel.
I
that
don't
it's
know
hosted
what
on.
the forum is that is trustworthy, but there is like I think if you, there's one place they're doing a lot of discussions. It's called like Standing for Truth or something like that, where it's much more. If you're coming in as a Christian and you're like two Christians having a discussion on differences of opinion,
Yeah.
I think it would be much less where you're being censored or edited out and stuff.
Yeah,
But I don't know.
except
I've heard
I-
that channel also is like censoring a lot of stuff.
Yeah, and you got to remember. See, I was already called not a Christian because I dared to disagree with a certain vote.
Right.
So there's Christians, and then there's Christians who are like disclude you from Christianity because you voted a certain way. So yeah,
But yeah, Kent, like he will
Kent's
pretty
probably-
much debate anyone, and he'll
Yeah.
even come. Like if you wanted him to come on your channel this weekend at 7 o'clock and have a discussion, he'll be there.
that's interesting.
He's just
I don't
like
know if I
on.
want him-
He's like scheduled on tour to just do it nonstop, basically.
That'd be interesting. I don't know. I mean, I did. He was interesting. I'd be kind of curious. Yeah, I gotta. It's see. I wonder if you have this too because like that guy literally does this all the time, right?
Oh, yeah, he's been doing it for decades too.
Yeah. So did you have like a mild bit of nerves before, even if he's like not really super? And I'm not trying to insult him or whatever. I don't think in like the debate sphere people are like fearing this man. But I think like for somebody who doesn't engage in like public debate a lot, like to take on anyone who's been doing it for a long time is a little nerve wracking. Like, was that a little nerve wracking because it's been a while for you?
I mean, probably as nerve wracking as like do an appearance on the Artcasters or something, like there's going to be an audience, they might, you might slip up and say something wrong or something, but not like especially like not any more nerve wracking than a sort of public thing that a lot of people are going to watch.
Yeah, that's true. Okay.
I guess it was nerve wracking because of the drama with Brett and stuff, like the possibility of just, I don't know, it could have been a setup where they're just like, he's actually going to attack me and play some, I don't know, some attack video. I didn't know.
Yeah, I was wondering what Brett told Kent, because Kent thought he was going to be debating atheist.
Do you think he was just mad that you didn't react and you were just kind of cool in the video?
No. Brett and I got really angry at each other about something specific. It was actually
It
was me?
Was
it over me? Were you defending my honor, Adam?
It actually was, Josh. It had to do with going back to that discussion where he was on my live stream, and we were like this is the thing. Brett apologized to me about that.
Huh.
But he clarified afterwards. This is the thing, is he kind of made a blanket statement that he apologized. But then later he clarified, I didn't apologize about that. I apologized about this. And I was like, what? I was like actually really surprised. Like, he was like, I don't know. It was just so stupid. Like, I really don't understand why he got so mad from that discussion.
Yeah, I don't either. Although I think it might have had something to do with the... I forget. I don't know why. I think it's because I had been reading Romans that morning. But there's like a specific passage in Romans that I think I mentioned in it that had to do with like not defrauding people. And I
probably thought that you knew all about his history and stuff.
In a petty way, it did sound like a huge dig, like a personal dig. Although, to be honest, I'm kind of like you, Adam, where I don't like to go to ad homs. But if somebody goes there, I have this really dark side of my personality where I'll just start firing. Like,
that's what I'm trying. That's the thing that's stressing me out, Josh. Is I could go fucking nuclear on these people if they push me too far, and I don't want that to happen. Like,
and the problem is that can make for really bad optics for you, like not just for them, because it's like
and a lot of people will see it, and it'll be the thing that people see when they type in your name. That's what's stressful about all of this. It's like, we got Brett Keane making all these videos lying about me and revealing all this personal stuff I told him, and like slandering me, and it's like that's going to be one of the first things people see when they type in my name.
Oh my
and then when they find the videos where we're talking about Captain Anarchy, like, it's gonna.
Yeah, well, that's where like Captain Anarchy is just gonna take off like an airplane and bring us all to the multi-million-dollar movie deal that is Captain Anarchy.
But maybe I'm fighting too hard against it. Maybe I should just embrace it and go with it, and I could be one of the biggest YouTube stars of all time, because it's just like that stuff you can so quickly grow your channel.
Like, I think that if you're going to engage that way, I would set your own... Okay, we got to talk about this in a second, because I got to disappear for like 30 seconds. But I would say I'd set your rules of engagement for yourself. Because the second you set like an ethical line, that's like a standard that you won't cross, if you hold that, you're going to set yourself apart from pretty much most debate lords. And the ones that I've seen excel, that don't become just memes, tend to do that. They hold an ethical line. It doesn't have to be a super crazy one, but it's like if you have rules of engagement that you won't allow yourself to go beyond, I think that that'll help you navigate it if you go that route. That's what I would recommend.
That's true, but I don't have self-control. Like, I can't, especially in a live stream. It's like I've said so many things that I wasn't trying to say. Like the 5 specific things I was trying not to bring up I'll be sitting there talking for 10 hours about those topics exclusively, because I just can't. It's almost like a Tourette's syndrome or something, where it's like the thing I don't want to bring up most specifically is the thing that I keep freaking bringing up.
By the way,
I can't control. I run my mouth. I can't filter what I have to say.
By the way, I'm sorry. I'm just seeing the humor in that. So is that there's flowers at a graveside?
Oh,
There's
yeah.
a head popping up, and then he takes the flowers.
Yes.
I love it. I love the timing of that. The pacing of the humor is great.
Uh,
Because at first
this,
you're almost thinking like maybe he left the flowers, and then it's like no, he's taking them.
yeah, this is actually this artwork is from a really long time ago, and this is like one of the only things that it was like I'll just use the original artwork and kind of color it and touch it up. But this is like page one of like this Actually, I think you saw me working on this one a while back. This is like the
sweet.
setup for that. Like he swipes the flowers from the graveyard, and then he's like, it's kind of convoluted, but it's like he's married to a cactus, and he's bringing her flowers from the graveyard, and just I don't know. It's one of the very first comics I ever did, and it's kind of like
Super goth, Adam. Super goth.
I guess it's like very random. My sense of humor back then was a lot more random,
Yeah.
which I don't really find funny. Most random stuff anymore.
Yeah.
But I know that other people liked this one and just sort of the simplicity and the pacing of it. So it's like
The timing on that bit with the stealing the flowers is pretty hilarious. Just because of it's mainly the timing that makes it funny. The way you're presenting it. And it's the fact that you didn't show the full face. It's like that peeking over the corner.
I guess it is funny.
The only way you could extend that humor is to have like his face disappear for a panel, and then slowly rise up again.
I actually did that where I did another version where it was like a couple more panels, and it's just I don't know. This works the way it is, and really it's this way too. I kind of try to stack them more like two on top and two on bottom, and it's just this is what works. It's like one comic strip.
I dig it.
So like the whole page is just this one comic strip like this. And the rest is just white space, basically.
Well, Adam, if you ever get into like the debate lord space stuff, I might end up drag a little bit in there with you because I enjoy
Dude, that would be so fun if like you and I were like the two comic book debater guys.
But I can't do hard, heavy, crazy drama. I just can't.
Yeah.
I think I'd just get too angry.
Well,
but
you have more of like a
admit,
professional life and a family. Like, I have a family, but
I have more to lose, I guess. But still, I do enjoy that. I enjoy engaging and mentally crossing swords with people. It's pretty fun. I'll be right back. I wanted to give you guys the opportunity to promote your work and stuff like that. So let everybody know where you're going to find all of my amazing I'm just kidding. Let them know where you're going to find your comics and stuff like that. So, okay, I'll be right back.
Frank, you want to do yours first?
Sure. You can go to Salazar Art Nation on YouTube, and you can find my channel, and any video in there has a link to all my stuff, including my Etsy store, my Gumroad if you want to get digital comics. Right now on my Etsy store, I only have the mini bundle for now. But if you want to get the other stuff, it's my Gumroad. And I also have a Teespring store if you want to get some shirts and other stuff on there. I think mugs, and there might be some stickers too. Yeah.
Cool, yeah. And Frank, the cover to your new thing looks awesome. Have you debuted that?
No, just the one of the works in progress, which was like all grayed out and just had some sketch, but not the full color.
Yeah.
And actually, I made a post about it. I think it was today or yesterday, saying that as soon as I get more pages colored, like closer to, I think I said like 220 or past the 20 pages, because it's 27 pages in total, then I'll probably be showing it a little bit more. But I did say, unless you can also just ask me, so I'll show it to you in private. But no one has messaged me, so yeah.
All right, if you guys are fans of the failed fruit oranges, go check out Frank's work. I'm just kidding. I'm gonna use that oranges as a continuing thread throughout the stream. Oranges versus apples, guys. And if you're watching this, let us know in the comments section which you prefer, oranges or apples, and make a salient, passionate defense of your position. Maybe even attack each other in the comments about apples and oranges. I don't get a ton of comments on these, but that would be funny if there was like some crazy comment war about apples and oranges.
And we want to see the references. You got to cite your references.
Yeah, exactly. Be like, there's a spot on, let me take you to the section on my website about, okay, now I'm going to sit here and read from Wikipedia for 10 hours while you sit back and nod your head and then you read from Wikipedia for 10 hours. That's what debate is. I'm so cruel by saying that.
Well, I know there were like some homeless man littering the countryside with apples. That's why apples are just trash.
Hey, look, let's not besmirch the grand reputation of Johnny Appleseed here, okay? I mean, that is classic American folklore. What, are you not American, Frank? It's going to get into the ad hom territory there.
Yeah.
I love it. You're like, that is a blatant ad hominem attack. I don't appreciate my patriotism being besmirched by an apple-loving hippie. Anyhow, so so Adam, how is life? How's everything going for you, buddy? How's your like book 2? When do we see that? It feels
I think
like you finished it.
Well, I got the cover done finally. I ended up repainting that thing multiple times. So I spent a lot of time doing that. I still have, like, I needed to finish this. This is very close to being done. I have one more page that I need to color. And then I really just need to go through and kind of touch up everything. It's going to take a while still. And there's one more thing it's actually, I don't know, I think I thought I was a lot closer. And then it's like, well, there's this and there's this and there's this. But there's one more thing that... So I realized, since I do a family-friendly version and an uncensored version, one of the things I'm doing is, so some of the pages of this comic, for the uncensored version, the family-friendly version, I just have to take out like multiple pages of comics. So for the family-friendly version, I wanted to do a couple additional pages for that version, since I'm taking out some content.
Adam, I just thought of like a meta joke that I don't think you could pull off because it probably wouldn't sell a lot of comics. But I think it would be hilarious if every issue you release, the family-friendly issue just gets short by like 2 pages each time.
It just gets shorter and shorter.
Finally, the family-friendly is just literally a cover. It's just a postcard.
It might get to that point. Because some of my later stories, I'm thinking like, man, I'm going to have to either like just totally redraw multiple scenes of this, or I'm just not going to be able to do it. I don't know. It'll be interesting. But I did this sort of rough draft for what I want to do for the this couple pages of additional content for the family-friendly version. And it's kind of just Ted is like addressing the audience and telling them, hey, you know, the other version has these extra pages, so I'm filling in time for these additional couple pages. And he just kind of puts on a little performance for everybody.
Oh, I like it.
Okay,
So it's just like a fun little additional thing.
So, am I wrong in thinking that Ted would probably be a real big fan of the Kendrick Lamar song where he says "Top of the Morning" like 40 times?
I don't know if I know that song.
It's worth looking up. At some point, just look up "Top of the Morning" Kendrick Lamar. It'll be stuck in your head for like 4 weeks.
What kind of music is it?
So it's hip hop, but like, okay, here's the thing: don't judge Kendrick Lamar by that song, because it's not his best. But it is hilarious, and it will get stuck in your head for like 5 weeks. Because there's a break in it where he literally just says "Top of the Morning" over and over again for like 5 minutes.
Oh, interesting.
He just goes "Top of the morning, top of the morning, top of the morning," and then he keeps going beyond it at all being a hook, and it's kind of amazing. I love it. But it'll get stuck in your head where you'll just be sitting around going "Top of the morning, top of the morning." It becomes like a mantra. But anyhow, Kendrick Lamar, though, like if you like I don't know if you're at all a fan of hip hop, but if you're a fan of like old school hip hop, like the kind of hip hop I like is mainly like the '90s era like stuff, and then like maybe early 2000s, like Wu-Tang Clan, 36 Chambers, Tribe Called Quest, like Low End Theory, like that kind
Oh,
of
I might
stuff.
not like. Is that sort of the style of rap that he does?
So his is like an evolution of that, but very West Coast.
Oh,
But
okay. I was gonna say I don't really like besides the really early stuff from like the '80s and stuff. I don't like I don't like the East Coast rapping style that much.
oh, okay, because I was all about East Coast. I loved it. He's interesting because he kind of he's like an evolution of rap, like to me.
Okay.
But he doesn't do the mumblecore stuff. That's like the kind of thing that I really can't get into with hip hop nowadays. But he does like, so if you want to check him out for real, check out Good Kid, Mad City. That's probably
Okay.
that's probably the best intro album for him. And what's weird is you have to kind of do the whole album. You can't just do one song. If you judge
okay.
it by one song, you won't like it.
Okay.
But if you start from like start to finish, it's like this masterpiece. It's insane.
That's
I don't
what
know,
I
I
say about
think
my comics. So if you check out
That's true.
Katningao's Masco Man, issue 1, you might not like it, but if you check out 2 and 3, you'll love it.
It all starts making sense, and you understand that Frank is building a masterwork here, you guys. But yeah, it is one of those albums where it's like he plays
You gotta listen to all of
characters.
it.
He plays characters on it, so it's like
Okay. I may have
Oh,
heard this
okay.
and I just didn't know that that's what it was called because.
yeah,
What's it called again?
Good Kid, Mad City, and it's
Good Kid, Mad City.
yeah, it's pretty potent and impressive, but he's I'd say like he's the only kind of new guy in hip hop that I'm like really into. And then his album Damn is pretty amazing. He did the soundtrack for Black Panther.
Oh, okay.
Oh, did
So
he?
yeah, all the hip hop in that is him. So that's cool. But yeah, he's really good.
Cool. Yeah.
I'll give
I'm
it
actually.
that.
I play rap music on my streams all the time. I'm a really big fan of rap, like G Funk and gangster rap from the like early to mid '90s.
Yeah,
But I'm very particular. Like there's just a very specific
vibe.
vibe or style or certain people that I like, and like by the time you get to the late '90s,
By the way, Adam,
there's
because
close
of
to
the
nothing that I like.
because of the fact that you and I are both like super white, when you talk about rap, you should talk about it like the hip hop music. That's the voice that we should. No, I'm just joking. But you should be like, I am a fan of the rap music.
Yeah. Well, like when you were younger, you were like a skater kid, right? Like a
Yeah,
punk
totally.
kid. I was like a hip hop kid. That was like the style. Like
But
that
see,
was
the
my
weird-
group of friends.
The weird thing was, all my friends who were like skate punk guys like loved hip hop. Like
Right. Right.
it's like there's this weird crossover, especially in
Yeah.
the territories of like there was an album like Nas that was written that was like the jam at the time. That was a masterpiece at the time. There's a lot of like really good albums from that era. I mean, Raekwon was doing these like solo albums that were just like mind-bendingly good. And then you have like Hieroglyphics with like Deltron. Like, oh, anyhow, sorry. I'm
I think
rambling.
you have a different taste than I do, but
Like Black Delicious, like the ABCs.
isn't most of that stuff like East Coast rappers?
Yes, it's my preference.
Okay, yeah. It's not like a East Coast West Coast rivalry thing. It's just I just don't. It's just a very different type of style.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way with punk rock, weirdly enough. Like most of the punk that I like really connected to was like the DC scene and like New York punk. Like California punk, like the Germs and stuff, I wasn't as like into, you know.
Yeah, I don't know enough about punk, but even I love Tupac. Tupac is one of my favorite
Yeah,
musicians.
Tupac's rad.
But his early stuff, like Tupac started out as an East Coast rapper, and he had the East Coast style, and it's kind of like I am not really much of a fan of most of his earlier stuff.
Oh, interesting.
Until he starts getting into more of a West Coast style to it.
I do like Dre a lot, and I think that this is something that might interest you in Kendrick too. He's kind of like the new guy that Dr. Dre kind of flagged as like, this is the guy. Like, and he's from Compton, so he's like legit West Coast. Like,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but the style is very fluid and interesting and experimental.
Yeah, there hasn't been, there's some like Outcast or something every once in a while has music that I'll listen to, but
Outcast was so good, but that's
most
like
stuff
that's a whole
after the
different,
late '90s, I just am not. It changed. The style changed so much, and I
Yeah.
just don't like the style.
Yeah.
Even like rappers that I liked, it's like as time went on, their style changed to where I just don't really like it.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I kind of feel the same vibe on that, although I do prefer the kind of East Coast like raw stuff, you know.
Yeah.
And then like I do, I did really dig Outcast like Aquemini, and then like of course like Love Below and all that. Like of
Yeah,
course, yeah. I mean that's classic. But that's like barely even a hip hop album. That's just like a crazy art house experimental album, you know, which I love. But yeah, anyhow.
But yeah, some of the rap artists that I like the most. Yeah, that's white for you, right? Rap artists.
Yes,
Some of
of
my
the rap
favorite
artists.
rap artists of the early '90s. Tupac, Eazy-E, N.W.A., Snoop Dogg, Warren G. Some of the
Nice.
kind of obvious stuff. Other stuff. There's this guy that.
Hey, those
there's this
first few Snoop albums, dude, are amazing.
Yeah, same with Snoop. Like after a while, like he's changed his style. It's of no interest to me whatsoever.
Yeah, he almost started sounding like a parody of himself, you know, which honestly I don't blame him for. It's like there's a lot of money in that, but I also have a partiality to Snoop because I used to live in Long Beach for so long. Like,
Okay.
it's just like you can't not like there's certain like Long Beach things, you know. Like I'll admit to even like kind of liking Sublime specifically from living near Garden Grove. So I'm like there's I mean it's like douchey music, but it's like I'm connected to it, you know.
Yeah, it's kind of a
Much
guilty
like
pleasure.
an Apple lover.
Yeah, that's true. Like an Apple Lover, but Santeria is a great song, you know. Although dude probably was not a good guy to hang out with.
But yeah, there's this rapper named Mac Mill from back in the day. Not to be confused with Mac Mall or Mac Miller. He did these like Arabian raps. I always thought he was an
crazy.
Arabian guy, but he's not Arabian. That was like his persona that he took on or something. But like some of his rap songs he like has. I don't even know if it's in Arabic, but it's either Arabic or like fake Arabic.
Okay.
But it's sort of it's pretty obscure, but like that's some of my favorite rap. Like
That's awesome.
this like desert beat, and he's just like rapping all these like Arabian lyrics. I don't know. You kind of would have to hear it, but
Were you ever
that's
into
one
like
of my favorites.
Far Side, or is that too East Coast still?
I don't know. If it's East Coast, I probably didn't like it. Like the only East Coast that I can even think of is besides earlier stuff, just the early foundations of rap when it was first starting.
Yeah.
Would be like some Notorious B.I.G. or Biggie Smalls songs, like some of his really popular songs I liked.
Got it. Do you like the Beastie Boys?
Kind of take it or leave it. I mean, some of their stuff is all right.
Early Beastie Boys, I can't.
I kind of
stand,
like.
but
I kind of
love
like them
later
as
Beastie
like I kind of
Boys.
like their persona. I'm not a huge fan or anything.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't make the argument that they're like these exquisitely talented MCs or anything, but I really enjoy the Beastie Boys, especially like License to Ill and Paul's Boutique. Like, oh, I those are my jams. But that also makes sense with like the punk crossover, right? And also they were kind of like in that New York, you know, early scene. And they were a lot more legit than like Blondie when she was trying to call out Fab Five Freddy, you know, like, which is one of the worst hip hop atrocities ever made. That song, I can't stand Rapture. Sorry, if somebody likes that.
I don't know the reference. Sorry.
So Rapture is like this song by Blondie that you've definitely heard. Like,
Yeah,
played
yeah.
it like, and she did this like she was kind of around in the New York scene when like art houses were starting to pay attention to like hip hop.
Mm-hmm.
And so she met Fab Five or the Fabulous Five or whatever, right? And was like, I'm gonna give you guys a shout out in my song, like. And then yeah, she does. in a hip hop song that she made, and it's terrible. Yeah, so it's Rapture. It's yeah. Anyhow,
Frank is a big MC Hammer fan, right, Frank?
I know one song.
Or is it just that one song?
MC Hammer is too legit to quit. You can't.
I like a couple of songs, but like there's only one that I know.
We talked about this because Frank,
Yeah.
remember we talked about the Addams Family had a
Yes, so
rap.
I like that one song.
Yeah.
And I downloaded after that conversation. So and they're like, oh yeah, I do remember this song. Adam's Family. Adam's Family.
See, I was definitely like a snotty kid until in like about rap, where I thought it was terrible and stuff like that when I was really, really young. And then I had a friend who was like a hip hop head pull me aside and be like, "You don't like rap. What do you think about hip hop?" And I was like, "What?" And he's like, "There's a difference, and kind of schooled me on it. And then like taught me a little bit of the history of it, and then introduced me to like a ton of like classic hip hop albums, and I was like, oh, this is like I've misjudged this whole genre. So it's like, to me, actually, one of the things I love about hip hop is it's great to work to. It's like excellent art to like kind of zone out and just like work on art to.
Yeah, I've noticed that on streams. It's like I want to listen to rap music a lot more than I realized.
Yeah.
Like I don't think I really recognize that as something that as a pattern, that I put on. Like I especially put on rap music when I'm like penciling comics, or like I just need like a boost of energy, before I get into more of a flow state where I'm just kind of in the zone with something a little more ambient or something,
Yeah. And I mean, my favorite genres and go-tos are generally like rock and roll, folk, and punk rock, but like, yeah, every once in a while we get some trip hop or hip hop in there.
Corey Kerr says Skilo was where it was at for me in high school. Yeah, I only remember the one song. Isn't that Skilo? I wish I was a little bit taller.
Oh,
I think that was the only song I ever heard by him.
I wish I was a little bit taller.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh, I was gonna. Wait, I did take a break, but I have to take another, so I'll be right back.
All right.
I don't know if you noticed this, but like every once in a while I have these moments where like my inking is not on point, and I'm like, I have to step away for a second. It just happens.
Like just so you can see it with a fresh pair of eyes or something, or for your hand-eye coordination.
No, just to like reset.
Okay, yeah.
So.
Yeah, I'm actually sort of working on some rap songs at the moment, where it's been this sort of on and off project between some friends of like rap songs about Nintendo games and just references from the 90s and stuff.
Okay.
But it's kind of like something that I started with a friend, actually a couple friends, and then we just didn't really get along about it, and they just kind of were not very reliable to collaborate on projects with.
Nice.
But it's like, I don't know, it's stuff that I might just try to pick up and finish myself or work with other people on. But I was like practicing rapping this like Tupac song, because some of it is like I would take a Tupac song and just like change the words to be about Mario Brothers or something.
Nice.
Yeah.
But then it's like I try to freaking rap the song and it's so freaking hard.
Hip hop's insane. Like I have a really good friend who's an English professor who did hip hop, like
Oh, yeah?
for a long time before he became an English professor, which is hilarious to me because now he's like more known as like a theology guy. Like he writes like some pretty like bestseller like theology books that are pretty heavy. Like, but he was in like an underground hip hop band.
Oh,
like,
wow.
And like held his own live and stuff. It's crazy because it's like he's not. You wouldn't think it, He lives in like Oklahoma now, Like he's like.
Yeah, that's something that's
Yeah.
I think is fun. Is like if people didn't know that you could rap,
Yeah.
or that you're into rap, and then you just start suddenly rapping really well, it just seems like it would be sort of a hidden talent,
Yeah, I don't know. Like that's the thing. I've never been able to do it. Like I can rap along with the song that I've listened to a bunch of times, but I can't freestyle. If I were a rap musician, I'd probably be much more along the lines of the ones that have to write all their lyrics and then
Yeah.
kind of read them when I record them. Um, my problem is also my memory's not keen enough. you know.
Well, the rappers I know, that's what they do. Like I mean, the rappers that I've met, they're good at freestyling, but in the studio, yeah, they're writing stuff down, and they'll do take after take. Like they'll do little sections at a time and stuff,
Yeah.
And get it just right. Like I actually
Yeah.
grew up with a lot of really good, talented, like actual gangster rappers, like gangsters
Yeah.
that were legitimate gangster rappers. That's why I thought it'd be so fun. Like I don't know if you're familiar with the nerdcore genre.
Yeah, of course.
I thought it would be so cool to do something kind of like that, but with actual gangsters, like actual gangster rappers, like not just nerdy white guys talking about Zelda games.
So this is one of the things I like about Wu-Tang Clan. That like again, I haven't seen like the movie that was based on them or whatever, but my understanding from like, especially if you listen to like the RZA's like solo albums and stuff, he's like one of the biggest nerds on the planet, and it's like they're gangsters, but they're total nerds. Like if you listen to like all of the Wu-Tang albums, they're doing like deep cuts to like strange kung fu movies from like the 1970s, and like they're even sampling from like just like nerdy stuff, and like
I remember
they're
some
talking
of that,
about like
yeah.
Marvel comics and like
Yeah.
they're like a bunch of nerds. Like I kind of love that. And then there are a couple nerds, and then there's a couple guys in there that like would murder you without blinking. So it's like it's a weird group of people, but I think that is one of the. I think that's a good idea, dude, because I do think a lot of like gangster rappers are nerds. Like I think there's more nerds out there than we realize.
Well, the thing is, like, the actual execution of like someone who knows how to rap and knows how to flow, and actually knows how to do a beat that isn't just like, I don't know, just like an authenticity to it. I thought, I don't know, to me, like I have not found any nerdcore rap that I really could like get into, because it was also just like, I like the concept of it. It was also dorky and nerdy, like.
Yeah, I haven't
like,
really gotten heavy into it either.
But I like the idea of combining rap music, rap beats, and the flow of like fast lyrics like that with that style of subject matter, because that's one thing I don't really like about rap music is the subject matter just becomes very boring very quickly. Like you kind of get enough of, it's like enough of this already over and over again, the same kind of bragging and boasting about crimes and stuff. Like,
oh man, you gotta listen to Good Kid, Mad City, because it kind of like evolves from that. Like it starts like a typical kind of hip hop album. And then you start seeing this broader arc, and it's like more of a critique. Check out Good Kid, Mad City. Let me know your thoughts. Check that out. That's your homework, Adam.
Let me actually open up a link and save it because I'll forget.
Yeah,
but I'm really guessing if it does have kind of an East Coast sound to it, it's very likely that I won't like it.
It's a mix because it's Dre. So it's like I'm not kidding. This is like, he was like a kid who was making mixtapes in Compton, and like all of these guys, mainly like all the West Coast guys, were like, this guy is the guy. Like he's the next guy. And he's been in some like pretty like high profile like tiffs with other rappers, but he's like one of those guys who's kind of untouchable.
Okay.
And like just his quality and what he's doing. He also does weird stuff with production that I think you might dig. Like I haven't heard it really done effectively before, where he'll have the track like his his vocals like will slow and speed up. Like he actually will bend the speed of the vocal as he's like rapping. So it'll be like and then go like speed up super fast. But he does it in syncopation with the music. It's really good. It's just crazy. It's interesting. But it's very West Coast. I mean, it's like at least it represents the current West Coast, So, yeah.
Oh, current. Well, that's the thing. If it sounds too East Coast or too current, almost impossible for me.
It
to
sounds
get
like
into.
nothing before, so it'll be interesting to hear your take.
Okay, unless it's like a totally fresh thing. That
it
gives
is.
it a potential to be something I might like.
Yeah, it's like completely new. But what's interesting is it riffs on some of the trends, but you just kind of have to hang in there through the first few. Like you got to do the whole album. So just as a thing, because one track will sound just like a very stupid song about like bragging about drugs and women and stuff, and it'll sound very cliche. And then there's swimming pool. Oh man, there's so many good songs on that. But once you kind of get the whole narrative, it's just like it's amazing. Yeah. Okay.
I'll definitely give it a listen.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I overhype stuff whenever.
No, it's good. I'll check it out.
Yeah, but I was surprised how excited I got by that. Because I don't really connect with a lot of like modern, a lot of what the kids were listening to these days. I don't understand with the rap music. I just realized, like, someone out there on YouTube, if I did start getting in debate beefs, they would just
that'd be a fun debate.
They would make clips of me being like out of context, being like, "Well, I like rap music." Like,
yeah.
You know. Anyhow, I'll be right back.
I'm just kind of figuring out my materials and finding this. I'm looking all over for pages of stuff. Finally found it.
It's cool. I'm just coloring.
Yeah, it's funny that I get so opinionated and passionate about hip hop, you know, because it's not like that's not my go-to of music, but I do like it. Yeah. I feel like other good like what's Miseducation of Lauryn Hill. That was a great album. Fugees, all that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of that was just I saw the music videos when they came out. It wasn't like that I heard the whole album and stuff, but I remember really liking that back in the day.
Miseducation of Lauryn Hill's like surprisingly worth revisiting because I listened to it again a couple years back and like it ended up back in rotation a lot because it's just solid. Let's see here. But yeah, I wouldn't call myself an expert or like a hip hop head, you know. But yeah, if you guys are ever bored, so my friend Alan Noble, it might still be available. He's like a writer. If you look him up right now, it's like he wrote that book. Oh my gosh, You Are Not Your Own, which is like really good book that just came out. And before that, he wrote oh my gosh, why am I blanking out on Alan's books? Because they've been like had a profound impact on me. Oh my gosh, was it? I just blanked out on his first book's name, but you can look it up. Alan Noble. It's incredible. And he also had a band called Sober Minded that was like a Christian hip hop band, but they were good, which is, I know, strange.
But they were good.
So it was like legitimately good, like where they were getting like crazy good underground reviews and stuff, but like of course never went mainstream because they weren't, you know, being like, we're gangsters for God, like, you know, like I don't know. Yeah, it's good stuff, but it's kind of weird because it's like theology in hip hop. It's very strange, but I like it, and it was pretty good stuff. It depends. It may not be your jam because it's way more in that like art house hip hop kind of territory, like J5, that kind of stuff. Anyhow.
Yeah, probably not.
Adam, I want to hear your hip hop album. That would be amazing.
We'll see if it happens. I just kind of have these little sparks of interest, and I work on stuff, and then initially I was mostly kind of doing rap beats on it, and my friend was going to be two of my friends were going to be rapping on it. But
nice.
it's like I still kind of wanted to do it, and I didn't want to use the fact that I'm not a rapper as an excuse. So I might just learn how to rap instead.
Yeah, or you can fake it. I mean, if you can write in cadence, you know, like
I don't know. I don't know if I could fake it. It's really freaking hard. Like even just speaking that fast to me is hard. Well, certain songs, it's like it just depends. But the one I was trying, it was like I can't understand how he does this. It literally doesn't make sense that it's even possible that he can speak this way.
Yeah,
it's like he's doing something different with his mouth or something.
Yeah. It is tough, and I do think there's like tricks to it, you know, but also it's like a skill set. It's kind of like art, where it's like you can't just sit down and like magically draw. Like it requires a lot of practice, and yeah, I don't know. But I do think there's like some bars that you can memorize and like patterns, and but my problem is my memory for words is so low that I wouldn't be able to. I had that problem when I tried to do acting when I was younger. Like I never did well in drama. I could do improv, but like acting in itself, just memorizing like an entire thing, I wouldn't be able to be a comedian either, because I'm like, it's part of why I'm terrible at pitching, you know, comics.
I'm
not good at like telling rehearsed stories. I don't know if that makes sense.
No, that totally makes sense. I think that if I were to try to do like stand-up comedy or something, I probably would have to rely on just trying to tell it fresh each time, like without memorizing an exact script.
Yeah.
Because I don't think I would be able to do things word for word without it sounding really artificial.
Whereas it's funny, some of the funniest people I know, they're so charming like the first 10 times you hang out with them. And then you hang out, and I'm not saying they aren't charming after, but it's like when you hang out with them with other people years in to a friendship, you start realizing like it's a bit. Like
right.
like it's like the same story, and they're crafting it and refining it every time they tell it, but it's like they tell it the same, just with like one or two little points changed. And it's a skill. It's like a social skill, you know. And I do the same thing. I'm not even criticizing it, because I'll tell the same story, you know, to people, because there's interesting things that have happened, right? So you retell it. But I don't have, like, I'm not really good at like the memorizing it part, you know, where like,
right.
Yeah. So that might actually be a weakness in debates too, you know. It's like, I think I'd get bored doing the like, here's slide 5, where, you know, I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, you could have notes and rehearse ahead of time and stuff. Like,
yeah, I mean, even when I was in debate, like that was a weakness of mine. Was I had the strength of like making pretty strong arguments, and but I mean, I think my losing points were I would get very passionate, and so that would either win me a debate or lose me a debate. I don't know if that makes sense.
No, that totally makes sense.
Like, I'd bring a lot of energy to it and a lot of logic to it, but when it came to like prep, like mock trial too, I was pretty good at being on the cuff with some notes and being prepped and stuff like that, but I never could like quite have that like perfect memory for the stuff, you know, with the rote learning kind of stuff. So yeah, that's a strange one. Frank.
Yeah, I'm questioning whether I should do this.
Yeah.
This Big Bang thing.
I just wanted to pull Frank in because I feel bad. Like Frank's been.
Yeah, Frank, how's it going?
Silent like the grave.
Well, I was just thinking about when I was a landscaper and I used to deal with trenches and hose. That's my rap.
What?
I don't know if you guys were aware, but Frank is an ex-underground hip-hop artist in his own right. Captain Goggles was like his MC name.
Did you see what Corey said, Josh? Josh's subtle way of saying he's heard all of my stories.
No. Not at all. Actually, Corey is somebody who tells them fresh each time. He'll tell the same story, but it's like freshly done each time.
He's like, it's just a bit.
Wait, that sounded like a compliment. Let me turn this into an insult real quick. He tells them fresh every time because Corey's not funny. Oh, smack. No, I'm just kidding. Corey is hilarious. Yeah. But I'm telling you, like, the people I've known in my life, like, I used to do comics for this comedian-run comic called The Devastator, and it like a lot of like professional comedians like wrote for it. Like a lot of them were like humor writers and stuff like that. It's some of my favorite people. Like to this day, I still love these people, right? But some of the people who wrote for it were like stand-up comics. So you'd go to like a signing for The Devastator, and it was like awesome, and these people were hilarious and charming. And then the next signing, they were a little less hilarious and charming because you realized this is that bit that they did last time. Like it's the same. It's they're working like they're kind of working on their bit, you know.
Right.
Yeah. So anyhow, rambling. And then there's people like Jim Lujan who are just kind of like, I don't know. Jim's just like always on and always hilarious. I don't know if he cannot be hilarious, you know.
Yeah, it's like a muscle memory or something. I noticed that Jim will just say the funniest thing of all time, and he just moves past and continues on. Like a lot of people that are trying to be funny, they'll kind of, they kind of do it and they wait for the reaction, and then they want that applause or laughter. Yeah. He's just like, he sticks it in there because he thought of a funny joke, and then he just continues on. Like, it's just, it wasn't any, it was completely effortless. He just, as an automatic instinct, is just funny.
Yeah. Yeah, like, I think he would struggle to not be funny, you know? Like, he might have that problem of, like, telling somebody something really serious, and they're like, ha, ha, ha!
Right, right.
You know? Yeah.
I have that issue sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah?
If I need to be professional or really serious about something.
Yeah, I could understand that. Well, it depends, like, especially if you utilize sarcasm a lot. That's always inevitably going to be a problem where people are going to be like, I don't know if you're sarcastic or serious, like, you know what I mean? Yeah, I don't see you being very. I don't know. Neither of you seem very sarcastic though to me.
Oh, I can be sarcastic.
I mean, Frank's sarcastic, yes. Yeah.
I think part of it is like
there's times that I'll say something where I'm serious. People think I'm laughing or joking. Like, oh, that's a good one, Frank. Like, I was like, I'm actually serious, but okay.
I think a lot of my role models, in the literal sense of like, just thinking of examples of where I borrow sort of certain expressions or speaking patterns from, tend to be comedians.
Yeah.
So like if I'm making a phone call for a doctor's appointment or something, like I'm thinking about Norm Macdonald, how he might say something, or the Jerky Boys. You know what I mean? Like those are just like, for some reason, the references that come to mind of just how they would handle, or a Saturday Night Live bit about a doctor's appointment or something. You know what I mean? Those are like the references in my head. So it just has a strong influence on my, I guess, just how I learned to interact in social settings in a lot of ways.
No, I totally get that. I think that I was a pretty socially awkward kid, and a lot of what made my early friends was comic books and Monty Python. And then Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Like, if I met somebody who read Douglas Adams or, like, watched Monty Python or read comics, like, we were instant friends. Like, it was just, like, a thing, you know? I think a lot of my junior high friends, we used to, like, just hang out and quote Monty Python all the time, you know? So it's like, yeah, I definitely, humor is pretty embedded in what I do too. The other thing I've noticed, and I noticed this with Devastator too, a lot of like comedians liked hanging out with me because of the subject matter of my comics. I think like it's weird, but even at conventions, like the people who tend to buy my comics that are cartoonists, a lot of them are doing humor, and yet they're like really drawn to like the kind of stuff I'm writing about. And I think I think it might be that weird like people who are funny tend to also have depression and all sorts of stuff like that. So I think like it's refreshing for them to be like, oh, this person's not having to like make a joke; they're just saying it. You know?
Yeah, there is an interesting overlap because you'll see that with, like, say, Fantagraphics and Drawn and Quarterly. They're going to publish books that are very serious graphic novels and, like, comedy, basically, and humor.
Yeah.
Or like you were talking about Eternal Sunshine earlier. Like, I don't know. I feel like there's just a certain overlap between comedians, like the movie Eternal Sunshine, which is a very serious movie, but it's like has, to me, it appeals to similar parts of my brain that just a comedy would, like a straightforward Jim Carrey comedy would, or like movies in that vein where there is this interesting kind of overlap.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I think there's like a classic statement where it's like, hey, so comedy is like guys walking down the street, doesn't see an open manhole and falls through the manhole, and you see it like, you know, from a distance. Tragedy is guy does all that and then you show the aftermath. Like it's like you actually show like what happened to somebody falling in a manhole and like how they recover from that and all that. You know, like
Yeah,
it's kind of there's a thin line between the two, right?
sure, yeah.
So, yeah.
And I think it's also sort of, to some extent, if you exclude the mainstream genres, you're kind of left with, that's kind of what you're left. If you take out superheroes and other stuff like that, it's kind of like you're left with dramatic graphic novel type stuff, maybe comedy, maybe like, I don't know, romance perhaps, I don't know.
Yeah, and I feel like comedy like touches on a lot of depression and philosophy and stuff, right? Like you kind of, it's like you can't not talk about things as they are. I think that's it too, is like a lot of good comedy really relies on truth.
Yep.
And so it's like, I don't know, it's an interesting connection, but I definitely think there's a connection. I also think if you don't have a sense of humor, you're going to have trouble writing auto-bio work. Because I don't want to toot my own horn, but it's like in Two Stories, I like to think that I'm fairly self-conscious, so I poke fun at myself a little bit in it too. It's like it's not just like this constant sorrow, you know.
Right.
You know, I just finished a sequence where it's like I was riffing on the fact that I was a snotty teenager, and if I weren't able to kind of separate myself from it, and I was just like, I was in the right, like I was the superhero, and like everybody messed with me, like it just wouldn't have that connection, you know. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think there's, I don't know. Anyhow, Frank, what do you think on all that?
I think like Adam and I are similar when it comes to comedy, and some of our influences that come from stand-ups. I know for me, like I watched all the stand-ups I could find on like Arsenio Hall, Dave Letterman, Tonight Show. So like I would record those and I would study those jokes and I would repeat them.
Oh, nice.
Like I'll record them like in an audio tape and I'll listen to them, and so like, yeah.
That's
and
right.
yeah, and I do think funny people have a sadness in them. And that's an outlet. Suckers. I don't know.
That's right.
That's something like that.
Oh my gosh, I have to wash my hands. Do you see this? You see this madness, you guys?
Oh, wow.
I have not been working in a coal mine. I've just been inking. I'm gonna go wash my hands
Working
because I'm starting to have. I had an accident that I rarely have, which is this. You see that? That smudge?
Yeah.
It's a blemish on my heart. So I'm gonna.
All right,
I might have to just wipe that out as we're speaking. Did you call me pilot?
Pontius Pilate.
Nice. Yeah, that's true. I'm handing out 30 shekels, you guys. And I know exactly who will take them. There's 2 streamers online that like to debate Adam. And I think they might have taken that bag of money. All right, I'll be right back. Adam, I think you should go full debate bro though, 100%.
I'm thinking about it. I might be fighting too hard against something that's just very natural.
But I think it's also
it might be
like,
a good outlet for me too, because then I won't be debating in my everyday life as much and like getting into arguments when it's like not called for.
Yeah, that's true. Although it is fun. It's fun to argue. But it's, you know what the balance is? It's just like what's best for your mental health would be the key, you know? I'll be right back though. Okay.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, what is best for your mental health? That's a good way to approach it.
Yeah.
Because all this crap has been really stressful to me.
I've been
But it's
listening
fun,
to
too.
Michael Rosenbaum's podcast on YouTube, Inside of You. So he interviews a lot of celebrities, but they talk about mental health. So, like, it's interesting to see like their point of view and what they do.
That's cool. What is like like it's about psychology and mental health, but they have like celebrities on there talking about their own personal stuff.
Michael Rosenbaum is an actor, and he started his podcast. When he started, it was just like he just wanted to talk whatever, but he found out when he started to open up and talk about personal stuff, it helped him. He started getting an audience. It helped his guests, and they would share. So it just became about talking about mental health.
Cool.
And so yeah, he's had the original Flash from the O2 show. He has a lot of people.
What show are you talking about?
Inside of You with Michael Rosenbaum. It's a YouTube show, but it's also, I think, like a podcast.
Nice. The best podcast I've heard on mental health is one called The Mental Illness Happy Hour. I absolutely love that show. It's, oh my gosh, I'm forgetting the host's name. He used to like host one of those like dinner and movies shows on television. He's a stand-up.
Oh.
Paul Gilmartin,
Okay.
I think. Yeah. And he has just like these excellent, crazy, very candid conversations about mental illness and mental health stuff, which is pretty cool. I also jumped the gun, and so now I've smudged my whiteout.
Oh no.
But you know what's weird? This is kind of the fun. I know it's weird, but it's like I actually like working traditionally for that reason, because it's not perfect and it's not clean. You get a little dirty doing it.
Yeah.
Which feels right. I don't know if that makes sense. It always feels weird when I'm doing digital art and I come out clean. It feels like you're going to war and you didn't fire a bullet or something, you know?
Maybe they'll invent something where
Josh.
it's like you have a tablet and it just like squirts ink all over your hands at certain times.
Yeah, or like it smudges or...
Yeah.
I think Fresco is kind of getting there a little bit. I've never really messed with it, but like I've seen demos where people will watercolor and it has like AI like in the water, so it literally like pools in the water like watercolor.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, like if you had a stylus that literally will like squirt ink out onto your actual hands.
That sounds like a really good cartoon, Adam. I think the squirty stylus would be a good... I feel like, Adam, one thing I would love to see in your comics are like fake advertisements.
Yeah, actually, I've had some planned. Actually, my original issue of Toad Road Comics #1, I was planning on doing that, and then it just ended up slowing things down so much, and I wasn't getting it done, and it was like... I could just tell it's like... But I have stuff planned in the future that I do want to do.
Okay, because I definitely I feel like especially the Ren and Stimpy influence, you know.
Yes, yeah,
That
yeah.
was one of the funnest things about Ren and Stimpy was like, you know, log and sugar frosted. What was it? Sugar frosted. Something frosted sugar lumps. Semi-frosted sugar lumps. That was it. All those like fake ads were great.
Yeah, yeah.
Those comics were great too. They came with like scratch and sniff. Like one of them had like a scratch and sniff Stimpy that smelled like kitty litter when you.
Oh,
It.
yeah, yeah. The Marvel comics that they did.
Yeah, I bought my sister all of those. Like at the time they were coming out.
At first, I thought maybe you were talking about the Spumco comic. There was a couple different comics that they put out.
I think this was like the first iteration.
Right, right. Those are that guy's. I like the guy, Mike. I want to say it's Mike Cazella or something.
The cover artist was great.
Yeah, he. I feel like I really like his style when I see his other stuff, but it's like the way he draws Ren and Stimpy is just. I don't know. It took me a while to get into it because he draws them just in sort of his own style.
Yeah.
And I at first it used to sort of rub me the wrong way, but now I really appreciate how good of a cartoonist he is.
As a little kid, I was the same way though, where like I was obsessed with Darkwing Duck, right?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
And so I would literally buy like the Disney. I can't even remember what it was called. I think it was like the Disney. It wasn't the Disney Afternoon. It was like a Disney Digest that they sold at supermarkets.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
It was like a TV guide sized, you know.
Yeah.
But I'd buy that because they had Darkwing
Disney
Duck.
Adventures, or maybe.
Yeah, I think so.
Those used to have bone in the back.
Yeah, and so like I would buy those specifically for Darkwing Duck, and then I'd always feel disappointed if the Darkwing Duck was like off model as a kid, because it was just like that doesn't look like Darkwing Duck. And now as an adult, I'm like,
canon.
you know, it's like if I look at like Nick Mag, like you look at old issues of Nickelodeon magazine, and you see like Kachalka and like all these like great like
Tony Millionaire or something.
Yeah, and they're doing their riff on a mainstream character, and it's like amazing.
Yeah, that's the best.
Yeah, but as a kid, I would have hated it, you know, because I would have been like, that doesn't look like my guy, you know.
Yeah.
Because I think when you're a kid, you get like so attached to a character more than the artist, you know. It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Or you're attached to a specific artist, but you don't even know who it is, you know. I don't know.
Or just like the neatness and cleanness of something where you don't realize like.
Yeah.
Like a James Kachalka or a Tony Millionaire comic about SpongeBob SquarePants is a million times better than just the neat traced same model SpongeBob you're gonna see in like the standard stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Although we had Vincent DePorter.
Yeah, I was gonna say his stuff was amazing.
He does an amazing, just fluid SpongeBob that's like on model, but it also feels so loose and beautiful. Yeah, I don't know how. I still am mystified by how that guy is not like a multi-millionaire.
Mm-hmm. He's also part of sort of the, at least he was at a point, the sort of atheist debate community at some point.
Really?
Yeah, I think he did some book covers or something for some people.
Vincent DePorter? Is that his name? Yeah, that guy was awesome. Or he is awesome. It's been a little while since you guys have had him on, but...
Yeah, I need to approach him again, because anytime we have him on, him and I will end up talking till like 3 a.m.
Oh, yeah?
Just because he's a very like thoughtful... What's up?
Then Corey and Scott are like, Josh, we have to go.
Oh no, these are like conversations where they take off and it's just me and Vincent just chatting, you know, because like he's just like a really thoughtful, philosophical guy. Like I love that. I love people who think about stuff, you know. Hot take, you guys. I like people who think about stuff. It's my hot take for the day. And you know, have you guys ever noticed that when it's cold, you might need to wear a jacket? Hot takes all day, you guys.
It's a cold take.
That's true. That's more of a cold take.
That is a cold take.
Yeah. Hot take, you guys. When it gets hot, sometimes you'll sweat. Hot takes.
It's like you're reading my mind.
It's true. Hey, here's a hot take, Adam. You can't actually read people's minds.
Well, speak for yourself. This is the thing is, when it comes to psychic powers,
Ooh,
you got to have two people that have psychic abilities.
that's true.
So if I have psychic abilities and you don't, I can't read your mind, even if I'm psychic.
That's a fair point. And it's preferable if those two people have like discussed with each other the process beforehand. Preferably in like, you know.
Now you're making a mockery of everything I stand for.
I like it.
No, I really do feel like I have psychic powers if I could just meet another person that has the same abilities as me. We could telepathically communicate.
Is this sincere? Or
I really do feel like that.
You feel like it, but do you believe that or do you feel like it?
I believe it to the extent that I've sat with certain people for several hours in multiple sessions trying to have telepathic communication. And it becomes frustrating because they're like for example, you get like a notebook and you go in the other room and you try to write what the other person's thinking.
What's on this card, Adam? On my side,
I don't know.
Frank, you're not trying. That's the problem. You need to be projecting it out to him.
I'm projecting it to Adam, but
Mask woman.
you got it.
See, that wasn't psychic powers. That's called guessing.
Well,
That's the thing is people will
this is the only one I have with this back in. I showed this.
Oh yeah.
So
But,
I do believe in nonverbal communication and emotional intelligence, and I believe in the power of Barnum statements. So if that validates or aligns with what you're talking about.
what is it?
So I believe that there's, emotional intelligence can really cause somebody to have heavy intuition about another person that almost feels like a psychic or metaphysical link.
Okay.
I believe that Barnum statements are incredibly effective at like eliciting information that can seem psychic. But I don't know if I've I'm eternally a skeptic, Adam. It's weird. I'm a skeptic and I believe in Jesus Christ, who died for my sins.
Well, you're a skeptic about you're a skeptic about telepathy.
Well, I'm a skeptic about a ton of stuff. It's really weird.
Yeah.
I just can't I actually hate that about myself sometimes. The fact that I can't.
Yeah.
For instance, and this is the thing. I'm not super well read on it, but even with the Big Bang kind of thing, right? I can't seem to separate myself from what I've read on it, where the evidence seems to point that direction. No matter what I hear,
That's fine.
And I'm not saying that's but there's a part of me that it kind of bums me out that I just have trouble. I instantly react skeptically to any bold claims,
Wait, are you saying Big Bang in favor of it or against it?
I don't think the current iteration of the origin works out with Big Bang.
Yeah.
But I definitely think in the formation of the universe, it's still probably the most sound explanation for how the universe was developed. Although I think it was guided,
Okay.
But I don't have the ability to. And I'm not married to it, I'm not bound to it, but I just don't have the ability to not be skeptical of a claim that has less backing. I don't know if that makes sense.
Right, but it's less backing insofar as what you're exposed to.
What I'm currently exposed to, or what I've heard, right? So,
right.
So far, I haven't heard anything compelling enough to change my mind on it. It's the only reason I was bringing that up is with the psychic thing, I react the same way, where I'm a super skeptic of that.
Sure. Well, let me give you a sense of...
If you were on DMT or whatever, or MDMA or whatever it is, MMA, basically, if you did a bunch of mushrooms, there might be a possibility of some kind of psychic thing. There's some suggestions of that from what I've read.
If you were high.
Well, I've definitely talked to people who have explained what they described was they were both seeing the same thing. They were both totally communicating without speaking.
Yes, so that's a phenomenon that's like from what I've read, it sounds like that's a phenomenon that happens quite often on whatever that is. That's like mushrooms,
Shrooms.
psilocybin.
Well, don't you ever get like a feeling like you just wake up, or you just have a feeling of a sense of danger, or you're like you have a premonition like this is going to happen today, or like a dream that comes true, or things like that, where it's like a strong just like kind of like when you're doing art, you get this inspiration that something just sort of comes to you, and it ends up being very profound and ends up happening.
Mm-hmm.
So
I don't, but like here's the thing, like I wouldn't call that prophecy. You know what I mean? So I don't know if that makes sense. Like if I get a feeling that something might happen and then it does happen,
yeah,
I would have to kind of like treat that as, I mean, I think that intuition is a hugely important thing. I think quite often we'll doubt our intuitions as human beings, and it usually leads to danger, you know, right? Like if you're walking out in a parking lot and you get this gut feeling like, hey, maybe I should like kind of head towards like this more lit area. You know what I mean? Like there's things like that are like protective instincts that are really strong instincts and not always good to ignore. Like you can ignore them at your detriment, right? But yeah, I've definitely had moments where there's like uncanniness, or like I definitely think there is something beyond the measurable, you know, with our experience. Like I think beauty is an example of that, where it's like I've experienced beauty and it's not quantifiable. Right. I don't know if that makes sense. It's not something I could write down. It's like a gut ache.
Yeah.
It's hard to explain, but it's like when you watch like a really great movie, and there's just like, it's so, I don't know, there's like this pull, like almost like an absence, like you feel, you know? I don't know. So yeah, I definitely think there's something there, but I don't know if it's psychic, you know?
Well, I'm just using those as sort of examples of stuff that's kind of similar to what I'm talking about. But I think that this is the thing, is I do believe that there probably is something such as psychic abilities or telepathy, and I do think that I'm probably telepathic. I just don't know anyone that's telepathic in the same way, so we can't communicate because we're not on the same mindset, we're not on the same wavelength. But I think that if I was trying to telepathically communicate with you, it wouldn't be possible, because skepticism is like the opposite of telepathy. If you're doubting something or trying to disprove it, it's like the opposite goal of trying to transmit psychic information.
Okay, so by the way, when I'm talking about this, I'm just talking about my viewpoint, so I don't want to sound like I'm like criticizing yours. For me, the
it's fine if you criticize. Like I know that to most people that sounds pretty out there.
Well, no, the skeptic in me is more like, that sounds like a recipe for a charlatan. Like, meaning, like, I've had friends, I have a friend, actually, who just got into the Magic Castle when he was a roommate of mine, right? And he's a guy who was born with, like, one hand, and then his other hand is, like, a fetus hand. Like, he just got screwed in life, like, with his genetics and, like, at birth. And yet he's like a guy who plays guitar better than anyone I know. He invented like his own strap that like holds a pick. He's like one of the most inspiring guys in the world. He used to kick my ass playing basketball when we were roommates. He's just like he's an incredibly cool guy, but he's also incredibly skilled at palming and magic tricks, one-handed. It's amazing. But I will tell you that like, he used to talk to me because he knew guys who did hypnotism and stuff, and like I can't be hypnotized. Like I am like I've been at like hypnotism shows and stuff too, and they're just like, you can't be hypnotized.
Right.
Because I'm a skeptic. You have to be open to suggestion to fall for hypnosis. You know, you have to have a suggestible mind. So
yeah, but do you think that people can be hypnotized? I
think that if you're trying to convince people that I'm not saying you, Adam. I'm just saying if somebody was trying to convince you that there's psychic connections and they're weeding out anyone who couldn't be hypnotized and they're leaving people who are vulnerable and not skeptics, that sounds like a scam. Like, you know
Right.
what I mean?
So I see what you're saying. You're saying like a stage performance of a magician or something. What I'm talking about is
no.
let's
I'm
say,
also talking about like Scientology. I'm talking about like people who prey on
but that's not the
vulnerable.
context that I would be talking about at all.
Oh yeah, okay.
Like I'm talking about if you and your best friend or you and a lover or your wife or something are very close, and you feel a connection and you try to see that you have psychic abilities, so you both go in the other room with a notepad and test it out. I'm not talking about tricking the third party. It would be between you and the other person, so you guys would both know whether it's authentic, because you're not gonna be able to.
There's so many.
In other words, you're gonna know if
though.
you're gonna know if you're receiving a psychic signal, and you're gonna know if you're transmitting it and what they draw is accurate.
There's so many here's the thing, like the nerd in me is like, okay, how is this falsifiable if it's reliant on two people who like each other? How do you rule it out? Like, how do you do a test where you, like, if you do that test with the person who is there, what's your control group to compare it to? Like, you know what I mean? It's just like
I know what you mean, but you can't be psychic in a scientific experiment.
Well, why do you think that is, Adam?
Psychic powers are diffused by measurement like that. Like if you
Okay, but like, you understand, like, as a skeptic, like what my response to like the statement "this can't happen in a lab" would be, right?
I don't know, because I didn't think that you only thought something had to be scientific.
No, I don't. I think it can be philosophical, but I think
like, can you do prayer in a laboratory and prove it, or is it something where if you try to scientifically measure prayer, it might sort of negate the point of it?
Well, okay, so this is a weird thing, and it's a bad example, because prayer has scientific merit. Like, that's the weird thing. I mean, so does meditation, which is kind of weird. But it's like they have measured what it does to the mind, and a lot of people think it's like more of a meditative calming thing. But yeah, it has measurable positive impact on people's.
You gotta go, Frank.
Oh, Frank, hang in there. We don't have to talk about this if this is not your jam. Oh, he just disappeared? Okay, never mind. I feel bad. We lost Frank. I hope he's okay. Do you think Frank is like somebody who, when there's like a disagreement, is like, I'm out?
On certain topics, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So.
Well, I feel bad if we. But yeah, I feel like there is a measurable positive impact that you can actually see, like, you know, in case studies and in labs. And keep in mind, I'm not saying that's like specific to like Christian prayer, but just the act of prayer and meditation.
Huh.
Yeah. I kind of like the idea of psychic, though. That's the thing. I like the idea. It'd be fun if you could. I wonder if you found somebody. I don't know. Like, so far,
I found a couple people where it was like, I was kind of thinking maybe we were onto something. But, and then it's like they do things like they'll say, "Oh, I couldn't guess it right," and it's like, well, we're not playing a guessing game. We're trying to use psychic abilities here, so you're not really understanding. we're not trying to do the same thing. Like, the thing I'm trying to do is not the same thing that you're trying to do.
Got it.
It's not a matter of hoping that you guess right.
Yeah, it would be hard to know how you know when it's. I mean,
it's not hard at all. If you think a specific sentence and the other person feels like it was transmitted to them, and they write it down word for word, and then you go into the other room and they have written down the sentence that you transmitted to them, it's pretty much 100% guaranteed that you have had a connection.
Okay, Frank was saying he actually has to work on a roof in a few hours, so that's why he bailed. So good. I'm glad we didn't offend him. I was worried that we like pushed him away or something. Oh man!
Like, basically, if you could just continuously do that, the other person can't trick you. Like, if you both are trying to Does that make sense? Like, if you both
Yeah,
believe in it, there's not like you're a third party that's like trying to trick you.
it makes sense. Just it's so reliant on the belief, and I've literally been at like sleepovers where people have believed there are ghosts in a room full of people believing there are ghosts, and they'll convince each other of a common ghost story that didn't happen. It's just the belief of it that happened. You know, I'm not saying that's this scenario. I'm just saying like this is probably why if it were real, I wouldn't be able to do it because I'm too much of a skeptic. Like I would instantly think like, okay, even if like I do what you're talking about, Adam, right? Let's say you and I did this test and I really believed it and you wrote down a sentence that I was thinking and it was like word for word exactly what I was thinking, right? What else could explain that? Like there's a million other possibilities that could come into line. Like were we watching the same movie that day? Did we overhear the same conversation?
Right, so you're misunderstanding the goal, though. The goal is not to just guess what you're thinking.
But that's what I'm saying is like even if
you're
I'm
describing guessing again.
No,
you're
no.
making the same mistake as what I'm talking about being
No,
misunderstanding.
because guessing. This is what I'm getting at is like guessing isn't even a part of this of what I'm talking about ruling out. I'm saying that like a lot of the time when people are testing things in a lab, they'll include like especially in like peer-reviewed studies, right? It includes like external factors. So like a good example is like what's the whole thing the medication that everybody was crazy about during COVID that wasn't the vaccine?
Hydroxychloroquine?
No, the other one. I can't remember.
Yeah.
Anyhow, so like all these people were.
Can't remember.
It's probably better not to mention because I don't want to get demonetized.
Oh yeah.
All these people were like freaking out about this specific thing, thinking it was a miracle cure, and they kept citing these studies done in Mexico in a specific region that showed like benefits to like people who took this thing. And they're like, if you look at the people in this region that took this thing, they had better health impacts, right? And they thought that this was like the most significant study in the world. Those people weren't aware of how science works. So it's like in a like that paper got debunked very quickly because it didn't control for the environment. So the point being like, if I were to give everyone snake oil in like the richest part of my city, and then I gave everybody no snake oil in the poorest part of my city, and then I found out that the people in the richest part of my city had a longer lifespan than the poorest, that might not be because of the snake oil, right? It's probably because wealthier neighborhoods are less likely to suffer from like things that could be prevented by preventative care, right? Because you have a wealthier area as opposed to a poor area. So the connection, like the what is it? Causation isn't caused by like connection there. You know what I mean? So like, well, there's a correlation, but the causation. So what I'm getting at is like there could be a correlation. It's completely possible that you'd have a scenario where you'd sit down with a friend who completely believes it. But if you guys spent the day together, you might just have more odds of saying the same thing or thinking the same thing at the same time.
Right. So that's why you're not. That's why you're not understanding the goal of what I'm describing. It's not guess what I might be thinking about. That's just a guessing game.
No, I'm just saying like without guessing, if I just instantly thought. Like, because I'm guessing if you're psychically connected, they're just going to think the exact same thing at the exact same time. Like, they're not going to be guessing what is Adam thinking. They're going to think, oh, this is exactly the sentence I need to write. Like, they're not going to go, what is Adam's sentence going to be? They'd just be like, what is the sentence that I need to write right now? Right? I don't know if that makes sense.
That's not what telepathy is.
Okay.
Telepathy is like in Star Wars, where you can use, like in Star Wars, you would use the Force to send a specific message to someone, and they would receive it, right?
Yeah, so that's what I'm getting at. Is like
it's
that
not
message,
just like okay.
That message would be a thought, right? Like if you sent me a message, I would hear a thought. Correct? That's the message you sent.
But if you're testing psychic powers, Josh, you wouldn't just do something obvious. That's the whole point. The whole point is to try to think of something that you are convinced I could never guess, no matter what. No matter how many times I guessed, I would never be able to guess, no matter what. Even if it's just nonsense. But it's hard to like if you don't already have an intuitive feeling for what it is. It's hard to explain explicitly what you would have to try to do.
Okay, are you at all concerned about the vast number of people who claim to have psychic powers and basically been exposed as like charlatans?
Am I concerned about that?
Yeah, like does that at all waver kind of? And again, I don't know if that would waver it because again, this is like
they're claiming something different from what I'm describing though.
Okay. So is what you're describing at all anything more than just a feeling, or it's just a feeling?
A feeling. I don't know. I guess it depends on what you mean by a feeling.
Or a conviction?
I'm not sure what you're asking about. Are you asking about my belief about telepathy, or telepathy itself is a feeling?
Your belief in telepathy. Like, is it rooted specific, like, the origin of this feeling, like, is this kind of from, like, a conviction, or, like, something you're honestly convinced of, but it's mostly a feeling, and you're kind of wanting to test it, but you haven't found anyone legitimate to test it with, or?
It's something that I feel that I probably have the ability to do that I haven't found someone else that has the same ability. So without a receiver for the signal, or someone to send me a signal to receive, I can't use it. I can't use my power.
Got it, but like, and you're convinced you have that power.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Like, I think most people probably could do it if they just knew how to, like, in other words, I think most human brains are capable of doing this if you just knew kind of how to do it.
Okay, and you know how to do it.
Well, I think that I most of the time am in a telepathic mindset where I could be using it if I was just with someone else who's also telepathic on the same wavelength.
Okay.
I don't think it's a big deal. I think it's something that we use occasionally in emergencies and stuff. Like, if someone's in danger, you can usually just telepathically know that someone's in danger and you need to do something. You need to contact them.
Couldn't that be more empathetic or intuitive?
Well, it's sort of the same type of thing. Like, I think that intuition and empathy is a significant component of telepathy.
Okay, I guess I have trouble because it's unfalsifiable, so it's hard to. I can't prove you wrong.
It can't be objectively recorded. It can be subjectively experienced. So you're using empirical, objective means of trying to measure something that's a subjective experience.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. It's like any subjective experience. I can't. Like, what would it take for me to convince you that telepathy didn't exist?
What would it take to convince me?
Yeah, like what could I show you to be like, oh, okay, this idea of me being telepathic is not true, right? Because you're convicted of it.
I'm pretty sure that you're not telepathic.
Mm-hmm.
So you're already convinced me that you're probably not telepathic.
Understood, but I'm just saying, like, would there be anything I could say or show empirically that would convince you otherwise?
Convince me otherwise of what? That you're not telepathic, or that no one?
No, just the existence of telepathy in general.
Well, that's the nature of stuff that has to do with consciousness, right? It's experienced subjectively, so it's not the same as an objective empirical measurement.
Yeah, but like
that's why consciousness is so hard to study, is because it's a subjective experience.
I agree. So, but what I'm getting at with this,
like, is there anything you could do to convince me that I'm not conscious, or that consciousness doesn't exist, or that consciousness does exist, or that you've ever had a dream or something? No, you probably can't really prove that objectively with empirical measurements or some kind of recording device. Maybe in the future.
So when we're talking about subjective things, as I was saying, like, my whole crux of that was like it's not really worth debating because of the fact that it's unfalsifiable. So it is a subjective thing. I am not in your head. I can't question your subjectivity, right? Like that's your subjectivity.
Yeah, but
I can
the
objectively.
nature of telepathy is that it's a shared subjective experience. So that's kind of the point. Is you might not be able to convince me that it doesn't exist, but if you and I were telepathic and we telepathically communicated, that would prove that it exists, that it occurs.
I agree, but you've yet to have that happen.
Well, you're not capable of receiving the signal.
No, I understand that
You're
saying
not a
that.
sufficient receptor or transmitter of
I
the
understand
signal.
that, although there is that other hypothetical, since we're talking about subjectives, maybe I'm excellent at telepathy and your signal's off. Like maybe I'm attuned
Well,
to
no,
it
because
a
if
lot.
you were excellent at telepathy, you would know about it and you would believe in it.
Well, or maybe that's not part of getting a telepathic message. Maybe it's just like people who are specifically attuned to it. We're just talking about subjectivity, right? So
Yeah, but now you're just kind of like making a mockery of something that I actually do believe in.
no, I'm not trying to
describing
mock
it in
it.
a way that's different from what it actually is.
Yeah. I'm not attempting to mock your viewpoint. I was trying to explain why it's fruitless to discuss if like we're just talking about subjective, right? Like, except that it's interesting, and I think that would be cool. And if you meet your receptor or whatever, I'd love to hear it, because that sounds pretty fascinating. Although I'd be a skeptic if you told me a story about a receptor, right? Much like I'm a skeptic if like I know a person who's a fellow believer and like they get in a car crash and see an angel. I mean, I've heard people tell stories like that.
Right.
And I have a story like that, right? Like I've experienced the Holy Spirit,
Okay, but you don't believe in it.
What's up?
You experienced it, but you don't believe in it?
No, I believe in the Holy Spirit. I know I experienced it, but I also know that's a bold claim, and it's not really falsifiable or provable to anyone, you know. And I wouldn't tell somebody, "Oh, well, you don't experience the Holy Spirit that I experienced."
It is provable to someone. I think you're missing my point. I think the Holy Spirit is actually a perfect example that has the same thing in common with psychic abilities. If the Holy Spirit exists and a human being can directly experience the Holy Spirit, that's something that I can go and do and prove that it exists.
Yeah,
if I can go and experience the Holy Spirit, which I believe I have experienced what is usually referred to as the Holy Spirit. So I believe in what people describe as the Holy Spirit. I just interpret it differently. I believe that that's a real human experience. And I have experienced it, so I believe that it's not just a made-up thing that people are pretending that they had an experience. They have a real experience. So that's provable. There's certain things you can prove to yourself only.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Like, subjective things are subjectively provable, but I'm just saying, like, it's not something I could empirically argue. I could argue philosophically in ways that would suggest it. I would probably say that, like, my belief in the Holy Spirit might be a lot different than what you're claiming to have experienced. Which, by the way, like, again, like, it's not... In fact, I shouldn't... Claiming sounds derogatory, so I take that back. Because claiming sounds like you're making it up, and I don't doubt that what you're talking about is probably sincere. Probably, again, sounds like a qualification. Adam, I have a weakness of qualifiers. In general, in conversation, like if I see art that I think is amazing, I'm like, that's pretty good, and it sounds belittling, even though it's really good.
You mean it as like an intensifier, pretty good.
Yeah. So let me frame this better in a way that doesn't sound insulting the way your experience, I don't doubt, right? But I would doubt that it's the same Holy Spirit. You know what I mean? I don't know if that makes sense. James Jarvis James Jarvis said, the problem with this claim is sort of empirical. It would be demonstrated to the user if it happened, but here the user is suggesting it hasn't happened, no receivers. So the claim feels weird, since one would not have a good reason to think they were telepathic unless it had been demonstrated on themselves with a receiver. That's a fair point, but again, like, I can't convince someone who's convinced, you know? Um,
You can convince someone that's convinced, but your argument is basically if something's a subjective experience, you want to apply external methods to it, which
well,
is completely
I think
irrelevant.
that,
What's the
well,
point of doing that?
I disagree because I think we have senses for a reason. And so I think that, yes, subjective experience is important, but I also think empiricism and like what we observe and what we see and what we experience should like all kind of correlate. I feel like, um, even experiences of the supernatural, like I don't know if that's something we shouldn't be skeptical of. Like if I made a claim like yesterday I was talking to Abraham Lincoln, I would like even if I thought I was talking to Abraham Lincoln, I would expect someone to like if I had somebody go, "That's cool, I believe you." I would think they're crazy. Like I would think they're insane. Even if I literally talked to Abraham Lincoln yesterday, I would think
Um,
they're insane for just buying what I said. And then
that's right.
I'd instantly have a thought of like, oh, well, I've got a bridge that I could sell you. You know what I mean? Because it's like that's a pretty weird claim to not be skeptical of. Just like I experienced the Holy Spirit through and through, I believe it, and I don't think it was this strange, unidentified feeling or anything like that. It was literally like the triune God of Christianity. Like it, it's hard to I when I say that, I don't expect anyone to believe it. I don't know if that makes sense. So if I
Well,
made a case for Christianity,
probably half of the people in the country will believe that you did that.
uh,
Namely, the ones that believe in God, a Christian
depending,
God.
right? I mean, with Brett King, because I wasn't a Trump fan, he assumed I was an atheist. So there's that
Yeah, but
faction.
Brett is not a real Christian.
But I mean, there are some people who would believe me. But I would be.
Yeah,
I
probably most
also,
Christians would believe you that
to be
you.
honest, a lot of those Christians though, like buy like things that are claimed to be like holy water that'll cure them. That's being peddled on like TBN and stuff, and like will
Yeah.
buy like that Donald Trump's a Christian even though he doesn't know what Second Corinthians is. He calls it
2
2 Corinthians. Like,
Corinthians.
you know what I mean? And like literally like suddenly converted like magically like right before running. I'm just saying like there's things that are like that should have skepticism. And like so I guess what I'm saying is like I don't want people to be that naive and just instantly believe a story, because then if you gain faith from it, it's not really like sincere faith. It's just like this weird like mystical like spiritualism, which is useless. Like I want people to like come to a sincere belief in God, and I can't do that to people. I can talk about my experience with God. I can say that it's testable in the sense that like if you literally follow the knocking on the door and it will be open to you thing, that's like Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Like it's that's totally doable, but it's like I don't think I would really expect somebody to be skeptical. And I can say that's testable in the sense of like, you can have that experience. I'm not saying everyone will. So it's a weird thing. But I don't know. I do like. Why am I rambling? I feel like I'm on a ramble. You've
I
gone
think
quiet,
you
Adam.
want to demonstrate something about what I'm saying that is kind of different from what I'm getting at, I think.
Okay.
I get where you're coming from about being skeptical, but I think that there's different types of experiences that can't be tested scientifically in the same way.
For sure. Yeah. Subjective experience, the majority of the time, can't be tested, right? I think that if
But
I were.
I think that a subjective experience are the types of things that we can know with absolute certainty, a lot more than measurements of things and deductions about things. Like our actual subjective experience of reality is what is for sure. The objective part is what we sort of calculate and deduce to be out there with as a model that might be wrong.
Yeah, but your subjective experience too can be wrong. Like, I mean, this is provable all the time. Like there were people who subjectively really believed that like the Hale-Bopp comet was going to like fly over the Earth and take them away if they wore a certain like pair of Nikes, right?
Oh, but
And
that's different from what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about an opinion. I'm talking about something that's experienced in subjectively in the sense that like pain is experienced subjectively, not an opinion about a movie or something, or an opinion about a belief.
so you're saying feeling?
Like
I'm not. I'm
there's two different
literally
there's two
trying to
different
get. Okay.
there's two different senses of the word subjective. One means that something is the truth of it has to do with your own opinion, right? That's one type of subjectivity. There's another type of subjectivity that is actual and real, but it's experienced subjectively. Like pain happens to us subjectively. The way we experience pain is experienced internally. It's not objective, it's not outside of us. It's experienced consciously. But it's not an opinion that pain is something that humans experience. It's a fact. Humans do experience pain.
Yeah, I mean that definitely gets into like pain, beauty. These are things that.
But the Hale-Bopp comet thing is you're just talking about opinion.
Well, no, I think that there are people who subjectively experience things that convince them that it was true. So I think that subjective experience can lie.
Yeah, but you're equivocating between metaphysics and epistemology. Okay. Like there's a metaphysical aspect of subjectivity and there's an epistemological aspect of subjectivity that you're switching back and forth between. When you're talking about being convinced of a belief, you're talking about epistemology, right? You're talking about whether someone's belief is correct. I'm talking about the actual subjective inner experience of consciousness and things that we experience subjectively as being something that is different. It's experienced differently from something that you can go out and measure, like how tall a house is or something.
So pain is a really interesting example where some of pain, like they've done tests on like pain, right? And pain is actually strangely a lot more malleable than people realize. So pain in itself, like your own perception of pain, can amplify or decrease the experience of pain, which is really weird, right? So it's not quite as solid as people think when they're experiencing it. A lot of subjective experience is very malleable and open to like your own kind of interpretation at the time. I could take a bunch of drugs and think that the sky is turning purple, and not just think it, like subjectively feel it, experience it.
Right.
But I think if I were to claim the sky actually turned purple and everyone who didn't see it is just living in a fiction world, I would think that has some logical fallacies to it, right?
Yeah, but I don't see how that relates to what I'm saying. You're kind of...
That's not equivocating. I was literally talking about the specific experience and the fact that it can't be, like, I think it was addressing it, but maybe I'm missing a point again.
Well, yeah, you said that you can have a subjective experience of the sky turning purple, and then you went from that to modeling it as a, you turned it into a model of the objective world, that if you don't believe that the actual sky outside turned purple, then you're wrong. That's taking the subjective experience, modeling it about objectivity out there,
Mm-hmm.
and then forming a model about what you think the objective world is like.
But
if that were to happen, it's a fact that you experienced that and saw purpleness of what appeared to be the sky.
So the experience can't be argued with, which is why I was saying I can't argue with your subjective experience of believing or feeling that you're telepathic when you haven't even been able to confirm this with another source because their receptors aren't working, or they aren't receptive to it. I cannot.
Well, the point of that is, well, go ahead. Sorry, keep going.
Well, I guess what I'm getting at is like I literally can't criticize that, and I can't even doubt it because that's your subjective experience. Much like if somebody saw the sky turn purple, like I can't doubt that their experience. Here's the thing:
unless you were telepathic. If you were telepathic, you could confirm it.
Yeah, but that again, that's just completely.
And we could go have a telepathy session.
But then you're making the mistake of trying to make something subjective into an objective truth, which is the same thing I was talking about with the sky and purple, and claiming that the sky had actually turned purple, and that, you know, even though the whole world experienced it as blue, they're living in fiction. That would be a step that you even told me earlier before even going there that I can't take, right? Where you're taking this subjective and making it objective.
No. There's like 4 different ways you could do it, and you're again turning an internal experience into an external experience.
No. You just did that by saying that your internal conviction that this thing happened, or that you have this telepathic ability, and you just need to meet the person who's receptive to it. And if you met the person who was receptive to it, then it would become an objective truth.
No, it's already objectively true.
So you're taking the subjective and making it objective, and then criticizing me for
objectively
using that as an
true
example.
is not the same thing as the metaphysically objective. You're confusing the two. So you're confusing metaphysics and epistemology, like the epistemological aspect of objectivity and the metaphysical aspect of objectivity. The sky as an external object is metaphysically objective, right?
I'm lost. Okay.
Like basically, it's a lot easier to talk about if instead of saying subjective and objective, we just say internal, external, and true or opinion, basically, like fact or opinion. Because if you use different terms for it, it makes a lot more sense.
Okay, so here's the thing.
If I have a true internal experience,
yes,
that's not an external truth.
Agreed.
But because we're using the same words that mean 2 different things, we're by the time we get to the end of what we're both trying to say, we're meaning something different from what we started at.
Let's use experience and first off, like I'm still not going to back away from the claim that like what you're talking about is completely unfalsifiable. It just
it's just not true though.
No, it's not falsifiable.
If you
haven't even proven it, like to yourself, you haven't been able to prove it because of the fact that you haven't met a receptive. So there's that. So you need your own confirmation there, for you to be.
No, because this is the thing. Think of it from the perspective of someone who has telepathic powers. If you're telepathic or psychic,
mm-hmm.
you can feel that you're psychic.
But you can't base perceptions of reality on pure feeling. That leads to all sorts of disasters, notoriously throughout history.
Unless what we're talking about, in every case except for this, when what we're talking about is a pure feeling. Like do you know if you have feelings is a matter of pure feelings, right? Like you don't have to experience happiness to know that you have emotions.
True, but like I really think it would be a failing in life to kind of pursue life just to experience happiness. It's an idle pursuit.
Okay, that's kind of different from the point I was trying to make.
Okay, how's it diverting?
It's just not the point I was trying to make.
Okay, so you're talking about experience is subjective, and I agree with you.
Well, so experience is experienced subjectively, but it's also objectively true that humans have experiences, right? That's why it's both subjective and objective. It's
objectively true. Here's the thing. It's objectively true that you had that experience. Your read of your own experience and your interpretation of your feelings and your experience are not necessarily true. And that is where it's really important to have skepticism and confirmation, because, again, there are people who literally thought their dog was talking to them in their backyard, who like people who are severely schizophrenic, and they think they're talking to a demon in their room. Like people who have like.
Okay, no, I know that.
No. And what I'm saying is like there's.
It's kind of insulting to go to that, but keep going.
No. I'm not. by using this example, I'm using extremes, Adam. I'm not comparing to you, okay? I'm using extremes to kind of make a case, which is pretty
Right.
common in debate, okay? So please don't connect it personally. I wouldn't make that. But I'm explaining why it can be dangerous to go down that road, because if I am a person who goes out in my backyard and my dog is literally like, all of my subjective experience is telling me this dog is talking to me and telling me to kill people, right? Like, there's people who've done
Right, but
that.
that really isn't what I'm talking about.
It's not that different, though, because of the fact that, like, if you're measuring truth by only subjective experience or objective truth of your own subjective experience,
Not the case.
it becomes dangerous. That's all.
Not the case, though. That's not the case. That's not what I'm describing.
Okay, explain to me the difference.
We're talking about a shared experience, right?
What you're explaining that you're completely convinced of hasn't been a shared experience.
I'm not saying I'm complete. That's another thing I think you misunderstood what I was saying. I'm not completely convinced of it. I'm saying if it's true, it's true regardless of opinion. Like, it just either is true or isn't true. It doesn't depend on proving something.
Well, I'd agree with that. If there is a truth that's undiscovered out there, it's
That's
true
all I was saying.
objectively. But you were saying that you are 100% convinced you have this, and that you've never been able to meet someone who has a receptor or the ability to kind of receive the telepathy. And that seemed like a pretty solid statement of,
Well,
like,
I've met a couple
solid
people where it was
conviction.
like I felt like we probably did have a connection, but
Yeah.
in the experiences that we had, I could tell that they were deceptive. They weren't on the same page about it, and they weren't willing to be naked and honest and vulnerable about it.
Got it.
Like, they were blocking it out. Like, they were hiding something, in other words. I believe that in order to have in order to use psychic abilities and telepathy, you have to be totally vulnerable and totally honest. And you have to be willing to allow someone in to where if they do read your mind, they can see the vulnerable parts of that. So I think that that's why you might try it with a lover or a very close friend, someone that you could trust to jump inside of your head.
Yeah, and I understand that. I guess, like, the assuredness with which you were speaking sounded like it was more than just like this sort of feeling that you wanted to test.
Yeah, it is. It's like I'm convinced that if telepathy exists, I am telepathic, and I just have to meet someone else who's on the same wavelength.
But hinging on if it exists.
It's hard to explain. It's like I'm pretty sure it's a real thing. I just don't
Pretty sure
know.
sounds less confident than before.
Like, pretty sure in the way that you were just saying, where, like, pretty sure as an intensifier, like, I'm pretty damn sure.
Okay.
Like, I'm pretty damn convinced that you guys don't know how to do it and I do. And it's just kind of frustrating that I'm the only guy that's psychic or telepathic in my out of the people that I know. Although, I don't know. I think it's possible that it's more like a compatibility thing, where, like, you have to kind of meet someone that's on the same level as you. So someone else might be telepathic or psychic, but they're just tuned a different way, where I may not be able to communicate with them necessarily, but they might be able to communicate with someone that's on their level, you know?
Okay. I mean, I think it's fascinating and it's interesting, but I don't. For me, I'm surprised. I just don't understand how there's not skepticism.
Like, you believe in prayer, right? Prayer is very similar to telepathy.
I do believe in prayer, although it's
Prayer
funny.
is basically telepathy with God.
Well, it's a little different. I don't even think
It's
personally,
really similar.
Well, I don't even honestly think that we need to pray for God. I don't think that's why we're asked to pray biblically.
Oh, okay. So
I think
maybe
that
you have a
prayer is
different view.
effective, but it's also, like, very clear in the Bible. I mean, it talks about him knowing, like, God knows what you desire and what you're going to ask in prayer before you even come to him. So
Right.
I actually personally think, this is my theory on it, I think that a lot of the things that God asks us to do are more for us than for him. Like, I don't think
Okay.
God needs us to pray. I think we need prayer because I think it reminds us of God's existence and His power over
But do you
our
believe that
lives.
you can communicate with God through prayer?
Yeah, and I believe you can feel convicted of God leading you somewhere, but I also think that a lot of serial killers get convicted by God leading them somewhere.
God, you're going
So
to that again.
no, I'm going to that for my own belief system because I think it's something to be really cautious about. I don't think you should just instantly trust a feeling. I just don't. I don't think that's a healthy way to live. I think you can test it, and you need to be open to being wrong. Like especially when it comes to like God leading you on different paths, you know. And also, you want to test it with the claims of that God that go outside of yourself, right? Like, you know, if that God says like murder is wrong, and then suddenly you're being asked to murder, like that might not be God, right? Which could bring us into a whole debate about like the Old Testament, right? That's not where I'm trying to head, but you know, I think it's important for me as a practicing Christian to be really skeptical because I see a lot of Christians fall for like snake oil sales because they're unskeptical. So, you know, just because you believe in something metaphysical doesn't mean you just abandon reason at the door, you know? I don't know if that makes sense. That's my take on it, but and I think there's a reasonable philosophical argument for the existence.
Well, let me ask you this, Josh. I've thought about this before, just in a philosophical sense. If you
and by the way, if this is sounding demeaning or anything like that, let me know too, because I don't want to step
it's
on your
okay.
toes.
I'll kind of nudge. Like there was a couple times where like, oh, if you go to like the schizophrenic thing, it's like okay, it's a little bit kind of insulting, but it's not like, yeah, I kind of nudge you away from that, or I guess you could stick to it if that's how you really feel. But
no, I don't. Adam, 100% don't think you're, you know, I was more, again, like I use extremes.
It's fine. No, it's possible that I have this.
I don't think you're schizophrenic.
This belief, a delusional belief that I have telepathy because I'm mentally ill. That is a possibility. We have to be willing to admit that that is a possibility.
Well, Adam, I don't think it. I didn't want to. I actually didn't even think that. I literally think you can be completely salient and sane and be completely convinced of a delusion. So I don't think that requires like mental illness.
But this could be
I think a good example of that is like if you look at the MAGA crowd, and I'm just going to use that as an example, but it's like there are people who literally are convinced, like they've watched like clips, like video clips of Donald Trump saying something. And they will swear like the next day you could play it for them, and they're like, "No, our great leader didn't say that." And it's like, but it's lit. I mean, here's a video of them saying it. Here's a thing of them saying it, and they're so like dug in. I don't think those people are irrational. I just think they've like fallen for like some delusion. You know, I think we're all vulnerable to it. So I definitely want to clarify. Like, I by no means think like there's anything. I just would say like there's a possibility that you might have delusion about it, but not like insanity. In fact, I think delusion's really sane, which is why skepticism is important, you know?
Okay.
I mean, most people, right? Like if they like in the Antelope Valley, there's we live near like an army place, like Edwards Air Force Base, right? Which is fun when there's talk of like possible nuclear war because we're one of the big targets.
Yeah, I'm kind of near one too.
I know, isn't it great when you're like, oh yeah, I'll be like, I think we're like the 7th in line if that happens.
think we're the closest nuclear facility to Russia.
Oh, isn't that lovely?
It's like 30 minutes from here.
Oh yeah, Seattle's a real fun place. I guess it's better. It's a little more cozy than Alaska, but.
Well, I'm not. I'm on the other side than Seattle, but like.
Why did I say Seattle? You know my brain fart when it comes to Washington. I just assume everything in Washington, Seattle, just like everyone assumes everything in Oregon's Portland. Yeah, you're right.
But one of the nuclear facilities here was like one of, I think, 2 key facilities in World War II, and with the nuclear. I can't remember what the nuclear weapons program and stuff.
A lot of people don't even realize that the Pacific Northwest like got like firebombed too. Like it's there's a whole thing with the Pacific Northwest. They intentionally were lighting fires like at the ports and stuff. Anyhow, I got to disappear for 2 seconds. If you're still finding this interesting, we can continue it because I like it.
Yeah, no, I'm finding it interesting as long as it's not frustrating you or
No, no, no. And I want to make sure, as long as it's not insulting you, too, because again, like I'm coming at this with full respect. Like I have no, like to me, you seem like a very salient and intelligent person. I don't think you're crazy or insane. So just to clarify that, don't.
Well, you may not realize then that maybe you're wrong about that.
Well, and that's okay. That's like again, especially when we're starting to get into ethics or like kind of talking about subjective experiences, you have to kind of be open to the possibility that we all could be, right? So I'll be right back.
Alrighty.
By the way, this is a fun mental exercise as well. So I kind of enjoy these exchanges. Yeah. And I was actually thinking, the art debate thing isn't a bad idea. Like, I wonder if we could like host like artist debates and just invite friends to like debate about something.
Yeah, yeah.
You
like
know,
sort of structured, but not as structured as a formal debate.
Yeah, maybe not even moderate. Maybe it's just like come, hang out, draw, and talk about these two topics or something.
Yeah, yeah. It seems like we've been moving towards that direction with a lot of our conversations. Like you and I both have this inkling of wanting to kind of get into debate.
Yeah, but I do, like, when I'm having these discussions, like, for me, like, if I wanted to go after you hard or something, like, it would be pretty obvious. I hope it's clear, like, I don't have a huge dog in the conversation. I'm just kind of enjoying the mental exercise.
Yeah, that's right. But I think you and I both are on the same page about a lot of that. Cool. But I do think you're doing something that is one of, I mean, we both have our own patterns. I think one thing that you have you have been shown to do from time to time is sometimes you start arguing with something before someone can finish the statement about what they're even claiming.
Oh, all the time. I interrupt a lot.
So it's like, I don't think you really even understand what I'm claiming, but I also think it's a really difficult concept to explain at the same time. And I kind of just spoke about it as if you could literally read my mind. So it's no fault of your own, but I don't think that you really, like, in other words, I think a lot of what you're saying is valid. It's just, I think, misapplied to what I'm saying.
So then clarify it.
But I don't really know. I might have to think about it, of how I would explain it better. But I think a good example, like an analogy, might be a little bit more helpful to get along the lines of what I'm sort of, the type of claim that I'm making. Okay. So let's say that my claim was that I believe that when I go to sleep, I can control my dreams. And if you were to go to sleep and learn how to control your dreams, and we both went to sleep and controlled our dreams at the same time, that we could dream the same thing at the same time and control each other's dreams. If you didn't know how to control your dreams, or if you didn't believe in dreaming, there's no way to even communicate about what I'm talking about. If you were like, dude, I do that all the time, I have dreams, I control them, and I've thought the same thing, like, if someone else was dreaming at the same time, I think that we could probably dream the same thing and then tell each other what we, like, write down what the dream was about. It's kind of like that. It's like if you were to wake up and you made a video saying what you just dreamt about, or wrote down what your dream was about, and you showed the other person and they wrote down the same thing, it would be pretty good confirmation. And you both were like, oh wow, like Josh is in my dream controlling my dream, and I'm in his dream controlling his dream, and it's like we're in the same dream at the same time. It may not be 100% proof, but it'd be very strong confirmation that you could share a controlled dream, right?
Yes. Yeah, and
so
I think
very similar, but just while you're awake.
That example though, like, highlights a lot of my critique of it, right? And I know some of this is just trying to take like something metaphysical and put it in a lab, but my point is, like, the weird thing is dreaming can be measured a little bit with science, and like, you know, like even the thing you were talking about with controlling dreams, like they don't really understand the brain at all, but there is like I've listened to like some really interesting conversations about dreams and like people measuring the brain when it's dreaming.
Sure.
There's specific states of dreaming where a part of your brain that actually allows you to control your imagination is like it's actually like pretty mapped out, like the style of sleep that leads to that ability to control a dream, the style, like the length of time you need to be sleeping in order to have that happen. Like,
sure,
there's a whole bunch of actual science behind it, and it is measurable. Like when it, like at least what is firing in the brain when that's happening. So that's pretty interesting to me. The problem I have is like it's like it's an interesting case study. It's not science though, right? Like science is like when you can double blind it and you can control it, right? Like when you can have a control group, and like everything else is just observation that, again, like a bunch of coincidence could happen that could interfere with your own interpretation of it, right? Without an objective source. Does that make sense?
I get what you're saying, but I think you're I don't know why it matters. Like, why does it matter if?
Because I think truth is
like I can't prove to you
important.
what I dreamt, what I had a dream about last night scientifically.
Mm-hmm.
Why does that matter? I did have a dream last night. Like, why does it matter if I can prove it to you scientifically? Why does everything have to be scientific? Like, why does that have to be the standard?
Because truth is important. So it depends what you're doing. It depends.
But science
what you're doing
isn't
with
the
that
only
dream.
way to arrive at truth, I don't think. I can arrive at truth about whether or not I had a dream without science, right?
Yeah, I know, but it depends on what you're going to do with that dream.
Like, why does, in other words, let's say that we did the experiment and we did share the dream thing, but you and I can't really convince Frank or Corey or James. Like, there's not really anything we could do to really, truly convince them that that's what we experienced. Because only, like, you had your experience, I had my experience. We can convince each other, but we can't really convince a third party unless he did the dream thing himself too.
But then here's my point is, if we had that happen, I would have a lot of questions for myself before I'd be convinced. And part of that would be
okay.
like, because of the fact that like coincidences happen.
True, yeah.
You know, like, and again, there's so many other possible explanations that I'd have to go through before I was like, hey, we were both like RC controlling each other's dreams, you know? Like, it just, again, like, I'd also want to be really cautious about the way I'd approach the conversation with the person I dreamed with, right? Because I know that
right, yeah, you'd have to write it out. Like, you'd have to have standards of
like,
making sure we didn't see each other's notes or something like that.
Well, and not just that, when you're comparing notes, like, right? Like, you can go from being like 40% sure of something to like being really convinced, because people are so susceptible to like to suggestion and to like being convinced, which is why I get a little curious when you're talking about, like, to me, it's like it raises a red flag when you're saying people who are telepathic can't be skeptical about telepathy. Well, if that's the case, I think that would be just that fact alone is a really strong possibility that telepathy's bunk.
No. Let me clarify, though. Let me clarify.
Yeah, yeah.
Not that you can never be skeptical about it. What I'm saying is, if you're using a skeptical mindset while trying to be telepathic, it's going to cancel out telepathy. You have to be open. You have to be open and honest and vulnerable. You can't be blocking things out. Like you can't doubt. Like, in other words, what you're doing to attain telepathy requires you to be in a mindset that is not a state of doubt. That doesn't mean that later on you can doubt it after the fact, but in order to attain psychic communication, if you doubt it, it will cause it to stop happening.
I kind of understand that. I guess what I'm saying is, like, for me, that alone to me is a huge suggestion that it's likely not true.
Right, because you're not psychic.
No, because, like, that's logic right there. If I make a truth claim and I say that this is something that can't be proven, it can't, like, it literally can't, it's reliant on the person doing it.
It can be proven.
The person doing it, when they're doing it, can't have skepticism when they're approaching it. They can't approach it with a skeptical mind. This is the type of thing that, like, I mean, that's exactly the type of statement that somebody says before you sit down for a seance. You know what I mean? Like, this is like literally Barnum statements. Like, you're setting the mood. I'm not saying you. I don't think you're intentionally doing it, but I'm just saying, if I heard that in, like, if I were in a church, right, and they're saying that, like, okay, right now you need to be in this scenario where you can't, and you just word for word that is stated about anything relating to Christianity, I would be like, I would instantly be like, I think this place is trying to pull something. Like, I just, it's
yeah, but there's nothing,
because one of the most dangerous places a person can be is turning off their rational skepticism and being completely vulnerable and overly trusting. That's literally, like, that's a setup to get mugged or get your wallet stolen or get, like, you know, scammed. Like, that's just what that is.
Yeah.
Like,
or get, like, a brilliant idea for a graphic novel or something.
I mean, where
or
do
you can be like,
ideas
graphic
come from?
novels don't exist, and anyone that makes a graphic novel is stupid, and ideas for graphic novels are a dime a dozen. You could have that mindset, or you could try to be in more of a receptive mindset and receive, you know, cool ideas.
Yeah,
we got,
like,
Ronnie and Corey in the chat.
Oh, cool. How's it going? Ronnie Gunter said, "What's up, everyone? How's it going, buddy?" Oh my gosh, James is chiming in a lot. He said, you need to ask what feeling. I feel psychic is different than I felt what you thought. The first is just a nebulous statement. The second is a claim to experience of understanding. The second is a claim to experience an understanding or awareness of someone else's specific thought or feeling. Yeah. It's weird because I think there's more truth. Like, there is some really weird kind of shady stuff, and I kind of get what you're talking about, Adam, in the sense of, like we don't really even understand fully where ideas come from. There was, like, the old like, Greek idea of, like, a third truth, where there was, like, kind of the physical world, right? There was kind of the unobserved world, and then there was like this third realm of truth where, like, mathematical theorems lie.
Oh, like a Platonic realm type of thing?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And so the idea was, like, that when somebody comes up with a mathematical theorem, like, they aren't inventing it. It's a truth that's always existed, and somehow they've been able to reach into the heavens where these ideas float around and kind of grab this concept that's true, that has always been true, but we've just been blind to. The problem with that, though, is, like, even those things that are pulled out of the heavens as mathematical truths are testable. So that's the hard part, right? When you start pulling things out of the heavens that aren't testable.
Most truths, most facts are not testable. Do you agree with that statement?
It depends. If we're talking
about, almost everything is untestable.
Depends on what we're talking about.
Like, we're using examples right now of, like, what I dreamt about. As of right now, there's no way for you to test and find out what I dreamt about.
Yeah, I mean, when it
But it's
comes
still
to,
true that I had a dream about whatever I had a dream. I went to the store and
well, here's the thing
I,
though, Adam. It's potentially true, and it's good decorum to kind of trust somebody's subjective experience, right? However,
no, not right.
it's idiotic
Incorrect.
decorum. No,
Opposite of right. Incorrect. It's if I had a dream about going to the grocery store, I actually did have a dream. It's not
I know, but here's the
a
problem
possibility.
and
It's
the
I did.
philosophical conundrum of that, right? If I had a dream that I was the third coming of Christ or something, right? Or the second coming of Christ. Um, I might very well have had that dream, but that doesn't mean that it should be trusted as truth by everyone around me or by anyone hearing that. And also, I could be completely lying when I'm saying I had that dream. Those are all true things.
True.
So, why I
So
was saying
most
it's
truths are not testable.
no most subjective experiences, but I don't know if I'd call them truths. That's kind of the catch. That's where we're kind of getting, I don't know if that makes sense.
That's interesting. So you don't even think that a fact about what somebody dreamt last night is a truth.
No,
Like you
I
don't
think
believe that there are facts about what somebody had a dream
I
about.
think there are facts of the matter when it comes to a dream. I think that it depends on what you're doing with that dream.
Hmm.
Like, I think when you take the extra step to interpret or intuit that that dream had some sort of interior logic that might not actually be in the existing dream, then you might be overstepping truth and going into something you might want to be skeptical of.
I just don't understand why things have to be like a science experiment to be true.
Because if you are unskeptical,
Almost everything is true and can never be demonstrated or proven or measured.
I think actually most truths can be measured and demonstrated. I think that there are some really hard ones that are fundamental to philosophy that can't. And that's always difficult, but Descartes has like a good solution for that, which is the I think, therefore I am kind of thing, right? But it's like, I mean, if we want to go to like the lower philosophy and just do the like, do we even exist? Like, are we just in a dream? Like that kind of thing. We can go there, but it's
Yeah, I
just
don't want to go there.
that's a rabbit hole that like that's why the Descartes thing was such a big step because it actually moved philosophy forward a little bit. But we can deconstruct reality, I guess, like entirely.
Yeah, but think of it just this way. Like, think of it in terms of if you go outside and you look around,
Mhm.
almost everything is underneath something else. Like, we only see the surface. There's way more stuff that's below the surface.
Yeah, there's visible.
So almost everything is something we don't see.
Yeah,
So unless
I mean,
we like dig into the ground, we don't know about that stuff. So it's
there
already almost everything is unknown.
there is existing complexity. There are unseen truths, and there are unknown truths for sure.
Almost everything.
Not almost. I don't know why we're saying almost everything.
Just going out and looking outside, almost everything is an unknown, is something that we can't really test. And we don't have access to most of the inside of the planet, for example. Or even just a very thin layer beneath
But like
the
you're
surface
saying
of what
the
we can
inside
see.
of the planet as if that's most truths. But I'm like, I just physically like this is where I used my subjective truth of imagination, and just imagine myself stepping outside onto concrete, and I'm like, okay, I know how the concrete is made. I could actually look into that. I could watch a video on it. I could see the science of concrete, how it was developed, the history of concrete, right? Like I smell the air. I could actually study like what the smell is and what causes the smell senses in my nose to like work. There's actually an incredible amount, like a very good percentage of everything I'm experiencing that can be broken down into science. The part where science breaks down is like more in the fundamental stuff, like the constants of the universe, right? That's where it kind of starts getting a lot shakier. Like, how are there constants in the universe? Like, why do we have a rational capacity to measure the universe? Why does it seem that, like, when we work something out rationally or mathematically, it actually exists? It's a weird thing, right? That's the part that gets more shady and kind of like, is this even, or we could do the whole, like, is our experience like that's a whole thing too. Like it is all possible that this could all be fiction, like right, playing out in like one person's head, or maybe a simulation, the simulacra thing. But it's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
but what I'm getting at is like there are definitely like most things that can be experienced are actually very scientifically, like at least getting there. Now, I don't want to be science. What is it? Scientism.
Yeah, yeah.
Scientism's really dangerous, where it's like science has answered everything and not even close, right? But it is kind of it is remarkable considering that we're kind of human beings on this planet, that we're able to comprehend the universe and like and actually do science and discover more about it and have worked out so much of it to the point where we even have like the entire human genome mapped out. So we've gone like micro on like what we know, and it's pretty incredible, you know.
Right, but
I would say like
my point is just that I think
that ability even is like a real pointer to like something higher than this universe.
like if we use the example of just you can let's just use taking a picture of something as a form of proving that there is something outside. Almost everything on the planet, if you include the interior of the planet in terms of the volume of the Earth, is something you can't just go and take a picture of. So in the most abstract sense of the amount of truth statements, more than 99% of it is something that we can't go out and take a picture of without altering our environment. So almost everything is inaccessible to us without going to great extents to access it.
Yeah, I mean, that's rarely how we assess the truth or the fact of the matter, that we rarely are like, okay, I can take a picture of it, therefore it's real. Like, I don't know if that's how most of us analyze reality, you know?
Right, I'm just using that as a simple example.
Yeah, I guess I kind of get what you're saying, but it's like, I think that might be too simple. Because it's like, you know what I mean? I don't know. I kind of get what you're saying in the
like
sense
if there's a zillion true facts about the planet Earth,
yes,
we have access to a teeny percentage of those facts as being something we can test. Almost all of them are untestable. It's just we will never have access to them.
well, that's the tough part, is like actually most current things are testable. It's just like the kind of
no, I'm saying just in terms of the physicality of it.
I'm just saying, like most things,
like we don't have a sample of every part of the interior of the Earth.
Yeah,
it's somewhere there and inaccessible to us. I mean, we can make predictions and models and stuff, but in terms of like absolute really cool objective measurements and stuff, most stuff on the planet in terms of the actual full volume of the atmosphere, the surface, and the interior is inaccessible to us.
Yeah, I was about to kind of agree with you somewhat. I think
I don't see how, like, unless we're misunderstanding each other, I don't see how anyone could disagree with what I'm saying.
Well, no, I can disagree because you're just using the wrong qualifier by saying most. Like that's fiction. But if we're talking about like specifics,
almost everything.
No, you need to be more specific. If you're talking about like the construction or interior of the Earth is more of a mystery. There are certain things we know about soil levels and geology, but there is a whole area of the Earth that is somewhat mysterious, right? I mean, there's that. I'd even give you the ocean. There's a good percentage of the ocean at like the deepest parts that are still containing like mysteries that we have no idea. Like, and that's kind of cool that we live on a planet. Like, I think that's a common statement for scientists, where it's like, when we're looking for like alien life forms, like we're probably going to have a much more fruitful pursuit if we just look under the ocean, because there's so many life forms we probably haven't discovered that are just way down at the depths, like beyond where we can go, right? So I agree with you. There's a lot of mystery, but that's like one section. Like that's mostly geology, right? Like, or if we're talking about the history of like the origins of life, a lot of that does get to skepticism and like claims that are not replicable, right? Which again gets into not skepticism, but speculation, right? I don't know if that makes sense.
It makes sense, but I don't think that you're getting my point. Like, for example, out of everything that's been written by humans in the English language, let's say, there's only a certain percentage that you or I could go out and read or document or share with each other, right?
Yeah, of course. We all have limited knowledge as finite human beings.
So that's also true about our environment. There's a limit to what we can test.
But there's also
just in terms of the environment itself. We mostly see the outer surface of things, and we don't have access to the inside of most objects.
So you're saying that as an individual, not as a collective?
Both.
Okay, I think I just
like, especially if you include the
here,
universe. There's
yeah.
like the universe. There's no way we can know. Like, we know way less than 1% about what photographs of specific locations of the universe would look like precisely.
I agree with that. But like now
that's
we're
all
on the
I'm just making a basic
But Adam,
statement.
now you're skipping to the universe, which is way more mysterious than the planet Earth that we ourselves live on, where you've brought up like two things that we don't know, like about the like beyond.
You're misunderstanding
like,
what I'm saying. I'm not talking about the mystery of the Earth. I'm not talking about how mysterious it is inside the Earth. I'm just saying, even in your house, you're only seeing the outer surface of stuff. You're not seeing what the inside of things look like.
I know, but I guess what I'm getting at is, like, as a skeptic, I think that it is very possible, if you want to explore the inside of your house to see what's underneath the surface, you can do that.
You can, but
and if someone's selling you
almost
a house,
everything
Adam,
is going to be unobserved.
Wait, you can't deny me this one wonderful little connection to my big criticism of what you're talking about. If someone's trying to sell you a house and they're actually telling you, like, whatever you do, don't look within the walls. It's a fruitless pursuit, and if you look within the walls, it'll ruin your perception of the house.
Right.
There's a good chance that there's probably bad electronic wiring in the house, or there's something wrong with the pipes. If they're trying to divert your attention from using your rational capacity to wisely buy a house, to hire a professional plumber to inspect the plumbing, to hire an electrician to inspect the wiring so you don't get screwed buying a house that you have to completely rewire, like to have an architect look at the foundations of the house and make sure it's in good shape. Like, don't just trust the surface level, because if you do that, you're going to buy a crappy house and it's going to fall apart. Or maybe you luck out and buy a good house, but your likelihood of getting scammed is way higher if you don't approach life with a skeptical capacity. That's my point. And the house analogy just tied into that perfectly, because you're right. You can't know everything about a house, which is why you hire experts, right? You act as a skeptic, and you use your rational mind, and you second guess wild claims, like, and especially if there's like a sleight of hand where it's like, whatever you do, don't look deeper in this house, because if you look deeper, it'll just ruin the experience. It's like, no, that's a charlatan selling a house. You know?
Okay, I mean, just we might as well not even talk, because we're not communicating.
Oh, we're not? Okay.
Like, what does that have to do with what I'm saying? Well, it's an unrelated point.
You were bringing up how little that we know, and like that we could possibly know about our own experience, and I kind of get that. Did I miss that point? Or?
Do you agree with me at this point?
I agree with you 100%. That's why.
Okay, because you didn't agree earlier. You said that when I said that.
Agree with you about what?
I said that.
Now I want to know what I'm agreeing with.
Almost everything is untestable.
No, it's
inaccessible. It's inaccessible. It's not something that we can or will test. Like, almost everything will be untested. Almost all factual statements will be
You've just said 4 different statements by rephrasing it differently, and each one had different meanings.
I think the first statement was
one solid statement.
I think originally we were saying, what I was claiming was, because it had to do with the point we were talking about before that, was that you're saying that, oh, well, that's not scientifically testable. Well, my point is close to, like, more than 99% of all facts are not testable.
Yeah, and that's a totally different claim than saying, like, hey, when you look around your house, like, there's a bunch of stuff that you won't test. It's different.
Well, there's certain methods of proving something scientifically that will not access other parts of something. So, for example, a photograph that just uses ordinary light will not show you the interior of a house. Like, it will not show you the interior of the walls and the wiring and stuff.
Yeah, and you'd be an idiot to buy a house based on a
But
photograph.
that's where you're switching gears on that.
I'm not switching gears. It's totally connected. It's like, the thing is, you can use multiple capacities. Like, the first thing is, like, most claims are testable, and if they're not testable, you should be skeptical.
I think that almost all claims are untestable.
I find that very strange. I mean, as a person who, like, is a real big fan of, like, the process of logic and rationality, I think most claims are testable, including the claims of Jesus. Like, one of the things I love about the Bible is that it's testable. Like, Christ makes these bold claims, and you could literally test it today. You know?
Okay.
So
but I'm just talking about, like most of our inner experiences, for example, are something that is true,
now
but is
you're
not.
changing the statement, though. I agree about inner experiences.
Well, and the interior of objects as well is something that is not testable in most cases.
See, now I'm wondering if you're just defining interior in a different way.
Like, most of the interior of the Earth cannot be photographed.
Yeah, and I agreed with you on the Earth thing, but I don't think that means, like, the one example of something we haven't discovered doesn't mean that, like, the majority of things geographically on the surface of the Earth, at least habitable Earth, isn't testable. Like, that's a wilder claim than saying, hey, we haven't been able to drill down into the surface, like to a certain extent, to the surface of the Earth. We have actually discovered a lot about geology in the last, 300 or 400 years, but we're really well, it depends. I mean, if you,
I think you're not really seeing where I'm coming from, so you're missing kind of my point.
Okay, tell me where you're coming from.
Like, I feel like I'm not saying that what you're saying is not true. It just doesn't. It seems it doesn't seem relevant to where I'm coming from.
Okay, let me.
I think I get where you're coming from.
Yeah, I feel like if I restate your position, you're going to disagree with my restatement. So
probably, I probably will.
Well, let me try. Okay,
I don't even know if I can restate my own position at this point.
That's the part
I've lost track of what we were even talking about.
That's what a little bit of what I'm concerned about is. I feel like I might coherently restate what you've said, and you might have a different take on it now.
That's true, because I think I've lost track of what we were even getting at.
So what I've understood so far is that you were saying, you're kind of making an argument for like almost like a lack of absolute truth in a weird way, but
not at all.
But at least that's how I'm reading it. But again, like, that isn't something you've said, so that's a different thing. So let me be fair, just and kind of reiterate like what I think you've said. So far, it sounds like you're saying there are subjective experiences that you cannot qualify as true, like in a lab, and I'd agree with you on that. But you can know as truth for yourself. Your personal truth of it could be true. And it could very well be objectively true, but just not testable in a lab. And I would agree with you on that as well. Then you're going on to posit that nothing or most of what we experience in life is completely untestable scientifically, and I think that that's a bold claim that just does not match the reality I have. Now, if we're talking about emotion,
okay, slow down. What you just said, there's a fundamental difference between what you said as what we experience most of the time in life is very different from what I'm saying. I'm saying there's so much truth about the universe that we will never experience. So
I know,
I'm kind
but
of talking about
you've changed it from the Earth to the universe, which is a totally different argument. You're right about the universe, 100%.
Well, and the Earth too.
The core of the Earth, yes, but like I could go into a forest
and just like, most objects.
Are we
like when you see a squirrel, you don't see the internal organs of a squirrel.
But that's not untestable. That's the part that's so strange, was you made the bold claim of saying these weren't testable. And I'm like, you can kill a squirrel, you can cut it open, and you can look at how the squirrel is built. It's very testable. You can test almost everything about a squirrel. Like,
right, so in the case of the squirrel, yes, but in the case of the Earth, it's not testable. In the case of taking a picture of the inside of the Earth, which is more than 99% of the surface of the Earth, you can't go and take a picture of it. You can't go and measure
Yes,
some
yeah, I
rock
agree.
that's so deep under the ground that the pressure would kill you and stuff
I
like
agree,
that.
Adam,
So it's
but you're
inaccessible.
changing. But again, you're changing the argument from like where again we're in agreement on that. So if your claim was just like, hey, we don't know a lot about like under the earth, I would say, yeah, there's a certain level of geology
because since
that
it's
we
taken
don't
us
know.
so long to get to this point, we've lost track of why I was saying this in the first place. Because you said, well, whatever else I was saying before that is not scientifically testable. Well, my point is almost everything is not testable. Most stuff is not testable.
And I've just discussed with you, and what you've changed almost everything to is, hey, we can't test the center of the Earth or the universe yet. Okay, I agree with you, but I'm still not going to say almost everything.
That's not what I'm changing it to.
Okay.
I don't think that we're understanding. You're not communicating very clearly right now.
I don't know if it's Adam. I don't know if this is a me not communicating clearly, because you made the claim, like you just like we could back this up. This is all recorded, so that's the nice part. So we can back it up like a minute ago to where you literally said,
oh, it was more than a minute.
Almost everything in life is untestable. I think maybe you need to be more specific.
No, not in life. That's the part where you're changing it. When you talk about our life and our experience, that's the part that we're testing the most. Our ordinary experience is the stuff that we are confirming and are seeing. That's the part that we're seeing the most. That's the part that's different from what I'm talking about.
If you back it up, you were saying almost every physical thing is untestable. And the point is, we actually went through and you gave a bunch of examples which were quickly debunked, like a squirrel, which is completely testable. And the one thing you could arrive at was like, there's vast areas of the universe we don't know about. I agree. Are they untestable? I disagree. I think they're untestable currently, right? Also, is the center of the Earth untestable right now? Yeah, but like I think at some point we might be able to bore down deep into the Earth and find it. We've been trying for years. So far we can't. I agree. It's currently untestable. That doesn't mean that it's always untestable. And the claim that it's untestable is like a really bold claim where it's like most physical things are physically testable. Like that's just the case. Now, whether like you want to adapt that and change it to be testable for each
we don't
individual?
have all the time though. Like there's not an infinite amount of scientists measuring an infinite amount of stuff on the planet Earth. There's only so much stuff that we can take a picture of and measure and
I agree, but I wish you'd stop saying take a picture, because our truth isn't based on just like a photograph that was taken. You know, like there's a lot more to it than just like taking a picture, right? You know,
I think that's a really good example of way to easily demonstrate something.
I feel like a picture is a real problem because there's a lot of things that are mathematical truths that we can't take a picture of, like the DNA, right. The DNA sequence, like literally.
Well, we can take a picture of DNA now, can't we?
No, not the sequence itself, not the genetic code.
Oh, the sequence.
It's a mathematical code that they can test, but they can't you aren't gonna they can draw it, they can make like models of it, but like most chemistry, it is an invisible universe that we know is real. It's a very strange thing, but it is testable. That's the part, like that's kind of strange. So if you're relying on photos, you're right. Like almost, a lot of what we know as truth, even like scientific truth, is totally unphotographable.
Well, I think a photo is a really good, simple example of something that's empirical evidence.
I don't know, because a photo can be really deceptive.
Well, I mean, if you disagree that a photograph is empirical evidence, then we're really talking about something very different.
Empirical evidence, I would say yes, but like, could a photo like misinterpret something? Probably, yeah. Like, are there more empirical processes? Oh, hell yeah.
Right. So, I mean, I don't know.
I guess I'm just saying, like,
you're missing the point that I'm telepathic and you're not, and therefore I am superior.
That kind of sounds like that was the original point.
That is my original point. You guys are lesser life forms than Adam Lore, the one and only telepathic super being.
Is this something you sincerely believe?
The way I just characterize it is a joke, but I really do think that I'm telepathic. Yeah. I do.
Okay,
and psychic.
My only point was, I'm not saying it has to be testable, but I'm saying like anytime, like if you have a dream, you shouldn't doubt the experience of having the dream, right? But if you have a dream and you interpret it as saying that like you are supposed to do something, or you're supposed to like there's some sort of interpretation coming out of it that might actually like, influence actions, then like it might be worth being skeptical about. That's all. That's
Well, it's
my
easy to
only
say
thing.
if you don't have prophecy, like if you don't have prophetic dreams, it's easy to be skeptical about prophetic dreams.
Yeah, but like even biblically, like the prophets like talked about being skeptical of prophets, right? And there's one really easy test for a prophet.
Is there in the Bible?
Yeah, it's I use it all the time.
What's that?
Are you always right?
Why would a prophet always be right?
Because then they're just a charlatan. Like like you're doing a guessing game, and maybe you're better at guessing. If you're truly a prophet, you should be able to be 100% right about every prediction. If your predictions are wrong, then you're not a prophet.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's interesting because I think that someone could, for example, have a premonition, have a prophetic dream, have a whatever else you want to have it, and could most of the time be right, and wouldn't necessarily always have to be right, and still be making accurate. I mean, if you're going to try to test it the way that you're talking about, if that's your way of testing it, is whether they made an accurate prediction. There could be people that have a predictive rate that's higher than chance, right? Without getting every single one right.
To me, I think that like it's. Hold on a second. Okay, write down or something what we're talking about, because I got to wash my hands for 2 seconds. But I'm really enjoying this conversation, and I don't want to lose track on this. So we're talking about. I'm going to try to make a mental
prophetic
note.
Dreams, testability of prophetic
Prophetic and
dreams.
testability of prophets. Okay, I'll be right back.
I think in the comments section what James was saying is again true, but it's missing my point. I'm saying if we use photographs as just a simple example, most stuff on the planet, and in the planet especially, cannot be photographed. Or if it can be photographed, you have to go to great lengths to photograph certain things.
Yeah, most molecules can't be photographed either. Still doesn't mean they don't exist.
Right, I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm saying that there's truth and there's demonstrating the truth of something. We're not going to be able to demonstrate that almost everything that's true is not going to be demonstrated to be true.
Here's where
that's
I'll meet.
All I was saying.
Here's where I'll meet you, Adam. I believe. Okay, so I'm a skeptic, but I do believe there is supernatural truth.
Right.
I believe there's a lot of like physical truth that points to that, but I think in itself, if you follow its logical conclusion, like using rationality, I think it would be impossible for it to, like, especially if we're talking about like a creator or something greater, to kind of exist in a natural world. Something that's supernatural would almost be impossible to exist within like a miracle or a prophecy or like some sort of subset like that. Unless you had some sort of interaction between the natural and the supernatural, it wouldn't be detectable, at least with our current science, right? I believe that experience can tell you some truths that like a lot of analytics can't get you to, so I agree with you on that. I think there are emotional truths that are true and yet almost impossible to prove. Like where we'd probably meet in agreement would be like something like beauty. I think beauty is true. I don't think it's provable or testable. So like philosophical truths, I think are more like the realm that I would probably come to agreement with you on, where philosophical truths are a little shakier, right? And then the weird thing is, the more you kind of look into like biology and study like physical sciences, the more they point to like something weirdly metaphysical. Like for instance, like a lot of the basis of like evolutionary theory was the idea that everything will be reducible, right? It's reducible complexity. And then who's the guy you argued with recently?
Ken Hovind.
Ken Hovind, he'll make the dumb argument probably that like an eyeball's not reducible, right? It is. He'll probably point out a bunch of stuff that's debunked. Like most things are reducibly complex. What's fascinating though is when you get all the way to the level of DNA and you reduce things to that extent, then it gets to something semiotic, which is a code, which is freaking crazy because semiotics are not less complex. That's substantially more complex. So we got to like the smallest we could, and we get a language. Like that's insane, right?
Yeah.
So there's definitely way more complexity than we're aware of or visibly can test. Like we've broken down the code, we can kind of mess with points on the code and see like, oh, if we change this, this happens. But we still don't fully understand it. So like testability and comprehension are different too, right? Like, so there's a lot where I agree with you. I hope it doesn't sound like I'm rambling. I'm saying like I actually agree with you. I just think that like if I woke up today thinking I had a prophecy as a Christian who believes in the Holy Spirit, right? If I felt the Holy Spirit were like leading me somewhere, I would still test that claim. Like I would not trust my own. Like I would worry about my own flesh and my own gullibility leading me somewhere that is not where God wants me to be, right? And there's ways I can test that, and there's surefire ways that I can be like, that's not from God, right? Depending, right? If you don't have like a solid idea of God, that would be harder to test. Or if, whatever the concept is that's like causing these kind of metaphysical things. So I guess what I'm getting at is like, I agree with you, especially on philosophy. That's where we'll meet probably is like things are very shaky. They aren't as solid. Perception and experience in itself is like a very shaky subject. But when it comes to like the physical sciences, I think it is a lot more pragmatically testable. It's just fascinating when you get to the bare bones of physical science. Like even the core of the earth thing, I don't doubt that scientists are going to get there. And at some point, like probably have a way to kind of get to the core of the earth. It might be a really weird, earth dooming experiment. Maybe we'll end up in a nuclear war and we'll all find out what's in the core of the earth. But the point being like, what I'm more curious about is the stuff that like I don't know if it'll ever be discoverable, and a lot of that is like the more emotional truths or like the idea of a soul or a presence or something like that.
I think you and James are still missing my point though. So I mean I think we're both in agreement. I think it's just a matter of the way I'm wording it is leading to confusion for some reason. Because if I could communicate what I'm saying to you guys, it's completely uncontroversial what I'm saying, and there's no reason why anyone would disagree with what it is I'm trying to communicate. I think you're thinking that I'm saying something other than what I was saying. So I think
you might be. To be fair, I think, and I'm not trying to be mean, I think you might be saying something that's communicating something different than what you intend.
Yeah, because I think you guys are thinking of. Well, at least you are, Josh. At least earlier, it seemed like when I was saying truth, what I mean by that, I think is much more abstract than how you're using it in this context.
Okay, so this is where I was kind of even suggesting, and again, I'm not trying to cut you off, but I was suggesting this earlier, if you back it up, where I was saying it sounded like this conversation was going into an absolute versus not absolute truth kind of conversation. And now it feels like we're veering in that direction, but you told me that wasn't the direction. So now I'm curious, like, so is
Did you say absolute earlier?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
Or objective, subjective?
Well, objective and subjective truth are I think in that case I actually said absolute truth, but yeah. I mean, we were talking about objective versus subjective truth for sure, but there was a point where I said I think that where this conversation might be heading is towards like a conversation about absolute truth, and you assured me that it wasn't, and now we're heading there, which is okay.
I don't remember. I don't even remember you bringing up absolute.
Yeah, yeah.
Is that what you're talking about when it's getting into philosophy of like?
Yeah, like that just gets straight into like core ethics and like frameworks of like, you know, what you define as reality and whether you think there is objective truth, you know, which is again like objective and subjective, but it's tied to the absolute truth conversation, right?
Like I'm talking about. Do you agree there's a difference between truth and knowledge?
Yeah, I mean, I think knowledge would have more to do with the application of truth.
Do you agree that most truth is not knowledge?
That
might be a much simpler way of putting it. Almost all truth is not knowledge. Almost all truth is not known.
Wait, not known is different than knowledge. Like clarify.
Okay,
because that might lead us on a. I want to make sure you're communicating correctly too.
So what's the difference to you between knowledge and known? Because to me, knowledge and known are just different. Okay, so if you
say most truth
instances of the same verb.
Because it sounds like wordplay. Like the words have different meanings. Like knowledge versus known are two different things. So if you say, "Hey, truth and knowledge aren't the same thing," that's true. But knowledge needs truth. So I can say I can both agree and yet also say they're connected. And then if you say most that's known isn't true, that's a totally different statement. Because now
I'm not saying most that's known isn't true. I'm saying most that's true is not known. If you made a list of every possible truth statement that's true, almost everything on that list is something that we don't know.
Well, this is the tough part because you're talking to a Christian, so I believe that I know the way, the truth, and the life. I believe I know the ultimate truth. So it's a tough conversation because I would say like the core truth is known and can be known. But I'd agree that like most things in most things or things is even tough.
Right.
Most knowledge has yet to be gained. Most truth has yet to be discovered. I'd agree with that.
That's kind of what I'm saying.
Yeah, but that's different than saying everything on Earth is untestable, which is a much different
Never
point.
said that.
Okay.
I didn't say everything on Earth is untestable.
You said most things, yeah.
The majority, yeah, like more than 99%. Like,
yeah.
Like,
if
you make a list of everything possibly, in the most abstract sense, true about the planet Earth, including its history, its interior, the surface, the interior of things, the history of things, the chemistry, the whatever, however many different things you want to do, and we were also including the subjective experience earlier in the conversation. That list is going to be the list of things that are known on that list are going to be the list of things that are known is going to be way shorter than the list of truth about the Earth.
Okay.
Almost all truth is unknown.
I would agree on unknown, but the problem is known and tests are two different things. Like truth by its nature, I firmly believe is testable. Any truth claim that's untestable is positing.
Wait, sorry, say that again?
Any untestable claim of truth is a posit of an idea. It's a speculation. It's not a truth.
Disagree. Something's true whether humans exist or not.
I agree with that. Truth remains true. I'm just saying for us to access, like we talked about this, like the third level, whatever way you want to kind of view the realm of truth, like the best way to kind of boil it down is like with mathematical theorems, right? There's a million mathematical theorems we don't know, right? Just floating out there. They're true. We haven't discovered them yet. But the second you find a theorem, what happens to that theorem? It can be put in the mathematical context, tested, and if it's true, it'll hold up. If it's not true, it's a bunk math theory, and you didn't get truth from that outer edge, right?
No, I disagree. I think you're using truth in a very different way than what I understand it to mean.
Well, I think truth is testable. I mean, I think all truth is testable.
Right, but we don't have to know. We could be completely wrong about everything we
I agree.
believe and think that we know, and it could still be true.
I mean, I've been wrong about
It doesn't
things.
matter what humans understand or know or believe.
Well, those are two different claims
In regard
too.
to whether something is absolutely true or objectively true.
True, but not, because like the weird thing about truth, that's the mystical thing about the universe, is most truth, in fact most discovered truth, is testable and works, and if it doesn't, it gets scrapped. That's like the whole process that we base like the growth and knowledge of civilization on, right? Like it's like this long culture. Like we're a really unique set of beings that have passed on knowledge from generation to generation, and so we have collective truth that passes on. And then again, like we'll be wrong, but I think, you know, when you're wrong, you adjust and you test, and how you find out if you're wrong is you test. Like for instance, the only way, Adam, for you to know if you're psychic would be for you to have that connection with somebody else, and then also do a double blind test with controls. So you'd need to make sure.
Disagree.
I'm saying that's the only way you could 100% know.
And I fundamentally disagree with that.
That's
kind
okay.
of what we're arguing about, is that you think that something has to be scientifically tested.
If you're talking about a philosophical truth, we can get in that conversation. But I think when you start getting into physical truth, it becomes tough.
So you think that scientific truth is somehow outside of metaphysics?
No, I think it starts. This is the fun thing about, like, and this is the weird kind of supernatural part of the whole thing. It's like it's like art. It starts as an idea, right, and then it becomes real. Like it's a weird thing about human beings. It's the rational capacity of human beings is to me one of the most fundamental things for people to look at, to kind of look outside of just like a pure scientist or scientism view of the world, because it's just fascinating that we're even able to trust our own perception of the universe, and we're able to measure things to the point where we can send like a spaceship to like a different planet. Like it's strange that we're able to do these things. It doesn't make sense that we should be able to do them, but we do. And somehow rational processes work. Somehow math just kind of holds up like throughout the universe. It's really weird. So it's like somehow the constants stay constant. It's a very strange thing. So like how do you discover those things? You get an idea and then you test it.
Okay. But you're talking about something different from what I'm talking about, because you were talking about things that you said discovered knowledge.
That is discovered knowledge.
But when I'm saying that the majority
and by the
of
way,
it
I
is
didn't say
unknown,
discover. Wait. Now you're mixing knowledge and truth. I said discovered truth. Thank you.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah. Different.
Well, I don't know. You said a lot. So at one point you said either discovered truth or discovered knowledge.
Yeah, I think I said discovered truth. Yeah, that would be it. I think
so that's good. You're talking about something.
Knowledge is the acquisition of the
like the Venn diagram of what I'm discussing is like the thing that you're saying is a tiny sliver of the section of what I was talking about, though. So I agree with you about the scientific method, and you do experiments and stuff. It's kind of like, yeah, obviously that's okay. We go out and we do experiments and we learn stuff.
Well, I think that goes beyond.
And we test things.
Yeah,
but
I think
it's
it goes
kind of
beyond
missing the point of what I was saying.
It goes beyond just scientific method, like as applied in a lab, though. It also comes to like personal testing. Like if somebody makes a bold claim, like life advice.
Yeah. We use logic and reason and rationality.
Dating advice, right? Like you can test that. Like dating advice, you can test. You can go on some dates and see if there's some truth to like some of the age-old dating advice that's been passed down. And guess what? A lot of it's BS, and then a lot of it's like surprisingly true, right? Somebody's hopping on. Oh, that's me hopping on again.
But in the case of like when we were kind of starting out talking about psychic abilities and dreams and stuff, there's not a empirical ruler to measure how big a house in a dream is, right? It's a different type of veracity claim. It's a different type of truth. You
But
dreamt
the-
about a big house is a totally different type of thing. Like testing that claim is a totally different
Got it. But your
problem than testing a physical house when you wake up.
I agree. So your truth claim when it comes to a perception, right, is different.
Sorry, say that
Especially
again?
a truth claim when it comes to a subjective perception
Mm.
is impossible to test, which is why like it would be on the onus would like the only person who could possibly know would be the person who experienced it. The only way that person could possibly know that it wasn't delusion would be to test it as best they could.
The core of this disagreement is that I fundamentally 100% disagree with what you just said. I'm saying that the thing we can test the most directly is our own subjective experience, more directly than anything. That's the thing that we can know the most about with absolute certainty. That's what Descartes' point was, is that I think therefore I am is like pretty much the only thing we can know for sure. So when you say we can't test it, I feel like you're either using that term in a different way of how I would think of it, or you're just saying, like, I can't tell if you're just
I never
using
said
terminology
you can't test it. That's the catch. Like or maybe
well,
I did.
you did.
Okay, so I can't test.
I think what you meant by that was okay. Are you saying you can't prove it to me, basically? Like
No.
I can't test what you experienced.
No, I can't test your subjective experience.
Okay,
You can
okay.
test your subjective experience because
Well,
you had it.
unless you're telepathic.
Again, like if it's unfalsifiable, you can make any wild claim, dude. That's okay.
It's intersubjectively falsifiable. We can falsify it between the two of us. If I'm telepathic and you're
as long as
telepathic,
none of us are skeptical or approach it from any
No, go back to the
standpoint
dream.
that could debunk the truth of it. Yes.
no, go back to the dream
understand.
example.
Yeah.
If we can share a dream, we can prove it at least to ourselves. We can't prove to Corey and James that we shared a dream,
But
but the experience itself can prove to us that we did have the dream.
I am trying to say that like like one of the things. Okay, so one of the things I like about the biblical record, even if people are like really skeptical of it, right, is there's like multiple witnesses of Christ's resurrection.
Okay.
At least according to it. I know there's like people who can like sort of be skeptical of that, and maybe they think there's like I forget what it's called, like a Q document or whatever. But my point is like if you're a believing Christian, like right, and you believe the different apostles' accounts, and you believe they were all different apostles, it is compelling to a Christian that it's multiple viewpoints witnessing something.
Yeah, that makes
A
it more
wild
likely to
claim.
be true as a historical document. If
For
there's
us, yeah. At least
Well-
for me, it makes a much more compelling case. I would be skeptical of even like two people making a wild supernatural claim.
Right.
I don't think that's a
Of
bad
course
thing.
you would.
And you should be.
I mean,
What I'm getting at is like if you're the people though, and like Corey is a good friend of mine, right? If Corey and I both had interlocking dreams where we started kind of interacting in each other's dreams and we had this conversation, I would personally want to rule out some things to believe myself on it.
okay.
Because I know human behavior and I know my own vulnerabilities. I would want to rule those out before I go and accept a wild claim for myself. If I walked outside and I saw something that looked like a spaceship, my experience could be, it is a spaceship. I saw a UFO. I know it 100%. But I know enough about human behavior. I live in the Antelope Valley. Most people who move here for the first time think they're seeing UFOs. Because they don't understand that like when people are doing test flights, they fly in patterns. And when your eyes see patterns of spaceships or ships in the sky, or not spaceships, sorry, of airplanes flying in the sky that are using lights, guess what? You connect the dots and you think it's this giant spaceship. And you know what's funny? I've had that thought. I've had, whoa, that's a giant spaceship. Now, was my subjective experience true that I saw what I saw? Yeah, 100%. Is it true that it was a giant spaceship? 100% not, no matter how much I was convinced it was.
Right. I mean, I
And
agree with you,
anyone
but
who's like, again, I wouldn't know that if I was just trusting my own subjective experience, or if my friend was there and they saw it too, and they were unfamiliar and less educated about like what the area is that they're seeing it in, that there's a giant Air Force base nearby, that they fly in patterns all the time. Like, it's, again, like, their subjective experience could very much be true to them, like to the point where they could swear by it, they could die by it, and yet they could be completely wrong. And if they don't verify it or test it with other sources or controls, they're very vulnerable to being misled even by themselves, right? So that's my point. I'm not
Okay.
saying that's the case 100%. Like, there's also the other world where maybe two people see a spaceship, and even if other people are skeptical, maybe it is a real spaceship. There's no way to disprove that. That's unfalsifiable. But it's still like, it's true that like an unfalsifiable claim could totally be true.
right, that was kind of my point. Is that just because what I was saying was unfalsifiable doesn't matter that much about whether it is or is not true, especially when we're talking about subjective inner experiences.
Well, it matters for an outside observer who wants to verify truth. Yeah.
Right, but it doesn't matter for the two psychics who are getting naked and having telepathic communication together.
Well, again, it wouldn't matter for their own experience of it, but it wouldn't say anything about the truth of the matter.
So give me so if you want to keep this going, what would be a way that you would test something like that? Like you're
Again,
saying
like
if
a
you
control.
in the dream thing, like if it was like, okay, I can control my dream, you can control your dream. If we dream together at the same time, we can control each other's dream and have basically share the dream. How would you control or check that against something else to try to question the veracity of it?
Okay, so it's difficult because you've already committed a bias there just by having the conversation, right? You've seeded the idea.
Okay.
So that's one thing that you'd have to kind of try to find a way to, how would you kind of be able to control against that?
What I'm saying is testing, like the way we would test whether or not we did share the same dream is we both would report that we did have this new experience that was unlike something we've experienced before, where we shared a dream, and we would describe the content of each other's dreams in a way where it was not shown to each other what the information was, and compare the information of what the content of the dream was.
So you're saying, how would you prove that if you're one of the dreamers?
No. You're saying if you were in that situation, you would want to do some checks
Yeah, so
yourself to make sure you weren't just deceived by yourself. So what would be like some examples of that?
So one of the key things would be I'd think about like, oh, we had a conversation about that, so that idea was planted in my head that we're going to dream a dream that we both control and stuff like that. So I'm already open to vulnerability right there because I've been given a suggestion, which, by the way, like subconsciously, we're all really vulnerable for. Anybody who studies like the mind knows that. So like that's a magician's trick, right? Magicians will do a lot of suggestion where they're talking, like even magicians who are skeptics will do like seance conversations about ghosts and like, you know, there's like this old tale of like,
Right, but
this,
you're not really addressing my question.
No, I am. I'm 100% getting there. So what I'm saying is like they use the power of suggestion just to start planting the subconscious, so you're more willing to accept when like a miracle happens, right? You're going to be less skeptical when you observe it. So I'm going to say, like, if Adam, you and I had that conversation before we had these interconnected dreams, that'd be the first thing I'd want to kind of rule out. Like, was this just suggestion at the beginning of it that made me kind of vulnerable to believe it? Number two would be like, am I remembering this dream correctly, or is this dream being vulnerable to suggestion by my friend Adam? And am I being vulnerable to kind of like wishful thinking, where I'm making wishful thinking reality, which we all do. Like we've all, I can't imagine anybody not having that experience when you're a little kid where you're sincerely convinced there's a ghost in the forest. And you might even be sincerely convinced you experienced a ghost story that years later you think about it and you're like, that was kind of, we just invented that, or we just had a wild imagination. And it felt like a shared experience because it's something we bonded over and talked about, right? So that's something I would want to rule out, right? Especially if I'm naked and vulnerable with the person, that puts me in a really suggestible position. That's not like your average kind of scenario. That's a very vulnerable position. And when you're in a vulnerable position, you're like 50 times more open to suggestion. So I would want to rule out every rational explanation before I would go to the irrational. Does that
That's
make
interesting
sense?
though, but I don't
Like
see
the
why
rational
you
explanation of
see
like
that as
maybe
being irrational.
What's up?
I don't see why you see what I'm saying as being irrational.
It's not irrational. It's just the least rational of a lot of more easy, simple explanations that would have to be ruled out before you go to the supernatural, right?
Like you believe, okay, in the Christian belief system, which you sometimes have an alternative viewpoint on what sort of a lot of Christians might view something, but in the Christian, like in the Bible, for example.
Well, I am a literalist, so I'll give it that. I'm just
the Bible does say that humans are like you are either a spirit or a soul or that sort of thing, correct?
I have a spirit or a soul, yes.
Okay, so you're a human body that has a spirit or a soul.
Yeah.
So you don't think of yourself as a soul or a spirit that has a body?
I tend to think of that, yeah.
Okay. And these are individual spirits, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Uniquely made in the image of God, yeah.
But you have a soul, which is one of them like more has to do with your actual specific ego
well, no,
and
the soul
identity?
and spirit in the Bible aren't separate. Like,
okay, because it depends on
the
different...
Holy Spirit is a whole different thing.
Right.
And
Because
you're
some
not
people use
usually
it
called.
as...
You're not usually. I don't think biblically like spirit is like a Catholic thing. Although Holy Spirit is definitely biblical. I think it's usually referred to more as just like straight up soul. But soul and spirit, if it's talking about like a human soul or a human spirit, it's just referring to the same thing. We don't.
So you have a spirit right now, right, or a soul?
Yeah, 100%.
Your soul and my soul can't interact?
Could souls communicate? Here's the thing. I'm not saying, Adam, that telepathy is impossible.
I'm saying more in the dream circumstance.
Where spirits souls and spirits couldn't interact?
Like say that while we're sleeping, our souls or spirits have an interaction.
So I believe that our spirit is confined to our body until we die. So I don't actually think that is likely.
Oh, interesting. And you feel the same way about a soul, or they're the same?
They're the same. I also don't believe in ghosts or anything like that either. I don't think there's a huge biblical basis for it, except there was one. There's like a prank. It's how I view it in the Bible, where a guy is like it's God doing a prank. It's like this guy. He's like a king. He's talking to prank. He's talking to like a spiritualist, right? Like a guy who's like, I can raise the dead and talk to the dead. I'm going to raise the prophet. I think it's like Elijah or something. Corey can probably correct me on this if I'm wrong. But it's one of the old prophets. And so like God actually is like, okay, here's the like he actually gives them the spirit of the prophet like to appear, which of course even the guy who's like doing the summoning is like, oh crap, like that, because he's thinking like, oh, this is like a magic trick, like he's being a charlatan. And that's like one of the rare appearances of like an actual ghost in the Bible, and I kind of think it's just God being funny. I don't know if that makes sense. But I think that was him.
And you think this is a real thing that happened, right?
Yeah, but I also don't think it's testable.
And you think that that's rational to believe that?
I think it would be.
And you've been very skeptical about this claim, and you did all the tests on it, and you checked your biases, and you...
Well, no, I think it would be irrational to make the claim that happens all the time, and that I can contact ghosts, and I can do that or replicate it.
But a claim from how many years ago was this?
Thousands, but here's the thing.
So the claim written in a different language thousands of years ago in a book, hey, that's pretty reasonable to believe in.
There's a slight difference between claiming that like a miracle happened and that you believe it happened, as opposed to claiming that you are the arbiter of a special supernatural power that currently exists, and unlike biblical claims at the time, like again, like when miracles in the Bible happened, it's not like everyone in the Bible was just like, oh yeah, these things happen all the time, like dead's rising all the time. People are shocked because this isn't like, it isn't the rational world that they know, so they're very skeptical, right? Like when one of the disciples sees Christ, they don't even believe it's Christ. They want to see his wounds and touch him and make sure it's actually him, because they just don't believe it. Like dead people don't just come to life. So if I were making the claim that no, dead people do come to life all the time, and I can come to life after I'm dead, like, and I can come visit you after that, like, that's a different claim than like kind of making the claim, like, you know what I mean? I guess that's what I'm getting at. If you were to tell me like somebody sometime had telepathy, that could be possible. I don't know. I can't disprove it. Even if you were to say, hey, I'm telepathic and I believe this, I think that could be true. I just don't think it's falsifiable or testable. And I think if you were to experience it, like, I would definitely be a skeptic of it as you're experiencing it. Much like if I were to wake up tomorrow and be outside of myself, observing myself, I'd question it. I wouldn't question the experience of it. I would just question my interpretation of the experience.
Right.
You know?
But if you were psychic or telepathic, what you're saying just now would not be true, because you would be able to prove it. In other words, in order to test telepathic abilities, you would have to be telepathic.
Where did you learn that?
Where did I learn that?
Yeah, that rule.
How are we going to telepathically communicate to demonstrate telepathic powers to each other if you're not telepathic?
So there's
that's the way you can prove it.
I know, but there's this power that you can't put into words or verbally explain why, but you know that there is, the only way for the power to work would be for somebody else to have the same power. And this just comes from your mind, like not from, or maybe from outside of your mind. And I am to just accept this on its face as truth.
No, I don't want you to, I don't expect or, that's the part that I think that we're mostly having a disagreement about.
But then are you supposed to accept this at truth, or is this, I don't know, I have to question, because this involves getting naked. Is this just a way to get naked with other people?
Well, it is sort of a way to, like, this is sort of a conversation starter where you can kind of, you know, hey, if you want to test out our psychic abilities and get naked, you know.
Because I gotta say, like, that's a pretty effective, that's a pretty effective pickup. Especially, I could see that working.
And you can get people to confess their innermost sins, because it's like, we got to be completely honest with each other. You know, we got to break down all barriers here.
Now, I don't want to be like mean or anything, but I'm like, I actually could see that as like a huge benefit, and to me, that actually sounds like a much more healthy. It just sounds like a fun thing. So. In that case, more power to you, you know?
No, I have tested this just not without the nudity part. That part would be like taking it to a higher level. And I wasn't in any way suggesting getting naked with you, but I like I said, like in relationships and stuff, this is
in that case, I wouldn't be on board, but I'm saying more power to you with
in that case you're not on board. Wait, were you on board if there was nudity involved?
No. Yeah, at that point, yeah, that's exactly the point where I said that.
But I have, like I said before, I have like tried to do little experiments where, like I said, go into a separate room with a pad of paper or something with people.
But they're just not attuned.
Well, it's similar to, like I was saying before, it's like, I don't think that we are having a similar understanding of what we're even trying to check for.
Have you thought about the possibility, I'm just saying, because... Like, have you thought about the possibility that, like, maybe the reason that hasn't connected is that you don't have these abilities? Have you ever considered that?
Seems rather unlikely, I would say, because it's only, I mean, this has only come up like 3, maybe 4 times, and I think all 4 of the times, except for one person, they didn't get the concept. They thought it was a guessing game, like guess which card I picked. You know, it's a deck of cards and guess if it's the ace of spades or something.
Yeah.
Like most people think that that's what you're trying to do. There was one person that once I explained it to them, they're like, okay, they really got it. And we, I don't know. I felt like there was. It seemed like we were at least communicating about what it was we actually were talking about and testing, but it wasn't. It kind of it just I don't know. I don't think that, like I said, I don't think that everyone's necessarily on the same wavelength. Like even if someone else is like that person, I think is a potential psychic. Maybe that guy is psychic.
But what's weird is, and this is just a question to consider, have you ever considered that like some other psychic out there who's 100% convinced they know the psychic nature is it could be right, and like maybe you're not attuned to the, like, couldn't that be equally possible that you're not attuned to it and you know it's delusion? I mean, it's a possibility, right?
I mean, I guess it's possible that literally anything you experience or believe is a delusion. In that sense, sure, yeah.
But like, wouldn't
like
there
it's
be...
possible that we're not having a conversation right now in on a video forum, and I'm just imagining this, or I'm dreaming, or it's the brain in the jar, or all those things. Yeah, that's. I mean, I have to admit that it's at least within the realm of possibility.
Okay, so wouldn't there be ways that things that you could implement that could take it a little bit beyond the subjective experience, and maybe rule out possible influences that could cause a misperception?
Yeah, I think that, yeah, you got to have standards. You have to make sure that you're not switching notebooks back and forth and you kind of see what the impression of what the person drew earlier, or like basically it's the point is to report that you are experiencing something in the first place. Like if both people aren't reporting that they're having a special experience, it's just pointless. So even just that, even if you for the first time feel some spark, or maybe you already have experienced this type of spark in the past, like in other words, I've experienced a spark, you've experienced a spark, let's try to get together where we're in separate rooms and experience the spark at the same time and see if we can communicate using this connection. Like it's not that complicated. Like basically if you believed that, for example, spirits were shared, I don't think it would be that different from what you believe in.
I think it would be fairly different.
Like you believe that your spirit is just directly part of your body and your identity and your ego, right?
I believe that, yeah, I mean, I believe that a lot of the ego, you know, rests and resides in the spirit.
But it's
I think
it's
lot
like
of,
individual to you. Your spirit is not my spirit.
Yeah, 100%. But I think our spirits have a connecting thing. It's just not like we're one organism, you know. Oh, give me 3 seconds. Okay, we're spirits.
There is a connecting thing, so maybe you do believe in something similar to what I'm describing. We're just using different terminology. Spirits do have a connecting thing.
Okay, I mean, if you believe that Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life, then we're in agreement. But if not, like, I think like the majority of what I believe is literally that. So if that's different, then everything's different in our beliefs. Does that make sense?
If that's different, everything's different.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, if you're talking
I
to a
think
Christian,
I can see how that affects everything. Yeah, that
if
could
you're
that would
talking
probably
to a
affect pretty
Christian
much
and you're
everything.
saying, hey, there's a lot
Yeah.
of commonalities and stuff
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that, I'm like,
It affects everything.
Everything in Christianity ties to Christ and his resurrection, believing in the manifestation of Christ as God, like on earth, his death, his resurrection, his gift of the Holy Spirit, and like all of that is like the fulfillment of it. And we literally believe that Jesus is the only way, the only truth, and the light. Like he is the way, the truth, and the light. No one gets to God or to like heaven or anything like that except through Christ. So I can't say like, oh, our beliefs are different, but we have I mean, there's probably like common threads, and maybe like I sincerely.
No, I'm saying as it pertains
Yeah.
to telepathic communication, Josh.
Oh no, I don't.
Not everything in general.
Yeah.
Like in other words, if you believe there's spirits and they're connected in some way.
I don't think they're connected. I mean, I think they might connect later on. I don't know if that
Okay.
makes sense. I think we're connected to God. So there's that. So that could be kind of a connection. I guess maybe some of us are connected to God and some of us are disconnected, you know?
Sure.
Man, there's so much interesting stuff coming from James. Okay, I got to disappear for 2 seconds. Are you enjoying this conversation? I could probably do another like 20 minutes.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, cool.
And for James or anyone else, if I don't think is Corey still here? He hasn't commented for a while, but oh, maybe he's still here. Just to kind of clarify on my point, like I do think that humans can probably communicate psychically. I think probably most humans have this ability, but I think that just most people just don't believe that they can do it, and most people don't try to do it and don't think that they can. But in other words, I think probably most humans, if they knew how to use it, if they knew how to tap into it, could probably do this.
I would say, like Corey's kind of hitting the nail on the head with like I think some of our earlier confusion on truth and testing, because he said, in other words, claiming that most truth can't be tested and then backing that statement up with examples of things that haven't been tested is illogical, because just because it hasn't doesn't mean it can't. So that's like a huge thing of like most things can be tested. It's just some things can't yet, you know.
If it's the case that most things can be tested and most things have not been tested yet, then what you're saying is true. But you and I think, disagree on whether or not it's true that most things can be tested. I think
no, wait.
Everything cannot be tested.
Like even in your statement, you just said two contradictions. You said have not and then can't, and conflated them as the same thing, and that's not the same thing. Have not been doesn't mean can't. That's where we're misfiring in communication. Right?
No. What I'm saying is, because you're starting with the premise that you think, I don't know, because you sort of disagree with me on this. I thought that you agreed with me later, but then maybe you're switching it back. I can't tell at this point. But that most truth statements cannot be tested.
I disagree with the cannot.
Okay.
I think most truths can be tested. I think that when we're talking about philosophical truths, I think the testing is different, but I think it can still be brought to the rational process. And I think what is philosophy will often be backed in truth in life. And so like to me, I think a philosophy usually backs itself up in action on earth in visible ways. So it's like, you know, even those things are testable, like a philosophy, right? Like it's part of why I'm not like full out socialist, right? Like I believe in socialism in limits, but I've seen historically socialism fail pretty epically when it goes like full bore socialism. It depends like if we're talking about, but I guess if, you know what, I'll be more specific so as not to anger socialists, because I kind of lean very socialistic. I'll say communism, right? Communism has been implemented and failed like multiple times and led to like human rights disasters, as has like pure full bore capitalism, right? So I look at those two philosophies and I'm like, you know, some of those sound good on paper, but in practice just do not work and need like revision, right? Whereas like if I were like around in the time of Lenin, I probably would have been like all about communism because I didn't see it play out. You know what I mean? So I guess that's my point is like there's a truth to philosophy even in application, right? At least that to me is the most beneficial philosophy, is philosophy you can apply. And then James was saying, this. I think that's the disagreement. Adam has a position that most truths cannot be tested, as in it would be impossible to test if it is true. So, is that true?
Right. I don't understand how you like. It doesn't make any sense that you guys could say that that's not true. Like, for example, I mean, unless you're making a very specific sector, like if you're saying the
So it sounds like you're arguing for a lack of absolute truth then.
No, I'm saying the total opposite. I'm saying there's almost everything is true, and the percentage that we'll ever know or be able to even see or access is tiny, teeny tiny, way less than 1%.
Almost everything is true.
Like, for example, the examples I've used of ordinary objects, the example I've used of... See, I think you guys are being thrown off by the interior of the Earth. I'm not saying, like, the nature of geology and stuff. So I think you guys are thrown off by that. When I say the universe, you're like, well, now you're switching to the universe. Well, there's the truth of, like, in the sense that I mean, it applies to everything in the universe. So it does include the universe, but we could restrict it to a certain sector if you want. But like consider a mathematical truth, right? A mathematical fact. All the potential combinations of this number plus that number, or this number times that number. We have a teeny tiny fragment of all the potential math problems, right? Like almost all of the possible math problems are so big that there's not enough time in a human life to even state the math problem. So it's not something that we can access.
That's different.
I'm just making a similar statement about our environment, about
internal
experiences.
Math is a perfect example, right? With math, it starts as arbitrary, but the weird thing about like a ruler or measurement is a really good example. A measurement is arbitrary, right? But once stated, it never shifts. And so like even within mathematics, the whole fundamentals and foundations of mathematics have to do with accepting that once stated, it never shifts. So it's all very reliant on absolutes. The second we start getting into like shifting measurement, then mathematics collapse. And what's fascinating about mathematics is just by stating measurement, we can build out from that, like to quantum physics. I mean, it's insane. But it all is very reliant on that basic agreement on the once stated thing that never shifts. So it starts as like...
I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay.
Corey said, again, has been tested versus can be tested.
I agree.
Well, with my mathematics example, the possible numbers exceed human time.
I know, but they actually...
It's not just if we have tested it yet. It's so far beyond what could ever possibly be tested. Like, so there's only, like in the observable universe, there's what, 10 to the 80 molecules or atoms or something. Most conceivable numbers, even just conceivable, humanly conceivable numbers, there's numbers that aren't even humanly conceivable. Most numbers are way bigger than that. And they far exceed anything we could ever actually do. And actually, when you do look into the mathematics of very large numbers, it gets to a point where they stop doing specific calculations because it exceeds what we can actually do with technology and in a human time scale. Because to get specific digits of numbers instead of estimating them with these, if you have something that has thousands and thousands of digits of numbers, are just numbers that we cannot access.
So
not just haven't accessed, that it's impossible to access.
Corey's boiling it down very well. When taking every single possible thing, concept, idea, theory, then yes, very little has been tested. But a specific claim either can or cannot be tested, and that's the point. It doesn't matter how many things we don't know. There's a difference between knowledge and truth. No. There's a difference between knowledge and truth. And my point is, limited knowledge does not mean untestable truth. That's that's a jump that you haven't built that bridge. Like, the point being, like, every truth claim is testable. If we have a truth claim that is untestable,
No, it isn't.
if we have a truth claim that is untestable, then we are unable to falsify it, which means we are unable to verify whether it is true. Unfalsifiable claims are not verifiable as truth and make for very shoddy knowledge. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, but you're talking about veracity and knowledge. I'm talking about truth in the abstract.
I'm talking about
Like
truth.
From the beginning of, since we've been discussing that, you're missing like the category. Like, I'm in a different category than what you guys are talking about.
Adam, here's the bridge you have to build to have a salient point.
I don't have to build anything.
Okay, but to have a salient point, you do.
Well,
So-
you guys aren't understanding the first starting point of my premise.
No, I think I am, and what I'm getting at is you have not yet built the bridge between truth and is untestable. Like, you what you've built is a bridge from truth to has not yet been tested. You've had claims of truth that cannot be documented, but you have not made the claim, like the connection between truth can't be tested, and that's the difference. Like, you're
Well, I gave
making
you
a leap.
examples, and you guys
You
are
need to build-
misunderstanding my examples.
No, because every example has not yet been tested or can't be tested. But or like can't yet be tested. But nothing can't be tested. You've brought up the center of the earth. The center
There's
of the
numbers
earth,
that are too big for us to ever be able to calculate.
I know, and decades ago they would have claimed numbers that we now can calculate with supercomputers. So again, like that's a limited knowledge current scenario kind of situation. That doesn't mean can't be tested or can't be documented. That means can't yet be.
No, I'm talking about numbers that will never be able to be calculated,
Infinite
which includes
numbers.
almost all numbers.
No, it's less and less every year. My point is,
Even if you use the entire observable universe as a supercomputer of the most advanced thing, it can't get anywhere near the level of these numbers.
Adam, an uncalculable number that doesn't have like, for instance, pi is a very useful uncalculable number. It just goes on forever. But it's useful in equations. So
You mean the decimal digits of pi?
yeah,
Okay.
it doesn't negate the testability of pi. And that's the catch. Like, that's the point. You still can test pi, and if it doesn't work in equations, it gets thrown out because that's how math works.
It
Like,
negates the
if you
testability
can't-
of certain digits of pi.
No, it's useful. It's applicable. It holds up in mathematical equations. If it doesn't hold
No,
up,
it doesn't.
it's thrown out.
It doesn't always hold up.
It may not always hold up.
Like, I don't actually believe in pi. I think that pi is not what you guys believe pi is. I think real numbers are fictional. I think that real numbers are...
So you don't believe in absolute truth. That we're back in a circle.
No, I do believe in absolute truth, but you guys are talking about something very different from what I'm talking about. Pi is basically a
So
series
anytime
that's
you
treated as one
communicate
number.
and we hear what you're communicating, we're misunderstanding it.
Yeah, because you keep interrupting me when I try to make a clarification.
And I've given you vast, ample opportunities for like 3 hours to clarify, and you failed to clarify your point to either me or people in the chat. Like, this is the part that's baffling. It's just a very difficult
Like, with these
conversation.
numbers, you're saying, no, at some point we'll have something to be... Like, no, in principle, no matter what, most numbers will never be calculable. That is not a
Calculable
controversial...
is a
That is
different
not a
claim than
controversial
testable.
statement.
I know, but that's
testable
not
or
the statement you
calculable.
were making.
It's not a controversial statement at all in mathematics that most numbers are not testable, are not accessible, are not calculable, are not they're not something we can ever use as human beings, ever.
Are not.
Yes,
And are not means
and
will
can
never be.
be in
Yeah.
principle. There's no way they ever could be.
Okay.
Even for pretty large numbers, it's like
What do they call those numbers, Adam? Those numbers that you're talking about? There's a weird term they call those numbers.
Is there? What is it?
I think it has something to do with fantasy or imaginary.
imaginary numbers? That's a different type of number.
No, I'm sincere. I think that most numbers that are untestable in math actually have a different categorization because they're untestable. Like literally testability has everything to do with mathematical truth.
It does?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's why like theorems that come and like create equations that we can create things out of like actually advance in math, and stuff that falls apart like mathematically doesn't hold up. I'm not saying it's like a perfect science, and I'm not saying we have tested everything. I'm just saying it's a bold claim to say that truth can't be tested. Truth claims can be tested. If they can't be verified, they're just truth claims. Which, again, like, we can all make truth claims that can't be verified.
I understand what you're saying, but you're not understanding what I'm saying.
I'm
Like,
not
I think you think that what I'm saying
understanding.
is more complicated than what I'm saying. A very simple thing.
Okay, if it's simple, say it's simple.
Well, I don't. I have to think of a different way to say it because you're misunderstanding everything I said.
Well, to be fair, let's stop categorizing.
Because you guys think
those
everything
things.
I say, the Earth is irrelevant, the universe is irrelevant, mathematics is irrelevant, subjective experience is irrelevant, dreams are irrelevant, the inside of a squirrel is irrelevant. So, I mean,
Well,
what else are we talking about?
They all have been irrelevant points, like because they're proving something you're not stating. So,
Well, it's irrelevant if you're misunderstanding what. Like, in other words, these are examples of communicating about the principle of what I'm basically using as a starting point to even get started in a conversation.
okay, so here's the problem. I feel like we're playing ping pong or something because you set up a goalpost like a squirrel, and then I will go to that goalpost.
You're trying to like disprove something, and I'm just trying to communicate a basic concept of what I'm even talking about.
I know, but you understand, Adam, that like when you're building the structure of an argument, when you build legs that the argument's standing on, and every
This
leg
part of
you
it, I'm not
present
making
collapses.
an argument, though. This part of it, this claim is not an argument. It's just a simple thing that we agree on if we
I
could
guess
just figure
you're
out how
right,
to
Adam,
communicate.
because you believe claims don't need to be tested, but I think claims should. So
No, I didn't say that claims don't need to be tested. I'm saying that they're true whether they're tested or not. Even if humans don't exist, truth
Well,
is.
clearly, if what you're saying is true,
So you're
right
misrepresenting. You're misrepresenting. You're arguing with the straw man, and you have been this entire time.
now, okay, the straw man that the entire chat so far has seemed to follow as what you're communicating. I'm doing
you
the
are not
best.
trying to listen to what I'm saying. You're trying to debunk my my claims of something similar to schizophrenia and all these,
No, Adam,
charlatan claims like
Okay,
all these
now
things.
you're straw manning because I clarified when I brought up the schizophrenia thing that I wasn't specifically bringing it up regarding you.
Okay.
We can back it up, and people see the video. It's on video.
Well, usually when people are trying to understand what someone's saying, they compare it to
Adam,
fraudulent claims and scams and electricians who are trying to scam you and all these things. So.
why do you think in good faith that's why I was bringing up those examples, or do you think I was backing the reason why skepticism and testability is important when people are analyzing their life or what they're going to believe?
I agree with you on that, though.
I don't think I was claiming that you're defrauding people or anything like that, or that you're schizophrenic. I think that's a blatant misrepresentation. I think I've actually been.
You just now earlier
patient.
said something along the lines of, I claim that we don't need to test things in our life. We shouldn't be skeptical of things
Well,
like that.
no, just to be fair,
that's
it's
not
just
what I'm
the
saying
fact
here.
that you're saying you're not making a claim, although you made a claim, and then I was asking for backing of the claim, and you failed to back your claim. Anything you brought up to back your claim didn't hold up to any scrutiny, and now you're upset because your claim can't be backed, but you want to make the claim, and now you're saying you weren't making a claim.
Well, you're just
It's a
not
baffling
understanding what I'm
conversation.
saying.
I'm not.
You guys are all admitting that you're not understanding what I'm saying.
So, okay.
And somehow I'm wrong because
there-
you guys misunderstand.
If there is a group of people who are misunderstanding a communication, does that fall on the communicator or the listener?
Depends on the context. If it's like you, I think you guys are convinced that I'm saying something that's like more different or specific or controversial than what I really am claiming. Like at one point in the conversation, you agreed with what I was saying.
Okay, so Corey, I think, spells it out really well. I believe that Adam could be telepathic. I agree. The point of all of this is whether or not it could be tested and whether or not one should be skeptical of things that can't be tested. And that's kind of, I think, our big disagreement. I don't know.
Right, and if you guys aren't telepathic, you could never test telepathy the same way that someone who is telepathic could test with another person who's telepathic.
And that's where I disagree, because I think truth claims should be able to be tested.
How could you possibly disagree with what I just said?
Because I'm a different human being with different opinions, dude. And I actually, we just had a 3-hour conversation explaining why I would disagree with that. Explaining why it's important to be able to validate and test things. We talked about squirrels, and I talked about how you could test that. We talked about all these different examples, and I talked about how you could test that. Or
Yeah, but you missed the point.
Test.
You
But
missed
if
the
we
point on
can't
that.
test
Missed
it,
the
we
point
have to
on that.
accept it as a
Missed
claim
the
that
point
can't
of
be
that.
proven. What was the
Missed
point?
the point on that. How many squirrels did you go test? 0.
Now it kind of sounds like gish galloping, but we can keep going.
No, I've been pretty much on the same topic.
All right.
These are
So-
just concrete examples of...
As a human being, I cannot individually test every single thing out there in the world. Yes.
You cannot or you have not?
I
Now
cannot.
make the distinction. You
I
cannot or you have
cannot
not.
personally.
You cannot? You cannot or you have not? So you're
I,
saying you cannot.
are you trying to trap me on a point I've never made here? Like
That's what you guys are saying to me. So you're doing the same thing you guys are jumping on me
'cause you were
about.
making a bolder.
You
truth-
cannot test the squirrels or you have
I,
not
as
tested
an
squirrels.
individual, cannot. So now we're going to disregard the bolder truth claim that you've been making this entire time, where you weren't saying it was about subjective truth. You were talking about a broader truth.
I'm talking about metaphysically subjective truth, not epistemologically subjective truth.
Right.
Do you understand what I mean by that?
I'd like you to clarify, but I'm worried we're just going to go forever. But that's okay. Go ahead.
Epistemologically means whether something's known or true, rather than metaphysically, which is like, for example, I use the example of pain. Pain is experienced subjectively, right? So it's metaphysically subjective. Pain is subjective metaphysically.
I understand,
But it's epistemologically true that humans experience pain. It's the statement humans
cannot-
experience pain is a objective truth statement.
So you want it both ways, where you want to have a conversation where we can't bring up epistemics, but you're also going to borrow epistemics to validate the metaphysics. That's a non-argument, dude. You're saying you want to
I
use
didn't say you
truth.
couldn't bring that up.
No, you just did. You just said, I'm talking about metaphysical truth, and you're talking about epistemic truth. And then you said, what is metaphysical truth? It's something metaphysical that you can back up with epistemic truth. That doesn't make any sense, dude. That collapses.
That wasn't what I said.
It's word for word what you said.
It actually isn't.
Okay.
Pretty easy to go back and look word for
Okay.
word what I said and compare it,
Okay.
because that's not word for word what I was saying.
Okay, maybe it's not word for word, but it's the crux of it. You were trying to separate epistemic and metaphysical and kind of being demeaning about it, like as if I didn't understand the difference between epistemics and metaphysics. And then, by clarifying, you actually brought in epistemics, so you're clearly talking about both, but you're wanting to, for some reason, focus on metaphysics, which is interesting. Or it's just interesting that you're trying to separate, but also rely, like borrow truth, but not rely on truth in an argument. I don't know the point of bringing up those separations. If
Right,
you are
you don't
talking
get my
out
point.
about
That's when I
epistemics.
say you guys don't get my point. That's what I mean. Is that you don't get my point.
So,
I'm not trying to trick you or
I don't feel like
be
you're tricking. I
condescending,
just don't.
but you're not following what I'm saying.
I felt like you were being condescending in your clarification, which made it hilarious because you failed to clarify in that clarification.
So you
it's
didn't
more of
understand
like
the clarification.
the condescension kind of collapsed because you're not clarifying anything.
So you didn't understand. Okay. So you just don't understand what I'm talking about.
I don't think this at this point is a failure to understand. I think that I might be understanding it, and you just don't like the fact that I don't agree with you.
When you're reporting that what I'm saying sounds incoherent and you're not understanding it, I think it's likely that you're
No,
not
when it
understanding
came,
what I'm saying.
what I was doing that in the context of that specific statement, trying to separate metaphysics from epistemics, and then in your definition connecting metaphysics to epistemics. It was interesting. That was a very strange, like it was a self-canceling statement. But yeah. So it's just like, let's see here. So Adam is sort of right in a sense about this one. The sort of empirical evidence for this claim is the experience of telepathy itself. In this case, the telepathic note, the evidence. But those without it just can't see the phenomenon or its evidence. You could have tested them, you just haven't. So he's clarifying what I think you're saying. My point is just, I personally, if I were a telepath, I would be skeptical of my experience of that. Because I think that it's important for us to be skeptical of our own assessments, because I think other things lead to dangerous territories, which was the crux of why I brought up schizophrenia or like serial killers or whatever. I just brought those up as like examples of the fact that like if you just follow your gut without being a skeptic, it can be dangerous. That's all. Not you personally, just that's how I view it for myself. Number two was like, I just wouldn't buy it as truth, because it's like, you can make any truth claim that's unfalsifiable. And again, it's a logical fallacy to make that truth claim and pretend that it's objective truth without it being testable. If it's unfalsifiable, we literally don't have a discussion. And unfalsifiability...
Completely disagree.
What do you think unfalsifiability is? Like, what do you think the definition of that is when it comes to like rationality or logic or like discussions?
I think this is something where our philosophy just fundamentally is, like, we have fundamentally different principles that we're working from.
Got it. So I think that in a discussion, you should make you should avoid making unfalsifiable claims, or you should at least own them when you make them.
It's not unfalsifiable if you and I are telepaths.
Got it. And God is not unfalsifiable if I am a supernatural being and a god. That's still unfalsifiable as a claim.
It's testable if you have telepathic powers, Josh. I can show you the ways of telepathy. You are a young Padawan
Except that in order
learner.
for you, like, here's the thing, the art of convincing someone would be to make a good argument, right?
Oh, I'm not trying to convince you, because you already said from the start you're skeptical of it, you're full of shit, you're a charlatan. Like, like I already know that you're saying pretty much even if you had the experience, you
Adam,
would
I
question it
never
and
called
doubt
you
it.
a charlatan. I was just saying you're using arguments that a lot of frauds or charlatans
Right,
use.
right.
I also have been really careful to clarify throughout this conversation that your experience very well could be real. And I agree with James, like his statement, like you very well could be a telepath. Again, it's an unfalsifiable claim, so I can't, like, it's at least unfalsifiable for me. It's convenient that the setup for what is falsifiable...
It's kind of like saying to someone who's blind, like, hey, vision might be real, but you can't prove it to me, so...
I know, and that sounds like that's a really, actually that comparison to blindness is a common argument that people who are making unfalsifiable claims make. Like, I have sight that you don't have, and that's why I can see it and you don't.
Well, I have experienced that. I do have sight that you probably don't have. Like,
I know,
so
and that's a bold claim, and I would want evidence.
how can I prove to you what I'm seeing?
It's interesting. I don't know.
How can you prove to me that you have any conscious experience and you're not just a robot? Like,
So we're going to cycle through, like, sort of how you would validate a claim, right? And I have said from the very beginning and repeated over and over again that a personal subjective experience is unfalsifiable as a claim. It's just unfalsifiable. So it is illogical.
it's not unfalsifiable to one's self, and it's not unfalsifiable if there's shared intersubjective experience.
From someone who has a specific set of conditions that would put them in a position where they can't be a skeptic, they can't observe it scientifically or rationally. They have to be completely vulnerable, open to suggestion, and also, like, every time you've tried this claim within your own
But
experience,
you're not comparing me to a charlatan.
Well, I'm just saying this is what you've communicated, and every time you've had this experience within your own experience, you've never been able to actually have this connection. So it's just I'm just supposed to believe it, and that's
By experience, do you mean
here's
like
my thing, Adam.
the
I don't
notebook
understand.
test?
If you are so convinced of it, I don't understand why I need to be convinced of it.
Oh, I already said like I feel
I
like
just was saying like
pretty
hey,
much the bulk of this conversation is just talking about philosophy, because you already said from the start you aren't open to being convinced, basically.
Well, I was just talking about a different approach where it's like if I woke up today or tomorrow and I was convinced of something supernatural about myself, I would test those claims. That's just the way I'm built. If you are not built that way, that is okay. I did mention like the warning about like in general why I don't approach things like where I'm like, hey, I feel this thing, therefore it's true. I don't tend to make that leap because of the fact that it can lead to dangerous conclusions, especially with people who are religious. I mean, there's a lot of religious people who are sincerely convinced they should fly a plane into a building. And I just like, it's that same kind of like lack of skepticism, trusting faith a little too much. And I personally, I don't want to fly that way. I know too much about human behavior to do that. So, does that make sense? It's not like but for all I know, you could be telepathic. It's just unfalsifiable or unprovable, unless apparently I'm telepathic, which apparently you define yourself, which is interesting. There's no outer definition or external source that I can verify. So, like, literally, I just have to believe you 100%.
No, I'm not asking. You're fundamentally misunderstanding what my intentions are. I don't expect you to believe me.
Well, no, to be a telepath, I would have to believe you because you are the person who defines what is telepathic.
No. If you were in the position of what I'm describing, you would already know that you would have this way you would have this ability.
Okay,
I
and
have to tell you about it.
Where are you knowing this? That you would know it if you had it?
It's similar to the dream thing. If you had a dream, you would know that dreams are something that humans can experience, right?
Got it. And okay, Adam, I respect you, and I'm convinced that you believe this. I also can't help, but like say this is an Emperor's New Clothes scenario, dude. If you were smart enough, more intelligent enough, you would know that right now I'm wearing like a badass robe. Like you would know it. I know it. Everybody who's in on it knows it. You're literally using the same logic. It's the Emperor's New Clothes. And so here's the thing. I cannot prove that the Emperor has no clothes, but in this scenario, I'm going to make that wild leap and say, yeah, in this case, I would personally think this Emperor has absolutely no clothes because you've given no backing more than like an Emperor claiming they're wearing clothes walking around naked.
Right, but that's irrelevant to what I'm saying. Because my goal is not to convince you of anything, and it hasn't been this entire time. Like, I'm not trying to convince you of my claim. I fundamentally don't think you can be convinced about this.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm just trying to communicate the principle.
Yeah, and I think I've communicated pretty clearly like why I would think that's like kind of an Emperor's New Clothes kind of scenario. Because like, again, it's all reliant on the interpretation of all defined by the claim. Like the only way to back this truth would be for Adam to be the test for like telepathy. There's no
completely irrelevant to what my intentions of having this conversation is.
Well, it's just like you talked about enjoying discussions and debate and stuff like that, and I think we did agree at the beginning of this topic, like, hey, okay, we could talk about this, and stuff like that. So I'm just delving into it. And mainly because you made a claim, and I kind of just, was talking about my own approach to something like that would be that of skepticism, for I think valid reasons.
Right, because you're not telepathic.
And the Emperor has clothes. I just don't see them. Mm-hmm. But Adam, if you are telepathic,
I think you're
that
jealous,
would be badass.
Josh. You're jealous of my telepathy. That's
no,
what it comes
actually, to. Adam, what I might be jealous of is your lack of skepticism.
Uh-huh.
No, I'm serious. Like, I envy that. Like, yeah. I sometimes, like, I've met. Oh my gosh, I gotta disappear for 2 seconds. Are you still on in a second, or are you wrapping up, or are you getting mad? I hope you're not getting mad.
I mean, it is. If you think what I said was condescending, that is kind of condescending. But I'm not almost done. Like I'm fine.
Okay, cool. I'll be right back in
Like
like
I
two
wouldn't
seconds.
say so. I would. Well, if I did say something like that to you, I would try not to say something like that to you.
Well, no, I think we both kind of dipped into a little bit of condescension, but I think it's all in good fun.
I was not trying
Um,
to be condescending to you. I really wanted to make sure you were following what sense I was using the word subjective in that sentence.
yeah, yeah, I understand. And again, like I think I've been pretty clear throughout this entire time. I don't think subjectivity is something that can be tested or measured. If you're making just a subjective claim without any external sources.
Even by yourself?
I think you can do some analysis to confirm and to test subjective experiences, but I think in general you need to rely on other faculties and take it outside of just yourself and think more objectively. Um,
Why though? Why this hierarchy of the metaphysically objective being higher than the metaphysically subjective?
uh, Again, I'll bring up those examples of like the many times that people have been ultimately sincerely convinced in something that if they had stopped and been a little more skeptical, it might have prevented mass harm to like mass amounts of people. Also, it just helps people avoid like getting defrauded or like screwed. Like, and actually, honestly, Adam, I don't think you'd be like the fraudster in this case. I'd actually just be more like worried about like gullibility on your part, like not the person doing this with you. It'd be like
Hmm.
I'd just be concerned that you might actually believe your own delusion on it, and um, and in that case, maybe it's not a delusion, and I get that entirely. I'm gonna disappear for like 2 seconds, and I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
But I am getting art done, but I have to have a heart out in like 15 minutes. It's funny, Adam. We always end up talking for like 5 hours. I like our heated discussions too. So
Well,
but I'm not going to debate. Remember, as an artist, like that's not what I'm going to do. I'm just going to do art videos. Wasn't that said at the top?
well, I
And
think we
then,
were talking about not doing standalone debates, like
yeah,
in a formal format.
yeah. And then I think we were both talking about how we both can't resist debating, and now we're debating for 4 hours. Okay, I'll be right back.
Yeah. I don't know. I've had a similar conversation on similar subjects to those watching and to Corey and James. Like I've had similar discussions like this when you get into objective and subjective, and it almost always becomes a confusing topic. Like I don't feel like I've if I can't think of a time where I've had a conversation about subjective experience and objective reality and the difference between the epistemology of it and the metaphysics of it, where someone came out of it communicating something to me that made me feel like we were following what was being discussed. Like it just becomes this inherently confusing thing to even talk about. In other words, I think that our language is very poor at allowing us to communicate about these things. The terminology, like we kind of have the same word for similar like we have the same word for things that need to be distinguished between, that it's just not easily distinguished between, and there's not a whole lot of words that allow you to describe the relationships between these types of things.
I think I agree with you. There are things that are hard to put into words, but I generally think um, that if there's something that's really hard to put into words, like sometimes it's just not like fully worked out or fleshed out. You know what I mean?
Right, I do know what you mean, but this is not an instance of this because this is something I've like written out an essay on this. It's fully fleshed out.
Is it an
Um,
essay like that's like I could read and understand?
Well,
Because I've read like some heavy philosophy. You know, like when I was working on my MFA, I had to read like heavy like Baudrillard and like all this like crazy art theory and criticism.
Yeah.
And most of it was salient. And then what I would find is like I'd read something that other people in the class would pretend they understood. And
Mm-hmm.
I would have like a teacher who wrote a book, like one of the history books on the philosopher that everyone's pretending they understand. And I would read it and I'd be like, hey, this sentence that they're writing is saying like 4 words the same time, just different. They're using different words, but they all have the exact same meaning. So like all they're doing is just writing redundant gibberish. And the teacher would
So
be
you're wait, is your insinuation that my essay might be redundant gibberish?
No.
What is the point of bringing that up?
I'm just the reason I'm bringing that up is that like the teacher would actually like talk to me and be like, yeah, actually it is. And the whole class would be like, oh man, we've all been pretending we understand this. My point in bringing that up is like, if it's salient and understandable, I'd love to read it, is my point, you know?
It wasn't this exact topic, but it was dealing with subjective and objective, the distinction between epistemological subjectivity, metaphysical objectivity, which I think is something that maybe means, like in other words, you might have a term in your vocabulary that communicates what I'm trying to communicate.
Yeah.
And it might just be different from what I'm using, and what the words that I'm using, the context that I learned it and that I was taught these words means what I understand it to mean, and the way I'm using it seems to be leading to miscommunication, or I think maybe those words being, like you're understanding them in a different sense.
Have you thought about like just the possibility that I very well might understand exactly what you're trying to say and just disagree? Like that's the key, is like it sounds to me like I have a pretty clear understanding.
I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
Well, I think it almost sounds like you're saying I'd have to be psychic to understand what you're saying.
Are you talking about the subjective objective thing or telepathy thing?
Well, the subjective in the context of telepathy.
In order to understand what I mean.
At no point in this conversation have I ever claimed that subjective truth could be testable as only subjective truth, which is why I believe in objective truth and the importance of objective truth.
Okay.
Right? So I've never made a different claim than that. You know, so if you're experiencing what you feel is subjective truth, I think it's important to try to validate it objectively.
Yeah, but when you say objectively that time, do you mean it in terms of epistemology or metaphysics? I think my use of those terms just doesn't mean the same thing as what you mean by them?
I think that if you have a metaphysical claim, it remains a metaphysical claim until you can bring it into epistemology and test it by epistemological truth.
Okay. So yeah, it's just we need a different, because I've heard other people use a different set of terms for the same thing that I'm saying. I don't remember what they say, and I think it's more common in like if you take a philosophy course or something. The same distinction that I'm making.
Arguing for relativity, but you keep like kind of backing away from arguing for absolute.
I'm definitely not arguing for relativity. I'm very anti-relativist. I kind of hate.
Okay, because you're edging towards those claims, though. That's the weird part.
I'm really not. Okay. That's not really what I'm saying at all.
Okay.
But I think the problem is our definitional system is different, I think. So when I say metaphysics, you are taking that in a different way than what I'm trying to communicate with it.
So, okay, here we go. James was saying, I would take issue, and we brought this up at the beginning, actually, take issue with the metaphysical and epistemology distinction because metaphysics, truth, implies epistemology, knowledge.
Right, so you guys are using it like this, like if you go to a course and the subject is metaphysics.
Well, you just brought up a course that would talk about metaphysics.
Right, but that's not how I'm using the word metaphysics. That's why I'm saying you guys aren't following what I'm saying and you're not understanding what I'm saying. Like the terminology that I'm using is not communicating anything to you because it's different from, in other words, I think you guys have a set of terms that communicates the same idea. You just use different terminology for it, and I'm not sure what that term is that you guys are using.
Got it. So you have totally different definitions for terms.
Well, I have definitions that are used in some philosophical contexts. In some other philosophical contexts, people use a different set of terms that I don't remember what they are.
Okay. So then,
But I mean, I've defined it a couple times, and when I tried to define it, you felt like I was being insulting about it. But I think it's really just I might be using it in a less common way.
well, no, it was just
So because of that, we're literally just not understanding each other, because the words that I'm using literally mean something different to me than they do to you guys.
yeah, no, and I think defining your definitions.
Like, look at what
especially
James
in
said.
the-
Having an epistemology means doing a certain metaphysics. That's not how I'm using either of those words.
I understand, but what I found condescending about it was the tone in which you were like, "Well, let me separate metaphysics and epistemology for you, because I think what's happening here is you don't know what those are." And I'm like, I think I have a pretty clear idea of what those are. And then you defined it, and in the definition that's pretty commonly known of those two words, you defined it as if you were saying they were separate, and in your own definition, you connected them. So it was like it was a redundant, like it was a self-defeating argument.
That's not
Like-
what. No, Josh, I'm not saying you don't know what
Yeah.
the standard.
No. I'm just saying why I took offense. I'm guessing that wasn't the intent, but that's why I said it was condescending. Because again, that kind of sounded
Right, and I'm
interesting.
trying to explain to you, I'm not being condescending.
Yeah.
There's two different senses of these words. There's two different senses of the word metaphysics.
Chris,
There's
you
two
got
different-
it. It is getting circular. Sorry.
It's
Sorry.
not going. It's not getting circular. It's not even started. Like, there's no communication happening because you don't understand the words that I'm saying, and I don't know what word you're using to communicate the thing I'm talking about, and it doesn't
Got it.
sound like you've brought up the word for what I'm talking about. So either you're using a different word for what I'm talking about, and it's just going over my head, and you guys, when I say epistemological subjectivity, you guys think I mean something completely different from what I'm talking about.
Okay, so then describe what you're talking about. Let's give it another crack.
For the third time. Okay. Well,
No,
or we
this
could
is
use.
like the sixth time, honestly, but that's okay. Let's do it again. Let's
Tell
see
me
if
what
we
you would
can-
call this
If
instead.
my poor understanding can digest what you're trying to communicate.
I'm not saying your poor understanding of philosophy or in general of these things. I'm saying you're not understanding the terminology that I'm using, the way I'm using this terminology.
No, I will be honest. Like if here's the thing. What I don't want us to do is go in circles and just come down to you being like, "Hey, I think I'm psychic," and me being like, "Yeah, that very well could be, but that's a non-falsifiable claim." If whatever you bring up leads us in a different direction than that simple misunderstanding, which I think is valid, because I think these things should be testable.
Well, who cares about the psychic thing at this point?
Well, no, that's the origin of this whole disagreement. So my point is, if that's not the conclusion that will stem from this, like if that is not the core of what our difference here is, where I'm thinking claims that are boldly made, that are unfalsifiable.
Use specific examples, because we're already so confused. Like, what? Don't be vague. Like, what claims are you talking about?
Do I have to repeat your claim?
Are you talking specifically about the telepathic thing, the objective, subjective, or you're grouping the two together?
I think that, to be honest, I think that the claims are a distraction from the weakness of the argument. But I mean, we can get
What
into
argument?
like definitions and metaphysics and all that stuff. But in general, you
The
made
argument
a
that I'm a telepathic superhuman
You
and
made-
you're inferior,
you made a bold claim that you're telepathic, that you
and,
know
and
it.
you're not. I'm
That
better
you know
than
it?
you. You're inferior. I can melt you with my mind.
Great. Here's the thing. I'll give you the biblical test. Melt me right now.
Well,
That's a very biblical test, by the way. Like there's like in the Bible, like there's a like magician who's claiming his god can like light stuff on fire and all.
oh
this
my
stuff.
God, Josh, are you seriously gonna do
Literally.
like? Are you gonna do this where you're gonna insinuate
Well, no, I'm
that
just saying, like-
being demonic or something?
No, I come on. I'm not Brett Keane. I don't give a shit.
Okay, I didn't want to be that insultive about it, but it's like, are you gonna do the Brett Keane thing?
The only reason I was bringing up the biblical thing, and that's weird. That's like very, I don't know. Don't be that bad faith on your read of me. Like I'm not like ill intentioned here. But anyhow, so like it's just like there's a prophet who's like claiming that he can, like, his God can do all this stuff, and like and basically a prophet of God like literally just says, okay, so like tell your God to like light this thing on fire and then put it out with rain. And of course he couldn't. So like I'm just saying, like, if you can melt me, go for it, dude. That's how much I know the veracity of you saying you're telepathic is false. But I'm also saying you made the claim of being telepathic. I'm gonna just recap.
Probably telepathic, yeah.
Well, and then when I pressed on probably, because you came on a lot stronger than probably at the beginning, you said about like, yeah, like probably like pretty much, yeah, 100%.
Well, like if telepathics
99.9%.
exist, I probably am. Like it's 99% to 100% likely that I'm.
Okay,
I
so
am
100% is not probably. That's if telepaths exist, I am one.
Most
Right?
likely, yeah.
So be more bold and
99 to
claim as-
100%
yeah.
or 110%.
Okay, so your claim was that that is the case, that the only way that anyone else could know it is if they were telepathic, that the conditions for that person to be telepathic was pretty much all the vulnerable conditions that would be required for somebody to undergo hypnosis. Like almost like if I literally looked at like suggestibility traits.
Then it used. I didn't say that.
No, I'm just saying if I looked at the traits that require somebody to be suggestible, vulnerable, and easily manipulated, you literally listed out every single step. And then if the person wasn't able to telepathically communicate with you, that would be proof that they were not telepathic. And that the only verifiable way would be if you are a telepath. There's no testable way to.
Okay, so give me one piece of this to respond to, because you
respond. What am I
gave
getting
a lot
wrong
of
about? What am I
stuff.
getting wrong about your bold claims at the beginning?
I mean, when you do that many statements all in a row, there's too much to respond to. So.
Okay, I was trying to summarize to recap where we're at.
Right, and I disagree with
misunderstanding
a lot of stuff about the way you summarized it.
Okay. Then just pick one.
Well, I feel like the telepathic thing is sort of dumb to keep talking about, because obviously you don't believe in telepathy. You don't believe that I'm telepathic. I
never said you aren't. I just said it's an unfalsifiable claim, which is true.
Right. So my point is, this is kind of why we're having the second part of the discussion is, it doesn't matter if this is unfalsifiable, because almost everything that has to do with consciousness and inner experience is unfalsifiable.
Okay, so
like the fact that you experience pain as
Adam,
an actual intersubjective experience is unfalsifiable.
Adam, I love that you have honed that down and clarified that, so we aren't talking about our total experience of reality and squirrels and the inside of the universe and the universe and like things that are testable, and we're boiling it down to, again, something that we've never disagreed on, which is your own subjective experience is not testable until you bring it into like other people's subjective experience and testability. Like the point,
or your own, though. I think that's the thing that we're using terminology differently. As I think the thing you can know with the most certainty is your own personal experience.
I disagree.
I know that you disagree, Josh, but I don't think that if you understood what I meant by that, you would disagree with it. Yeah, I think you're disagreeing with the way I'm wording it.
No, I think
like in other words,
I think that you honestly, I kind of get the vibe that you just don't like that I don't agree with you.
Maybe you don't, but I find it unlikely that you like. Do you disagree with Descartes? That I think, therefore I am type of thing. Like his basic reasoning in that. I
think that you might be. Well, I don't know. Maybe you're smuggling in some stuff to Descartes that he wasn't stating with that. I think that for the basis of a conversation to happen, you have to get past the whole purpose of that statement is like philosophers would always end up boiling down to this like breaking things apart till nothing exists. And it's a useless conversation at that point, right? Like if I go like, hey, have you ever thought like, what if this table isn't a table? And what if this isn't this? And what if I'm not me? And what if like, and at some point you can start kind of philosophizing everyone out of existence.
Right.
So Descartes.
So that's why you have like axioms and stuff, right? Right.
Descartes' purpose of bringing the I think therefore I am, right? Like it was literally to establish a ground rule for philosophy, because if you go beyond that, it gets kind of ridiculous. It's just useless conversation at that point.
Right, but
Right.
do you agree with his basic principle that
You can be relatively assured of your own existence?
like, in other words, that I feel like what Descartes was getting at is that that's one of the things we can be most certain about for ourselves. We can't demonstrate it to others, but we can be. It's something we can essentially prove to ourselves.
Yeah, and
be assured of.
that's one of those strange, unfalsifiable claims that you just kind of have to accept in order to move in the world. Yes, that you
It's
exist.
not,
That
but
your
if it's
experience is
true,
real.
it's not unfalsifiable. It's provable.
It's not provable. That was the point of Descartes bringing it up. Like it's
No,
a profound
Descartes' point is you can prove it to yourself.
No, the point is that it's improvable, but you have to accept it as a reality, even though it's an improvable truth.
No. I might have to go back and reread Descartes, but I thought he was saying that that's his whole premise. That's the foundation
It's like the
of his philosophy.
anthropic principle. It's like the idea, like, hey, we exist on this earth, like somehow we're here, so like clearly that's the way things are. Like it's a bizarre thing that the planets are where they are, but the anthropic principle just sounds like it's kind of like, well, hey, here we all are on the planet, as unusual and crazy as it is. That's where we are. That's a good thing to accept, right? Like it's just a truth. But again, like I think that's a far cry from, like, you'd have to build a much bigger bridge to get from there to, like, I think I'm psychic.
What does that
and
mean,
you
build a
should believe it.
bridge?
Build a bridge is like make a logical connection, because you haven't built a thread there. Like you're not connecting like this, which seems like just a totally different discussion from psychic.
Okay, I thought we already established how we got from psychic to this, but
How? How do we get from this to psychic? That's what I'm saying. Tie it back.
we had explained. I mean, we got to the transition earlier because you're saying it's not really a testable thing, and I'm saying no. This is the thing that you can, like. I think therefore I am thing is, I think, one of the things we fundamentally see differently, that I see as not just testable but provable. It's one of the only things we can know with absolute certainty.
Yeah, that's where you got to get into like Baudrillard, man, because you'd be surprised how uncertain that can become.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't read too much of like the postmodern stuff, and
I would agree with Descartes, and I feel like a lot of like postmodern people are just trying to kind of get into like nihilism and like kind of almost like reducing things to like absurdity. But I'm just saying, like, people do go there in philosophy. I think we agree on that. I think that, like, here's the thing Corey was saying, and I think he's summed up our positions well. I don't know, maybe not.
Probably not.
Corey's saying, I think that Adam felt that Josh was negatively judging his claim because it couldn't be tested. I believe Josh was saying things are unable to be tested scientifically, leave someone open to be manipulated, and are thus to be treated with caution. But I wasn't making like a value claim on your claim.
So my point about that, though, is I think you and I disagree with whether it can be tested, whether the Descartes thing is provable or can be tested, or whether things that are experienced in a non-objective fashion can be proven or tested. I think that most of external experiments that are out there are a different type of experiment than what you would need to do to test something like this, to learn about consciousness. I think that's why consciousness is so hard for science to get a grasp on, because it's subjective.
Okay, let me do one thought train, okay? And I think it'll help you, because I understand what your claim is, okay? And I know we want to edge away from like the psychic thing, but since that was the origin of the whole thing, we have to stick with it, right? That's the whole crux of our disagreement, is on that. So let me ask you a few questions just to show you my skepticism and problem.
A few questions, okay.
No, and I need you to honestly answer them. And they're gonna head in a direction that will hopefully lead you to why I'm skeptical of a claim like that, or I think it can be dangerous.
I already understand that part. There's no point in having that part of the discussion.
Every argument you've made to justify the idea of believing that as subjective truth, could that not apply
No, not subjective
any
truth.
thought or fantasy that or delusion that someone has?
Josh, what did you say? Subjective truth? What is that supposed to mean?
We're talking about subjective truth. We've been having major disagreements about subjective truth. Your own subjective truth is I think, therefore I am. That's a subjective truth. I can't confirm it for you, and you can't confirm it for me. That's the whole AI paradox, right? Like, if everyone was a robot and they just were really convincingly emotional, maybe they aren't feeling pain. Like, this is a basic exercise in philosophy, right? That's the Descartes thing. It's like, you can know that you exist because you think, therefore you are. But I can't know that you exist and that you're thinking, therefore you are. Like, so we got to start with that premise individually as a subjective truth, right? It's not an objective truth, because if it were an objective truth, I could be like, Chris thinks, therefore he is. I can posit that that's the case, but can I? Right?
Okay,
like,
so let's stick on this point. This is we've been to the same spot in this conversation multiple times. This is where I need to distinguish between what I'm saying is epistemologically true and objectively true and subjectively, and those distinctions. The distinction between epistemologically subjective and metaphysically subjective.
Truth and knowledge, right? Knowledge is so reliant on truth. You cannot.
No, don't switch it to
knowledge.
something different. Don't switch it to that. We have to clarify this point to be able to communicate.
It's not
beyond
something
this.
different. That's epistemology.
Not talking about epistemology. I'm talking about something being
You just brought up
epistemologically subjective.
Truth subjective?
What?
Okay.
This is the part that we are miscommunicating about the most. I think that you have a different term that you use to communicate this concept. But I don't know what that term is, and you don't seem to be using it. So I don't know what terms to use in this situation to communicate this idea to you. This is the way I communicate about it. But when I communicate about this way, you start talking about the subgenre of these categories of epistemology as a topic.
No. I actually, to be honest, you're the one who brought up epistemology and brought up metaphysics. I literally said subjective, and now you're wanting to kind of.
I know, Josh. This is what we need to clarify between. When you say subjective, do you mean in the epistemological sense or the metaphysical sense?
I mean in both.
But in the specific instance that we were talking about.
I mean in both. It's completely. But again, if you define metaphysical truth and epistemology as something different than what the dictionary defines it, then obviously I'm not going to be able to understand what you're saying.
What do you mean both? That doesn't make any sense.
It makes perfect sense. Knowledge. We started this topic, and I even saw a rift there where I thought this would become problematic, and it clearly has, although I thought I was very clear at the very beginning of this conversation, 4 hours ago. When you brought up knowledge and truth, and you brought them up as if they were separate, and I was saying you cannot have knowledge without truth. You cannot have truth without knowledge. They're intertwined. The
yes,
two
you can.
cannot, they don't self-define. Now,
no knowledge is necessary for truth.
Wait. Truth can self-define.
You're giving too much information at once.
Knowledge cannot define without truth. And I hinged that, and I said that was very important. You can't have knowledge without truth.
But you can have truth without knowledge.
100%. But the knowledge of it would be the subjective experience of discovering the truth, right? And you are talking about a subjective experience of discovering truth that is unverifiable.
No, I'm not. You can't just... Oh my gosh. We would basically have to start with basically defining English language for this conversation to make any sense. Because you're using words, the words that we're... that are fundamental to what we're discussing, the way you're using those words are so different from what I'm using.
You know, Adam, I hate to say this, like I really respect you, but I have to say at this point it kind of feels like almost I'm gonna use the liberal word, but it feels like gaslighting. Because
Okay.
it's like you're literally using words.
Well, what word do you use for that?
No. You're I don't know for that because you haven't said what that is. That's the
I've
thing
tried
that's
to I've tried to explain it to you multiple times, but I feel like instead of
there
letting me
something
actually
beyond-
try to explain it, you keep interrupting me and changing the subject to the difference between knowledge and truth. Instead of let me actually define what we're talking about so that we can clarify what terms you use when I use it that way.
No, it's the fact that you were using terms that people generally interpret as the words knowledge and truth. That at the beginning of this conversation, you set the tone by saying knowledge and truth and tying it in with those words. Now you're separating those words as if they aren't connected. It's totally weird. Like it's bizarre. If these don't mean knowledge and truth, like I'm not sure what they mean. That's the part that's really, really difficult.
I know, but that's why I've been wanting to try to clarify that.
Yeah, but you've yet to clarify it. And when you try to clarify,
Well, when are you going to let me clarify it? When are you going to let me?
Well, again, I've given you about 7 or 8 opportunities, but we can try again. But I do need another second to just disappear because it's a little frustrating at this point. And also, we're going in circles, so I'd say like 15 minutes or so till I call it because I do have work in the morning. I'm enjoying the conversation though. I don't know if you noticed, but I don't mind kind of hanging in there. I do feel like we're going in circles, and I think we're just going to disagree at the end. Because I think at the end of the day, you want to say you're psychic and it's true, and I'm saying, yeah.
I don't care about the psychic thing.
Well, that's what this whole thing's been about.
Okay. Well, I thought
clearly
we moved on to a different part of this conversation then.
Well, the whole logic tree of this has flowed out of like you trying to prove that somehow this is an objective truth.
No, I'm not trying to prove that. And I'm not trying to prove it objectively to you. That's such a mischaracterization of my position.
Okay, but it's not a subjective truth.
Yeah, I'm not saying subjective truth. That was a term that you recently introduced to this conversation
I haven't
that has
recently.
really thrown me off. What does subjective truth mean?
You know what subjective experience versus objective experience is, right?
No, I don't know what you mean by that. And when you bring it up, I ask you to clarify.
Okay,
do you mean it
so
in what I call the metaphysical sense or the epistemological sense? But we're having
I think you're
confusion about what I
overcomplicating
mean
it.
by that. So we need to find what terms do you use for what I'm talking about.
I think you're I have no idea what you're talking about if it's not things that have been clarified. So I think you need to clarify what terms you're trying to say if you're not using the right terms. When I say subjective, I mean it. We don't even need to go that deep. When I say subjective, I mean the common definition of subjective. You are the subject.
There's two
It
types
is
of
your
subjective
experience. 2 types of subjective experience. That's not the case. Like you can't just experience truth without knowing it.
The truth thing is
knowledge.
epistemologically subjective. The experience thing is metaphysical.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I'll be right back. Give me a second.
I'll write it out. Because this is pretty much what I'm talking about.
All right. I am getting comics done though, so that's half the fun here. But I think we're going in circles.
No, we're making progress because you got to a point where you accused me of gaslighting, and I feel like...
No, I said it sounded like gaslighting because a typical thing in gaslighting is like being very clear in what you mean and then changing the meaning later on, which I think
I'm not changing the meaning. This is the same meaning I've used for years in this type of conversation.
Okay. Okay. Regardless, you are making a claim, like whatever you want to define the meaning of, you are making a claim of a subjective experience
Wait, what?
Like, this whole thing begun with you making a subjective claim.
Yeah, but we have to define subjective before you can talk about this, because it's not going to make any sense.
Can we
can't
just
start
define
off without
subjective?
defining.
Like, why don't you look it up if we want to do that? You could just look it up, the just definition of it.
There's two definitions, so that's the problem.
And I'm just going to say both.
It can't be both at the same time.
Ah, interesting. You have made a claim, a truth claim.
About telepathy?
Mm-hmm.
I don't fucking care about telepathy, Josh. Like, I don't know how many times I have to tell you that.
Why has it been worth
I care about the
going in
distinction
circles?
between subjectivity and objectivity at this point.
I care about unfalsifiable claims, which you've made at the beginning of this entire thing. You made an unfalsifiable claim. You don't like that it's unfalsifiable.
No, we disagree with whether it's unfalsifiable or not.
Yeah, I know. And like again, I even tried to lead you to a question that would just
like this
instantly...
gets deep to the fundamentals of the philosophy of science, like what science even is. I disagree that science doesn't pertain to subjective experience.
I never said it didn't. Like, that's
in other
the thing.
words-
You keep making arguments I'm not making.
Oh, I'm not saying that necessarily that
Yeah.
you're saying that, but that's a generally agreed upon thing that
And that would be a good disagreement and an argument that you might have better standing in, but that doesn't tie into, like, this conversation, right? Like, I don't know. Doesn't seem like it.
it does to me, but we're not understanding each other, so there's not a whole lot of communication going on.
I feel like there's plenty of communication. I just feel like it's really repeated communication, and it all stems down to a disagreement that it seems like you're just unwilling to kind of let bygones be bygones and being like, yeah, we disagree. You know? That's all. Because I've literally said, like, hey, I think
obviously
we
disagree about telepathy. Obviously, you're probably going to disagree with that if you don't think you're telepathic.
Well, and I don't.
I think what's
it's-
interesting
I don't
about
think
it, though,
needs to
is
be like, I think when you go the layer deep to, like, metaphysical or whatever, I think you're overcomplicating something that could be used in common parlance. Like, literally, without getting metaphysical, without getting into heavy philosophy, we can just keep it at surface level of what most people typically mean when they say subjective, which means an experience that you had that I did not, right?
that's the metaphysical sense.
Great, we'll call it
Experience
metaphysical.
that you had.
Yeah.
That is not the same as something that's epistemologically subjective, which is an opinion.
That's not true to me. Because the only
Okay, so that's
way,
what we need to clarify. Then what terminology would you use to distinguish
the
between
only
these
way for you to distinguish whether it was epistemologically true, right, would be to verify it with testing. Otherwise, you're stuck with just a subjective claim that's unfalsifiable. That's the point.
But you're
Because
talking
you're
about knowledge and
remaining-
veracity.
You're remaining in the territory
This is
of
why we can't
metaphysical-
communicate, is because I can't
Okay.
lay down the foundations of what I'm even talking
No.
about.
I think you are. Okay, let's go back to our conversation about the Platonic truth, right? That's floating out there, right? And, like, let's say, like, when you had this experience, you grabbed one of those truths, right? The only way to verify that you grabbed those truths is it will go from the metaphysical, which is up there in that cloud, into the epistemological. And if you can't define it, or
I'm not
defend
following what you're saying.
I think you're intentionally not following.
I don't know what you mean by the epistemological.
Okay, I won't even use. I didn't even bring those words into this conversation. I feel like we have differing opinions on that. So let's just say, okay, you have an experience where you reach out into this truth realm, right? It's the truths we have not gained knowledge of yet, right? And you've accessed one of those truths. When you pull that truth out of that realm, it goes into the realm of testability. If it's not in the realm of testability, it's a postulation. It's not provable. It's an unfalsifiable claim. And so it very well could be true, and it very well could not, but it's an unfalsifiable claim, which ends up in nonsense conversations like we've had for the last 5 hours. Because you've made an unfalsifiable claim that you don't want to admit is unfalsifiable to external sources.
No, I agree that it's unfalsifiable to external sources.
And I have made the argument of why people
What I'm
should
disagreeing
be
about is
skeptical of
whether,
unfalsifiable claims of their own. They should
not
test
to
it.
external sources, we agree on that. What the distinction that what I've mostly been trying to discuss is the claim of whether something that's only subjectively verifiable is unfalsifiable, which is what I think we disagree on, and we disagree on the terminology surrounding this, so we're not having very clear communication about it.
And I was going to say that if you can't falsify something without being the subjective claimant of claim, that's unfalsifiable because of Descartes. You think, therefore you are.
We fundamentally
you think,
disagree
therefore
on that.
you are. I cannot confirm that you think and you are. You can confirm that. That's subjective.
Right.
We rely on other tools to verify truth outside of
I disagree. That's your worldview. That's the thing that we are fundamentally disagreeing about.
Yeah,
I think that the thing that we can know with the most certainty is the thing that you say we can't even know.
Yeah, you think you can make up your own truth. That's cool. I get it.
No, that's not what I'm saying, because that's how you're switching between epistemological subjectivity and metaphysical subjectivity, which you refuse to either give me a replacement term for or try to follow what I mean by it.
No.
I'm not saying make up your own truth. I'm saying you can trust your inner experience. The example of pain. If you got stabbed, you know that you experienced the pain of being stabbed.
And now we're going into circles, because I even brought up the fact that like even that truth of pain is relatively like it's ambiguous. Like people have different experiences of things. It's why they have a pain scale at hospitals. Like not everyone who's pregnant is at a 10. It's bizarre. Some people will say like 2.
Yeah, but that's just a different. So what? Some
so
people.
What? That's everything.
Like you have you experienced excruciating pain, Josh?
Yeah, pain is brutal, but I'm just
saying.
Okay,
I've experienced excruciating pain. You've experienced excruciating pain.
Yes.
So you can make the example of some people experience pain at a lower level. So what? You and I have experienced pain.
I know, but I'm saying your experience. What I'm saying is your experience of pain is not going to be the same as my experience of pain. And if we're talking about an experience of pain that's going to get into science, then we need a measurable way to test it. And we do. We actually have that. So, like, again, it's subjective, but it can be brought outside of that. And it can also be collectively tested. Like, is this pain thing something a lot of other human beings experience? Or is this a weird claim? Like, if you're walking around in a world where you're describing pain, wait, Adam, this is actually key to what your claim is. If you were,
you don't know what I'm claiming.
Okay, you can keep saying that. If you're walking around in a world, and I think you know where I'm going to go with this, so that might be why you're diverting. If you're walking around in a world where only one person experiences pain and they're describing it to people who've never experienced pain in their lives, right? Would it be strange for the people who've never experienced pain to be a little skeptical of the claimant, unless maybe they see a broader experience of it? Maybe it's something people can collectively share as an experience, right?
Would it be strange? Is that what you said?
No. Would it be? It would be completely rational for people if
you asked me would it be strange, right?
If there was a world where no one experienced pain and one person is claiming the experience of pain, then it would not be unusual for like people to view that as strange and want confirmation of that subjective claim.
Right. I kind of made basically the same example, just with dreaming.
Yeah, and like we're gonna go in circles because I debunked pretty much every example you gave.
You can't really debunk something if we haven't even defined what we're talking about.
No, because I think now that you've defined it, I haven't really been.
I haven't defined it. I wrote out these keywords, and you won't let. You told me I refuse to sit here and define it. I don't want to define it.
I'm not refusing. It's 4 a.m, and you've had 10 opportunities to define it. But you want to try again?
You don't want me to define it. You clearly stated that you would prefer to just stick to the surface level of what most people usually mean by the word subjective, as in the sense of experience that you had. Like,
no, Adam, what's happened here is we're actually 5 hours into a conversation that has circled around to the point where I'm going to get 2 hours of sleep before work. That's where
you can go to sleep whenever you want. Like,
no, I have to. So I actually have to go. I don't
Yeah.
want to cop out on the conversation, but I do think if people.
Well, we could come
up-
back to the definition on it if you do want to continue the conversation, but
Got
I
it.
didn't get to define anything. So
I have to say
We
though,
didn't
like
have-
I think if people back up, they're going to see a lot of cycling, and I don't mean that in a negative way, Adam. It's just like this has been a circular thing where I don't think we're coming to different conclusions.
because I have to define what we're talking about before we can discuss it.
I have a suspicion once you define it, we're going to have the same disagreement.
Well, it'll be less circular if we define it first.
Well, no, I think that'll just start us on the cycle again because you're going to define it but come to the same conclusion, right? Like it's just again like. I think we have to agree to disagree and call it a night. I
Right. So
appreciate
don't
it.
define it at any point and just.
No,
leave it at
you've
that.
had 8 opportunities for the last 5 hours to redefine. I think 9 now, actually. So and I think every attempt at it, you've just said you couldn't find the words, and now you've written words that I think will just end up spiraling in the same cycle, which I get and I appreciate. But again,
That was about telepathy, not about epistemological subjectivity.
this whole conversation has been based on the telepathy thing, which again, if this is like the undergirding part of that, that's cool. But like everything's collapsed so far to justify it, and again, like we just have a disagreement. You know, I think we could get more in depth into like philosophical stuff later on, but at this point, I literally have to go to sleep, or I'm literally going to collapse at work. So I appreciate you keeping me company.
All right. Well,
Well,
sorry
this
for
is good.
gaslighting you and all the things that you accused me of. And
Okay, Adam, why do you take like a conversation that was civil and then have to make it like as if we were taking pot shots at each other? Because
I just kind of felt like you were being a little bit harsh.
I think I was
Not
responding.
that harsh.
No,
Not that
I was
harsh.
responding to condescension, to a little bit of honest gaslighting, where you would change definitions within a conversation.
Never
People can
changed the
watch it back.
definitions on this. I never
People
even got
can
to
watch
really
it back.
define them. So, but yeah, I'll let you
People
go,
can
Josh,
watch it
because we're
back.
just
I mean,
going to
in
keep
real
going.
time. Yeah. I
Have a
gotta
good
go.
one, man.
Okay. Have a good night.
Sorry to keep you up.
No, it's okay. It's just my wife's actually upset because I usually am out by like 3, so it's gotten a little late. Have a good night though.
Sorry.
No problem.